I am Andris. I will be one of the few stage hosts here today on Founder Stage, which is powered by Gravity Team. Gravity Team is a sort of a local success story. It started with 3 guys in Tech of Riga in 2017, and in just under 8 years, now they're trading about 1% of the total spot crypto value. I think that's something to celebrate, right? And they have been also long supporters both of the startup and fintech ecosystem in Latvia, and they're still growing. So if you know how to crypto, you might want to talk to them. So how many of you went to the side events yesterday? I'll be honest, for me everything is in fog. I don't see your hands, so make some noise. Okay, great. We had more than 10 side events already yesterday. There's going to be so much more. In total, there's 25 official ones. I know there's a lot of unofficial ones going on in the background as well. But today we are here for the main event. This is the 14th TechChill, which means TechChill has officially entered puberty. And that means that things could get weird. Just before the show started, I was outside and I saw 2 startup founders carrying a ladder. And I was like, what the hell are you doing, guys? Turns out they just wanted to take their business to the next level. And that's what we are here to do today. And to help you with that, I'll give you some tips. 4 in total. First of all, don't forget to download Umbrella. It's the networking app used at the event. You have a QR code on the other side of your badge. So scan it, find the people you want to meet, and reach out. Because remember that fortune always favors the prepared mind. Next, if you feel lost, if you can't find something, you're feeling bad, you have so many helpful volunteer hands around. So find someone in a white t-shirt with a huge orange logo and just talk to them. You also need to be very mindful, keep your eyes and ears open, because every now and then there's going to be a happy hour where you can get some free drinks, some free snacks, so you need to work on making that ticket value back. You know, you need your ROI. And finally, in the evening, we will have a legendary karaoke party by Gravity Team. But I have one ask of you, especially if you have booked a meeting tomorrow morning. You have to remember, if you're a big boy in the evening, you have to be a big boy in the morning. So please show up. Don't let anyone else hanging. All right. Do you think the conference is opened already? No, yeah. It's not. It's really not. So let's do it properly. And welcome to the stage the CEO of TechChill, Annija Mezgaile, and board member of TechChill and managing partner of Change Ventures, Andris Berzins.
That is true. It's very foggy for me here. Thank you, Aris, for a warm-up. So, welcome to TechChill, welcome to Riga. It's amazing to see you. So before I was getting ready for TechChill, for stepping on the stage, of course, I had to prepare a speech. And the first thing that popped in my mind, I should pass this task to AI, because I believe that most of you use AI daily or weekly, and why wouldn't we? So I have to warn you that 50% of my content that I'm telling now is still generated by me, a human. However, last year showed us that we cannot ignore AI anymore. We shouldn't, because it enables us to just focus on other things that truly matters to us. Recently, Eurostat published data showing that Latvians are tech-savvy people, because in Latvian businesses, the use of this technology almost double in 2024 comparing to the year before. Also, there is a vision supported by our local government of establishing Latvian Artificial Intelligence Center that it's expected in the first 5 years to attract 500 million euros to invest in project development. More money, more good news about more money that our government has been supporting, and it's going to be available in upcoming years, because 3 funds will be launched of total 60 plus million euros that will be invested in pre-seed and seed startups, and most of that money will land in Latvian companies. It reinforces Latvia as a startup-friendly country together with startup visas and stock option regulations. But I have put some bullets for me that I want to highlight. So let's celebrate amazing moments from the last year. Of course, the first that comes to my mind is Printify and Printful merger. It wasn't expected for nobody, big surprise. Another moment in some exits like Oxdrive and Lightspace Technologies. Oxdrive was acquired by another Latvian car sharing service, while Lightspace Technologies by a Finnish defense and security tech group. And startup competition win of the year, Genesis. Guys, are you here? If so, yes, they're always here. So they took home $100,000 in Dubai, taking the first place in the world's biggest competition, Supernova Challenge. Very proud, all of us. And of course, the first celebration of Startup House Riga. Amazing place to gather the community, to work together and build something new. And initiative of the year, Start School, a technology business development program that helps to launch new startups. Get ready for 2 exciting days. Just a bit insight about our stage program. Before we will start to work on it and thinking what should we build it around, we asked our founders what would they like to hear and just see and meet. So the answer was clear. It's fewer inspirations, more practical learnings from real-time experiences, and that's going to be on 2 stages for 2 whole days. So we have 3 pillars that we build the content. So of course, the people, we will focus on leadership, team building, culture, the business, about funding, sales, marketing, of course, the tech, all the magic behind it. But the most important part of TechChill is 50 Founders Battle. And this year, we will give a spotlight to Baltic startup companies. And top 50 semifinalists will pitch today on this stage. And they will compete for 10,000 cash prize, no strings attached, and also up to 600,000 potential investments from our VC partners. And just the final thing from my side, it would not be possible without help of our partners. There are so many global companies, local companies, startups, community builders, and yes, our government sector. Many institutions came together and actually believe in us, which I'm thankful so much. And I want to highlight Latvian Ministry of Economics. Thank you so much, and enjoy the day. And here with me is Andris. I will not bore you anymore. The stage is yours. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So thank you, Annija. Welcome everyone to TechChill 2025. These are wonderful days where I walk around here and everyone congratulates me on a great event when actually Annija and the entire team are the ones doing the work all year. Fantastic. And this week is really all about conversations between founders and investors, founders and founders, investors and founders and investors, figuring out what to do, because these have been really tough last 2 years, really tough. So Change Ventures, together with First Pick, every 6 months we gather data from founders on funding rounds. So they share the confidential data with us so we can share it with founders on what actually happened with funding rounds. And it's tough. Like the number of funding rounds and capital has dropped a lot since the heady days of 2021 and 2022. So 1.8 billion was invested in 2022, just 500 million. So some startups are shutting down, working really hard to reach cash flow break even and somehow survive until they can raise money. We've seen a lot of bridge rounds. I've seen cap table reshuffles, people trying to make some way to make the cap table work to raise more money. And so Baltic hustle and resilience has been tested really like never before. But we are seeing signs of promising light shining, like the light shining on me now here. So 2025 does look like it's a year of stabilization. Already in second half of last year, we saw seed rounds moving more from bridges to proper seed rounds, funding growth and real strong product market fit. And actually this morning is a new announcement. TraceBase, startup here from Latvia, has announced their $4 million funding round led by Cherry Ventures. So congrats to TraceBase. And it's an important investment because Cherry is one of Europe's leading venture capital funds, and this is their first investment in the Baltics. And what we've seen in the past is once investors come to this region, they're here this week, by the way, they see what's happening here, they invest in one company, and they see how amazing this region is, and then they start backing more and more startups. So this is fantastic. We also heard about the government's backing venture capital funds, which will pour more money into the region, which is super. But what everyone's really hoping for is exits and IPOs, of course. So we're eagerly anticipating in the next couple of years, both Vintage in Lithuania and Fuel, so Printful and Printify in Latvia, both could be gearing up for large IPOs. And that'll be very exciting because it will unlock the next angel investors, the next serial founders, the capital that will go back into building the next generation of businesses. So things are looking up, I would say, but in the background we have that cloud all the time with the war in Ukraine. The Baltics are doing more to support than almost any region, any countries in Europe, especially relative to our size. And what we've seen over the last year especially is founders in this region who have decided that they have now a mission to build technology that will help defend freedom, defend our independence. So in Latvia, Origin Robotics, the team that built AirDog, is at it building a drone defensive weapon. Frankenberg Technologies in Estonia, building missile systems, unmanned defense systems in Lithuania, and many more. Founders who are coming back to try and defend our freedom using technology. And speaking of people who understand this, our first guest today will be Anton Pavlovsky, CEO of Headway. So he was originally in finance and investing roles, and then he took a chief product officer role at Genesis Tech, and then became CEO of Headway, a super successful consumer app that I know many of you here might already be users of. So I'd like to welcome on stage Anton and have a chat about the Headway story. So super, Anton. Welcome to Riga.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
I understand it's your first time here.
Yeah, first time. And I would also like to thank you for having me, but also to Latvia, to all of you, to Baltics, Latvia specifically, and Baltics in general, have been and are very good friends of Ukraine, showing a lot of support. You've said about that, and we see it as well. And it is very important for us. We value it. So I just would like to say thank you. Russia is waging this war, like the biggest war since World War II in Europe. Yeah, and we're seeing this support, and we are very grateful.
Super. Yep, we're doing everything we can. So let's talk about Headway. As I said, many may know it as users, but will not know the sort of starting story. How did Headway start? how did you get involved? There's an interesting story with Genesis Tech and a venture studio behind it, so tell us.
Yeah, I love reading, and like many of you here, I'm sure I was very into reading when I was a kid. But then, you know, the life happened, and it happens to us all, right? And all the demands from the work, from the developing product, startup, and actually like it somehow like went away. And I was rarely reading, and that was the case for years actually. And then you know, as very often some like stressful situation, it like helps you to rethink your life, your approach to things. So I had that kind of a stressful situation. It was very stressful at work. Actually, the war started in 2014, you know, and I think we were kind of not feeling it in like the right way, that because we would have done some things differently, I would have done some things differently. Yeah, but it was very like stressful period, and that got me to like reading again, and I restarted reading, and I'm now averaging like 50 books per year, and it helped me immensely. It helped me so much that I realized that actually I'm pretty fortunate to be able to read like that, because I may not have that like kind of stress that many people, other people have, like working several jobs, like having like kids and working several jobs at the same time, ADHD. So many people have like their own like struggles, and I realized that I, as a technologist, I can actually help to remedy that kind of a situation. But with, in a way, technology actually precipitates it, because we are living in an age of distractions, getting like hundreds of messages, notifications. So yeah, technology can help as well. So that's how Headway started, and never looked back since.
Super. And so tell me, dig into a little bit more the involvement of Genesis. So what is Genesis Tech, and how were they involved in starting the company?
So yeah, so Genesis Tech is the like biggest and I think one of the biggest venture studios, maybe even in the world, but like definitely the biggest in Ukraine. And what is venture studio is a like in a way a company that sometimes it's called a co-founding company. So that's a company that looks for like for founders, and like it acts in a way as a co-founder, like providing not just like maybe first financing, seed financing, pre-seed financing, but also the expertise that helps you to succeed. And yeah, I started, as you've told, in Genesis as an analyst actually, but I've grown into a CPO role, Chief Product Officer role. And yeah, after that, I realized that my passion is about helping people learn to improve, and I launched Headway. And I think that necessity is the mother of invention, right? And that kind of setup with co-founding company, maybe not as popular in the West, where they have an abundance of capital, but in Ukraine specifically, and it was the case even before, like the full-scale war, access to capital is quite constrained. I believe that you may have...
Here, capital wasn't easy to get here either back in that time. Yep.
Yeah. So that's a creative setup of like a big organization helping to launch, but it's not to launch startups. But it's not just the incubator, right? Incubator usually is not as involved, but here you can get all the necessary functions, but maybe not essential to the success, like product development, marketing is essential, but then of course you have to have like legal setup, like treasury, accounting, all the like important functions, of course, but and then you have to find an office, right, to sit there, to organize everything. So they took that out of the question, and they provide that. So that was a really good thing, because then you can focus, have a laser focus on product development, on distribution, on making your like MVP, and then like hitting the milestones.
Super. So I read some of the things you've written publicly to try and help other founders learn from your experiences, and one of the things that particularly caught my eye was a piece of advice on founder mistakes, the mistakes founders make, and one of actually the top one in the list you had was ignoring the need to focus on user acquisition from day one. So what did you do on day one, and like what's behind this?
We all love products, right? Products. Product-led growth, MVP, minimum viable product. So product is everywhere, but it may be misleading, even if you're like starting and all you're thinking about is MVP. Then the name may be really misleading, because okay, I need to deliver the product, but actually your MVP is not just the product. Your MVP is the whole business model that you have to think about, and like many people actually talk about that, all the lean startup movement, then business model canvas, but many people don't go that way, because it's like a lot of work, and okay, it's product is important, then but build it and then they will come.
They hope that they'll come.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that anymore. It may have worked before, when the market was not as saturated as it is now, be it App Store, be it Google Play Store, be it like web apps as well. So now you have to like think about distribution from day one and understand how you get users acquired, what is your growth engine, and build the product out of those assumptions as well, because different growth engine you may need a different product, right? At least some parts of the product should be different.
And what was that first growth engine for
Yeah,
Headway? So how did you get the first users and grow that?
For us, and I believe that you have to start with like resource-based approach. So if you have resources available, it's much easier to build something than without resources. So for us, that was like digital marketing, and I learned it in my previous work before Headway, how to do that, even though I was the chief product officer, but through like years of feedback, I understood the importance of distribution, and some people say marketing, but I think distribution is better, because like if you know virality, for example, you can try to do that. Of course, you should test things, but viral distribution works, right? If you have like a really strong network for some B2B product, where like one contract may be like millions of dollars sometimes, right? That also works, right? And for us, that was digital marketing, data-driven, like quantitative marketing. That's something that like I learned, and now we rely on that.
So you started with paid marketing very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's our growth engine, and we like optimized the like business, the processes for that. But it would be a mistake, I think, for like some different type of product or a different type of founder who has other resources available and maybe not this resource, because like the
That was part of what Genesis brought, was a lot of deep experience in digital marketing. Right?
My experience there for almost 5 years before starting Headway, and it took like pretty much all these 5 years to learn the craft, and then I realized that I've done a lot of mistakes developing even after these 5 years. So there is a saying, I can't remember who said that, like that after 5 years you understand what you should have done
in the first place. Yeah, exactly. And so if you could point to product changes and products, broadly around the whole experience, what is the one single change that you introduced that maybe had the most impact on user traction or revenues?
When you added this question, like just like 10 minutes before, and I immediately knew what I will answer, because it's audio. So we, books, reading, book summaries, and I love reading, and okay, it makes sense, right, that other people want to read as well, and maybe to find what books to read. That like many people use Headway in that way, and when we added audio, it actually now it's more than half of content consumption, and it was very fast like that. So like the power of empathy, and I believe empathy is very important in building out your team, but also building out your product. And it's not just listening literally to what people say, because then you all know, like Henry Ford said, if you ask people what they want, they will say faster horses. So you have to like dig deeper, and that's how actually Headway product expanded, and that was the birth kind of place of a broader platform that Headway now is. So Headway now is a like consumer tech platform revolutionizing lifelong learning. We have 5 products, 130 million users, so 5 products and counting. So we're adding other products. And yeah, different formats for different people work. So we added first audio in one of the products, but then we realized that we have to have other products that will deliver learning tailored to the specific need of a specific person. It's not just personalizing, but also the screen real estate on mobile is quite small, and super apps rarely work. They sometimes work, but they actually rarely work, because then the product is really cluttered. So we're developing different products for different verticals.
Okay, super. And so the other thing I noticed when looking at some of the thoughts you've posted around startups was a conversation around founder mode. So for those who haven't read it, Paul Graham posted a blog post around founder mode and talked about how founders have a special way of digging deep into their companies, solving whatever problem needs to be solved that day, and in some sense counter to the management thinking and education that's been around for decades or even 100 years. And so the statement I read that was interesting from you was every employee should act in founder mode. And so I guess I'd like to pick that apart a bit more. So how can every employee be in founder mode when there's only one or a handful of founders?
Like many people took that like founder mode original article in very different ways. So some people said, oh, like it's rebranded micromanagement, and like smart people can rationalize anything. And for me, how I think that this is a good article, a good advice, but you can take it like too far, like and like not allowing all the creative energy, all the talent that is within your team, with your people. Like hopefully you're working hard to find great people, talented people, and allowing them to thrive, empowering them to actually deliver some solutions that you may have not thought yourself. That's the way to go. So here, my advice would be actually like I can recommend a concept from a book, Turn the Ship Around, but by Captain David Marquette. It's like 3 C's, 3C. So first C is competence, second C is clarity, and third C is control. So if people have competence and they have clarity into what the organization wants to achieve, then you can actually cede control, like give them control. And you have to work on each of those. You have to work on like, competence, finding great people, but yeah, that's okay, but you have to develop your people, right? You have to like give constant feedback, and that's one thing. Another thing, clarity, right? So you have to, people have to understand, and you have to give them that understanding what organization aims to achieve, why, and we have like many cultural artifacts that do that. At first, when you're a small team, of course, you like talk a lot and you work like closely. You have like meetings every week, and you don't have like 5-year plans, 3-year plans. Even sometimes you don't have 1-year plan, right? So you're like fighting for your survival, like as an organization. And of course, the thinking should be quite short term, as like gradually you're like developing like as you mature and as an organization, then you can develop like longer plans. That's about clarity. And then control, of course, you can't like rely on people like you hired someone and like, okay, like you do everything. No, it doesn't work like that. So you develop capability for control as well by constant feedback. It's in a way, it's also like leadership is a muscle as well, right? But it all starts with the belief. So you trust that your people can do it. You trust, because if you don't trust, then the worst thing that can happen is they believe you. They believe you that
you don't
they are not worthy of your trust. And
so I get that, and everything you say makes sense. I guess the argument Paul Graham was making was that sometimes the founder has to go, break the control mechanism that's there and go right down and like fix something, because that is the most urgent thing to fix, and the founder will have a unique viewpoint on identifying this is the problem that needs to be fixed so the company can go forward. And so do you do that? Do you sometimes say, shit, we agreed this is the way to do it, but like now we're doing this differently because I know we need to do this?
Yeah, absolutely, but I believe that it's not just the founder that have to do that. It's because some things may be broken, but not on as a like higher plane. Maybe you can't be everywhere, especially if you have a really big organization. So I think absolutely sometimes founder and have to like say, okay, let's break it down, let's rewrite it, redo it. But I think that it's not just about the founder saying that. So anyone has to like have this ability to suggest that, okay, this is really broken, let's redo it. And those kind of conversations can happen without founder as well, if people are trusted to lead. And we expect, actually I expect leadership from all the organization from any person, like be it like the not even graduates. Sometimes we hire like students work full time, and we trust them that at their like level of like responsibility, which is gradually like going higher and higher as the person progresses.
And so when these things happen, do you like point them out and celebrate them that someone's broken the rules and like fix something on their own initiative?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have retrospectives, and that's quite an important part of like many people know like Scrum, right? So in Scrum you have this retrospective end of the sprint, and 1 week, 2 weeks, like depends. And what we've done that like for the whole organization, all teams, cross-functional teams, sometimes functional teams, they have retrospectives, and each week, every other week, and that is the place to actually celebrate that kind of stuff. So like of course like we celebrate some things like at the company level, but it is important that each team celebrates that kind of achievement in their own way, and in that way people are seen, their efforts are seen, and they believe that you sometimes you have to adapt, right? Our world is this like acronym VUCA: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And in this kind of world, of course, you can't stick to the plan like for like 3 years. We will do that. That's not the world that we live in.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, speaking of volatile in the world we live in, and the war back home, of course we could talk at length, and there's been many things written about how the Ukrainians have bravely survived and thrived during this very challenging period. And I probably need another mic soon because it's breaking up. But maybe we can talk about beyond this. So when Ukraine wins the war, so how do you see possibilities and opportunities opening up for Ukraine that have been, in some sense fed by this need to quickly adapt and learn and build systems and technologies rapidly? So what do you see as the possibilities, the bright future beyond that?
I already mentioned this saying that this necessity is the mother of invention, and of course I would like for it not to happen. Of course it's awful and it's brutal, and I don't like want for anyone to experience that, but we have to adapt in this world, and sometimes as in Headway is in our organization, big fuck-ups sometimes happen. What we do, we talk about them. We have this like retrospective. We trust that people try to do the best thing. We talk it through and we learn. So fail fast, learn even faster, and we are learning. And we are learning from like Israel as well. I think that many countries in developing their tech ecosystem, they are like Israel is a good model, and not, of course, they have this war tech angle, but not just about that. About like year in, year out, developing, investing in the ecosystem, and now they have like multi-billion companies, sometimes they even like floated on Nasdaq, like Israeli companies. So they developed like everything that is necessary, not just the expertise, which is important, but also the funding environment, the legal environment, the taxation, whatnot. So these things that it takes time, and I believe that we have no other choice, right? We have no other choice as to like develop as fast as possible. So tech is actually now the like second biggest like exporter in Ukraine. Ukraine has before the war at least had the one of the largest number of graduates in engineering, and but actually in Europe. But actually one of the smallest proportion of like engineers employed in tech. So the opportunity is really there, and I think that we may share some things, right? And we share like Russia on our borders in a way for the region at least, and I think that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's what we are doing here, going together, like getting to know each other. And I believe that together we as Central and Eastern, like Europe, we may bring a lot to the table. This like perseverance, like bravery, adaptation, that those kind of things are innate to us, right? And this even the name of the TechChill. So for me, chill is not about like vibe and be chill. It's about like it's kind of usually, or maybe not right now. It's kind of like cold and harsh environments that actually precipitate innovation. And very, very like nice and very, very like chill environment in another sense. It's just about like decadence. It's about like being really chill and not worrying. So we worry, but I'm sure that that is the way, and even that is the way for Europe, right? So for Europe, like America is driving innovation, and Europe we should actually start taking the responsibility for the innovation, even in the world. And of course, it's hard finding that everything, but we'll figure it out. I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine's shown how, with much less funding and much less resources, you can do amazing things, right? And that, once you have the time and energy to be able to export that, I think there'll be great things for Ukraine across European markets and global markets. And so TechChill has already been down to Ukraine last summer, and we're doing more work to build bridges, and we see a great opportunity for collaboration.
Absolutely.
So, Anton, thank you for visiting. Thank you for sharing your story, and a great round of applause for Anton, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Applause for our first amazing speakers. So now let's move on to my personally favorite part of TechChill. And before we do so, let's introduce. You already know Aris. I'm Lila. I'm a co-founder of Whalemaker. We are automating market making and liquidity provision for crypto companies. But now, Aris, tell us why we are here, what we're doing, and what's going to happen in the next hours.
Yes, let's do that. So for some context also, what I do, I manage NGL, which is a business angel and board member network here in Riga. So we have both sides. We have a startup, we have the investor side. And that's exactly what you're going to be seeing also on this stage today. So we're going to be learning how to build a sustainable business. We're going to be hearing about the success story of Whimsical, of building a multi-million revenue business. We're going to learn about biometric payments. Very soon, maybe you don't need a card. You just use your fingerprint, or I don't know. We're probably not scanning eyes. And later on, there will be also Tyre, who used to be at HubSpot. He was here at TechChill also last year, and was one of the most recommended speakers then, so definitely you need to check him out. But right now, and throughout the day on this stage, you're going to be seeing 50 startups that are going to be pitching and competing for prizes. And what are the prizes?
Well, the prizes, we have an amazing prize pool, so much money, so much investments. In total, we have 610,000 investments coming from First Pick, Depot Ventures, LATBAM, Beamland Accelerator, and Bad Ideas Funds. Applause for our partners. Besides that, we also have 10Ks, no strings attached, cash prize from our community partners, and so many more other cool prizes from Draper University, Typewiser, Terminal 4, GSF Innovations, and others.
Okay, so how it works, each startup gets 3 minutes to present their company, try to convince the judges of why their business is worthy of the prizes. But we do need the judges as well, and we do have them. So let's meet the judges. I will introduce you one by one. You each have a microphone in front of you. Please just tell us 1, 2 sentences about yourself and your fund. And let's start with Ska from Karma Ventures. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Ska. I'm a principal at Karma Ventures. We are early stage deep tech software fund. We invest across Europe. So we're backing technical founders solving very complex problems and looking forward to the pitch today. Thank you.
Great. A round of applause for Ska. Next, we have Alexander from Presto Ventures.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexander. I'm an investor at Presto Ventures. Presto Ventures is a deep tech generalist fund with some particular focus within the defense industry. And we are investing across NATO countries, looking for seed stage Series A companies with the tickets from 500K up to 2.5 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Morten from Node VC.
Hello, Morten Skoga. I'm a founding partner at Node VC. We're a new investor based out of Stockholm, but with a focus on Nordics and new Nordics. We are run and backed by operators and entrepreneurs. Personally, I was an entrepreneur for 20 years before becoming an investor, and we're looking for great founders to invest in.
Okay, I'm sure you're going to find a lot today. Aziza from EBRD Venture Capital.
Hi guys, nice to meet you. So we are a London-based fund. Our thesis is to support the Central Eastern European tech ecosystem. It's a 250 million vehicle. We invest at Series A, B stages with sizable tickets of 5 to 10 million. Usually it's a sweet spot. So I look forward to meeting many of you here today.
Right. And finally, Daiva from Business Angels Fund.
Hello everyone, I am Daiva from Business Angels Fund from Vilnius. Currently we on the stage of raising our third fund. We will be looking for founders with winners mindset to invest up to 1.5 million euros to seed stage in Baltics.
Thank you. Another round of applause for all of our judges. So, there's a twist this year. All of the startups come only from the Baltics. But as you heard, the investors come from all over the place. We have some from Czech Republic, Sweden, London, and so on. You're going to meet many more. But I think we are ready for our first pitch.
Speaker, pitch, yeah. And guys, trust me when I'm telling you, it's not easy to stand on the stage. Literally, you see nothing. So you need to give the support to every startup pitching today. Give them love, give your support. And let's welcome our first startup on the stage, Bebo. Real-time business price intelligence and SIEM on the stage.
Hi, my name is Sim, and I am the CEO and founder of Bebo. And let's say you're a retailer or brand and you want to understand how your competition is priced for you to adjust your pricing. Now, the traditional method is that you have people going to collect these prices, paste them in an Excel, and then adjust your pricing. In the EU alone, 72% of retailers are still losing money because they don't have the tools in order to incorporate a dynamic pricing strategy in their price change process. And this means that they lose sales, they lose profitability and market share, and at the end, this poses as a business risk. Meet A1M, our first client. We saved them significant amount of time on their competitive price collection and analyzing process for them to adjust their margins. Now, the solution is that you have already collected data that is matched for the customer. You have tailored analytics that generates insights and recommendations for you to increase your margins and save the user time. So if I gave you €1 and got back €5, that would be a game-changing solution, right? Bibo analyzes tens of thousands of products in real time, matches them across multiple retailers, and helps you adjust your margins on time. We operate on a flexible subscription model, and we've also incorporated a setup fee. We have 4 paying customers, 2 of them being retailers in Estonia. We have a media partnership with Delfi, and we have a 20K grant, but we've also participated in an incubator. We aim to capture 1% of the EU food and beverage wholesale retail market with an MRR of 14,050 per customer, and the market is growing 16.2%. We distinguish ourselves from our competitors is that we have the data and we want to collect every price, every time, anywhere, to give our customers a competitive advantage from day one. I've worked in retail over multiple industries in supply chain. Our CTO has been a product manager at Telia, and Dennis Roos, our founding engineer, has more than a decade of engineering experience. We have proven the business model with an MRR of 2.4K. We have a strong profit margin, and now is the time to scale. We are raising 85K as an angel round in order to scale our business and improve our tech. Thank you for listening. Siim Brazier from Bibo.
Thank you, Siim. You still have time left over, but let's head to the questions. So, jury, I will squint real hard, and you try to indicate that you have a question. Yes, Morten?
So, how do you collect the current pricing of all the competitors?
Thank you for the question. So we have actually 2 possibilities. One is that we, actually 3 possibilities, sorry. One possibility is that we scrape it from e-stores. The second possibility is our clients have APIs with us, so we get direct access to pricing. And the third is that we're able to scrape also applications in-house apps, so I can position myself in a store and collect pricing from that store.
So it's only for digital stores. Is that what you're saying, or?
Correct, right now.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, very, very nice pitch.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Aziza?
Yeah, Siim, thanks so much. Nice pitch. Give us a kind of sense of the amplitude of your data lake, because I understand here this is what differentiates you and your ability to kind of help retailers.
Well, we don't have a cap in that sense right now. If I remember correctly, it was like 18 million prices, and we scale it, so we can basically get any industry. So that's the scope of it of now. But of course, we need funding in order to go into different sectors. My ambition is basically the whole world, not only food and beverage. So that's the plan, yeah.
But do you track, for example, the prices you give versus prices accepted, that ratio of what actually works, right?
I didn't understand your question, sorry.
You suggest to a retailer a certain price, right?
Yes.
A repricing.
Yes.
And then retailer can accept or not?
They have a possibility to accept it or not. That's up to them or the category manager who makes the, obviously, final decision, yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you to Siim and Bebo. I will ask you to pass the clicker of truth.
Thank you. Now let's turn on the founders mode for the next startup on the stage. Ignacio from Diligy. They simplify decision making with AI-powered insights. Welcome. Good luck.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ignacio. I am the CEO of Diligy. Businesses lose $3.1 trillion every year due to poor data and slow decisions. At Diligy, we simplify decision making by providing fast, simple, and smart insights. Businesses have three issues: slow due diligence, limited risk insights, and that the existing solutions are really expensive and ineffective. And that's why we created Diligy. Diligy is a SaaS platform that provides smart know your business verifications, data-driven evaluations, and also location intelligence. We make risk assessments simple and effective. About the timing is crucial right now because, and there is a need for Diligy because the regulations and the market volatility demands better solutions, and advances in data tech make our solution possible right now. Regarding the market, we are targeting a 50 billion immediate market in business intelligence. And we generate income through SaaS subscription, pay as you go, and also API licensing. Since the launch, we have 230 active customers with a monthly growth of 33%. We have 10K MRR and with LTV to CAC ratio for 1. And also we have generated more than 250 reports. Our team has experience in software development, has experience in business strategy and data analysis, which position us to deliver impactful solutions and scale rapidly. Today we are raising 160K. To accelerate growth, will be allocated 40% in development, 30% in sales and marketing, and 30% in hiring and payroll. Thank you today for listening. At Diligy, we are transforming decision making with data-driven simplicity. Join us in shaping the future of business intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ignacio. And I see a question from Daiva.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. And please tell me, what is your target client?
Sorry?
What is your client?
The client is small and medium businesses and also private investors mainly. Those are the main customers.
And what exactly they are getting from your?
You are getting the information regarding the companies, like a due diligence process, basically, if you want to start cooperation or if you want to buy a business.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We can have one more question.
Yeah, just adding to Daiva's question, I was wondering what industries do you prioritize for business intelligence and decision-making process? Are there any specific verticals where you see high demands?
Actually, it's any type of business. The only that you need to add in the system is the address or the company name, and it will make the due diligence automatically. Mm-hmm. Also regarding the location intelligence, what it does basically, if after you input the location, it will give you all the most important information regarding the business, how it's located, and if it is affected or not because of different natural or artificial systems. Yeah.
And how many types of data do you collect?
We collect all the data related to the business by itself, the property tax, the business tax, if it has any debt or not, if it has any actual loans. And we collect all the data for the location intelligence from different sources, for example, Google Maps, Waze, and all the inputs that we actually have in the system made by ourselves to actually make some sense to the data that we collect.
All right. Thank you, Ignacio and Julija. Another round of applause.
Thank you. Now let's move on to the next startup today. Force AI and Eva Novorovska, please welcome on stage.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Eva. I'm CEO and co-founder of Force AI. From working for 20 years with business analytics, I know that every business needs to make data-driven decisions. And with rapidly growing data volumes, companies need data science teams to identify patterns in the data for good business decisions. The demand for data scientists is estimated to grow 4 times over the next 6 years, with the market size reaching $300 billion. Mid-sized companies now face a major dilemma: to hire this very expensive resource or risk losing their competitive advantage. Our Force AI advisor provides companies with a high-quality information for everyday decision-making within just few seconds, a task that even highly experienced data science team would take several weeks to accomplish. Force AI answers your questions by analyzing both company internal data and external public data. Force AI predicts the future, best case and worst case scenario, and suggests the ways how to achieve the best case. It identifies ideal customer profile, tells you how to improve your marketing campaigns, product features, and pricing. It can also generate new leads, identify lead priorities, and reduce the churn rates. So the benefit is expanded sales funnel at each stage. This leads to higher success, increased revenues, and cost savings for our clients. With our previous BI product, we have laid the foundation for a rapid growth of Force AI. We have 5 global sales partners, 10,000 MRR. We have received #1 technology award by Sugar CRM that serves 5,000 clients globally. Force AI MVP is ready, and currently we have signed an agreement with our major pilot client in the USA, who is also our resale partner. The demand and interest in Force AI is high among our existing network, and most of our current clients are based in the USA. This will also be one of our key markets for the Force AI product. 11 million euro revenues within 5 years from now is our conservative estimate. By utilizing our existing network of clients and resale partners, we will be able to achieve fast market penetration, allowing us to build competent direct sale team. Our team has worked together for 10 to 20 years and combines all the key competencies required to build and market such a complex product. May the Force AI be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Jury. Alexander.
Thank you for the presentation. So I have the question about the technology that allows your product to analyze the data and to bring the insights. What exactly is being used for that? Thank you.
What exactly?
What is kind of the technology that allows you to generate the insights? Is it like the AI or machine learning? Or
Okay. Yeah, I love this question, actually. So there are a combination of very complex technologies. Most importantly are data science models for deep dive into the data and future predictions and analyzing sentiment analysis. And then there is large language models, generative AI, for actually talking to the clients and to business owners and describing what those data science models are doing. And we are also doing data integrations.
Daiva?
Thank you very much. And what are your target sectors for sales?
You mean sectors of?
The companies to which you are selling.
Okay.
From which sectors?
So our current pilot client is in the USA and who is resale partner for CRM and ERP systems. So we believe that our main industries will be sales, marketing industries, and with our current product we are also in healthcare and fintech industries.
Thank you.
A quick one from Morten.
Yeah, thank you for a very good presentation. So Eva, what does a normal, if there is such a thing, customer onboarding look like? How complicated is it for me as a customer to actually try out your solution?
Mm-hmm. So first of all, you need to gain trust of the client because this is client's data, expensive product, long-term vision, and has to bring value. So it would take a couple of meetings within like 1 week, maybe distance, just to kind of make client to believe you and to believe the product, to make him think and so on. Currently, we do spend several weeks for data integrations, which we want to shorten. We want to have them predefined and to do it within just a few seconds. And this is why we are looking for additional investment. And then to set up the models, long-term vision is also to take just like 1-2 days maybe, but currently it would still take a couple of weeks.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Eva. May the force be with you.
Thank you. Another Star Wars fan here. And may the force be with also with the next startup on the stage, who are developing a high-precision outdoor navigation system. So welcome, Robotics and Berg.
Hello all, I'm Berg from Link Robotics. As Link Robotics, we developed a vision inertial navigation system, which is a basically AI-based navigation system, provides centimeter accuracy and increased reliability with and without GNSS. Founders team are like both technical backgrounds, with graduate from technical universities within Europe, and I have experience in project management and business side mostly. Mart, my CTO, is experienced master in robotics. We have skill sets mostly technical and also business aspects. We have a team of 4. The problem is inertial navigation outdoors, where GPS is not reliable or completely lost. GPS-INS systems performs badly. Sensor fusion can be a name to solve this issue in case of sensor failure. And in GPS-denied zones like GPS jammers, urban canyons, etc., there is a problem with reliable vehicle positioning. Our solution is visual inertial navigation system with a low-cost sensor set. Value proposition is reliability and quality of service, low-cost functionality in challenging spaces, and there are some unchanged features where we applied for a patent application. Processes, device collects real-time data, camera, inertial, and GPS. Sensor fusion device collects, make collections. A 5G network provides some signals, and data is consumed by the application, and reliable navigation is obtained. The technology, this is first deployment in Nokia Technology Center Ulm, is a 5G deployment, and we were rewarded by the POC, and we have a partnership in Germany about that. The second one is Biometrics track in Latvia. We did it with EDI Institute, and it was successful. We validated the product, and we have some in-house testings also. The burning need is customer challenges with high cost of LiDAR sensors and high competition cost. Our main value proposition, besides from reliability, is the less expensive hardware used with less competition cost. Customers, we have a customer in agritech. We have a 8K amount, and we look for 10K extension. And mobile robots for various sectors and smart cities. It will be possible also with our digital twin extension we are developing now. The business model is a hardware as a service model. go-to-market strategy, we go with POCs. The market is around 8 billion. The base camp is 40 billion, and we are looking for 500K. The technology is comparable to the other solutions within Europe, and we patent application for unique features. And the roadmap, we registered our company in Latvia in 2023, and we have the first sales agreement. We went to USA for CES and Stanford University for scale-up training. We develop a
Sorry, Bert, we're out of time.
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay.
Morten?
Hello, Bert. Thank you. I'm wondering, because you described the savings in computational load and power compared to LiDAR systems and similars, but these kind of MEMS or gravitational solutions combined with visuals, how much of this, because that's similar to like the inside-out tracking for VR systems, what is sort of your new aspects in this space? I understand there have been quite many research projects in this area and some products.
About that, I can give you the information. We tried this. You're asking the vision component, what's the main added value? With respect to the GPS INS system, we have already in the system. If we cancel the camera out, the performance decreases significantly. The camera adds, with the extracted features, value add in localization and navigation. And it also increased reliability because it's within the filter providing information.
Yes, I understand that there is a drift in the inertial tracking that is compensated with the visual. But is this, you said you had a patent application? What research is this based on? Where? I'm trying to understand sort of the uniqueness in the solution.
The uniqueness is like there are three aspects, like zero velocity upstate and in-change features, which are like we made a patent research about the things we have done in the competitors, and the main feature is zero velocity update. When the vehicle stops, it provides an update from GPS. Either you can get it to CAN bus or you can do it from a GPS data. We decided to go with the GPS, or the also CAN bus option is available on the vehicle.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Bert. Sorry, no more time for any more questions. Just hand it over.
So, next on the stage, all-in-one sales platform for small, medium businesses, and the CEO and co-founder of Markster, Valdis. Welcome.
I'm Aldis, founder of Markster. Our team has built and scaled companies from zero to hundreds of millions of dollars. And that exposes us to the struggles small businesses face when they don't have time or money to set up complex sales systems like enterprise teams are used to having. That's why we built Markster, an intelligent sales operating system that helps small businesses to grow their revenue without needing to hire more people or set up complex tools. Markster's AI-enabled sales manager identifies the best customers based on a client's target market and existing customer lists. It then creates outreach content, provides a sales strategy, and even walks the salesperson through its implementation. Our AI gets smarter with every interaction, providing actionable next steps for each new sale, helping businesses to grow their revenue by 35%. And people are excited to use Markster. We just onboarded our first customers, and we have a growing waitlist of over 1,400 businesses. Our market is huge. There are over 100 million digital SMBs around the world that can use Markster to boost their revenue. As the all-in-one sales operating system, we empower small businesses to unlock their full growth potential.
That was extremely quick. So, questions? Aziza?
Hi, Valdis. Thanks for the pitch. I think there are a few vendors offering kind of portions of what you're offering, right? Be it lead qualification or outreach, right, for sales enablement. So what would you say is your special value, right, along that value chain of the workflow?
Yeah, so there was a kind of a message online, right? Like, because we are having more tools and more capabilities to find more options, doesn't mean that it's actually making the job easier. It's making the job more complicated. So based on our experience that we had, it's 30+ years from all the founders, we put together the best tools that are in the market, put our own know-how and knowledge how we interacted with customers in there, wrapped it in AI, and provided it as a very reasonable cost to the customers or clients to use it. And considering current market dynamics, I think we believe that the future is in the isolationist AI models that are specialized in very specific niches, like serving SMBs of specific category, and this is where we want to capitalize on.
Morten?
Thank you. So what data sources are you looking at now? Is this only internal CRM systems, or do you take other data into account as well?
Can you elaborate with which kind of data you mean? In relation to what?
In relation to identifying who is an ideal customer, what customers to actually make outreach to, and what, I mean...
In a sense, we are also dogfooding our own products, so this is how we find the leads ourselves, actually, and this is how we approach them. So yes, so when we kind of go to them, then we also say that, you know, we use what we build ourselves.
Thanks for this. I was wondering, because usually when you target SME companies, speed and scale is more important, right? So what's your current go-to-market strategy now that you have like 1,400 sort of leads?
Yeah, so ideally we want to kind of have a controlled onboarding where we onboard like a small batch of companies that we're going to listen to, that they tell us what exactly they want to see. And then we're going to continue like a community building element through which we're going to then extend our services to other businesses.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you to Valdis and Markster.
Valdis, you're definitely getting an award of the fastest pitch so far. Moving on. We have Select Zero, a platform to monitor and ensure data quality and reliability. Raiko, welcome on stage.
Hi. Hi, my name is Raiko Limart, and I am a co-founder of Select Zero. My background is in data, and while working in banking and telecommunications, I realized that the problem with data quality is universal, and so should be the solution. As companies are increasingly dependent and driven by data, it is becoming more important to have a complete overview of the company's data assets and their quality. A single error in a financial report can cost millions in penalties. Faulty analytics can block critical decisions, and without data collaboration, even the best insights remain underutilized. Our solution is a comprehensive data observability platform, including data validation and profiling to ensure compliance and prevent costly mistakes, business glossary to align IT and business for better decision-making, and also data catalog and lineage to have a complete overview of the company's data assets. Our platform is intuitive and easy to use, and we provide a wide range of functionalities for data observability. We utilize automation at every step, use machine learning to detect anomalies, and have also implemented AI to make data quality management even easier. The market is growing rapidly, with 50% of enterprises expecting to adopt the solution within 2 years. We also see a huge gap in the market, as most of our competitors are cloud-based solutions with little flexibility and mainly targeting large-scale enterprises. Our on-premise solution ensures security and scalability, while the ease of use and flexible pricing model makes it ideal for customers of all sizes. We're very active in the Baltics, working together with some of the largest customers here, such as SEB, Telia, Citadel, Rimi, and various government agencies as well. Our ongoing trials in Saudi Arabia and Europe validate our platform's need and the potential. We have grown from a side project to a globally recognized solution, and with our pre-seed round of investments in 23, we achieved product market fit and expanded our reach. Now, our experienced team of 6 is ready to scale further. We are currently raising a seed round of 1.2 million euros, with the main goals to enter the UK market, strengthen our position in the existing market, and also expand our team. Our goal is to be the industry leader in data observability, and we welcome you to join in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Raiko. Daiva?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, why you decided to enter UK market?
Yes, so for us, in terms of the market of data observability, UK is the largest market within the EU region. It also hosts a vast amount of data events, which is one of our main sales channels in terms of conferences and events. We also see it being a giant stepping stone when eventually we want to enter the US market with our A-series round. Having reference customers from UK allows us to do that.
Alexander, then Scott.
Hey, thank you. My question is, what has changed in the world recently that makes that timing right now is the best for launching this solution?
Sure. So most importantly, regulations, especially in finance and government. So various financial and data regulations that they have to comply with. And also more and more companies being data-driven. Being data-driven is not only for large enterprises anymore, it's also for small and medium companies, and it's very important for them to as well have good quality data available and overview of the data.
Scott?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Since you mentioned this on-premise solution and the security part, I was wondering, is there any guardrail layer as part of your solution as well for the data observability platform? So that is there any compliance or security to make sure that the data is compliant and usable?
So in terms of security guardrail, our platform, by on-premise, I mean it's not in... There's no need for any external network access, meaning the users can install it in their own systems, no one else has access to it, so all of their data stays within their own systems.
Thank you. This was Raiko and Select Zero.
Thank you, Raiko. The next startup, for them, this is not the first time they are on the stage. And actually, as a fact, last year they already snatched the prize of 10K euros from the community. So let's see how they do this year. Welcome, Submerged, Baltic, and Carlos.
Hi, my name is Carlos, and I'm co-founder of Submerged Baltic. NATO is at hybrid war. In the last 3 years, there have been almost 50 reported subsea cable damage incidents around the world, costing up to 2 billion euros. 18 of them were deliberate, and 12 of them happened here, in our Baltic Sea. We cannot let unfriendly nations threaten us. Our solution is a cost-effective, autonomous underwater drone equipped with payload. We use machine learning for navigation sensor calibration. This reduces drone costs by 5 times while maintaining almost the same precision. This drone conducts offensive operations, safeguards critical infrastructure, and gathers data like subsea pipeline scans or enemy vehicle acoustic footprint data. One unit is priced at 80,000 euros, and each unit requires annual maintenance costing 10% of unit price annually. Our first customers will be British Petroleum. We will have a demo in Baku in 4 months for oil pipe inspection. Another first customer will be Latvian and Lithuanian Ministry of Defense. We will work together with a grant program to adapt and test the drone in NATO naval exercise. Then, using our well-established connections, we will reach northern part of NATO. The total market size is 10 billion euros, of which we will obtain 1% in 5 years, or 100 million euros to be precise. In a competitive landscape of ships and other drones, we stand out. Our solution does not require any additional equipment. It is 2 times faster than other drones, which makes it perfect for dual-use applications. And in the end of the day, it is still cheaper. Even industry leader Kongsberg Defense has validated our potential, and we are working together to develop collaboration points right now. We are a team of 6, previously awarded RTU developing underwater drones. Toms and Edwards has long experience working machine learning and robot autonomy in Latvia and at the University of Buffalo. And our advisor, Rui, seasoned Navy officer and subsystem integrator for shipbuilding company Damen. On top of that, we have strengthened our team with a world-leading R&D specialist in composite materials, Prestol, dual-use investor Scalewolf, and battery specialist, Strops Technologies. We are looking for €1 million investment to start sales in UK, Germany, and Scandinavia, to build up stock of sensors for production, and to continue product development. Ladies and gentlemen, in the modern times of surrounding threats, safety is the biggest value, so defend your waters with Submerge.
Thank you, Carlis. Daiva?
Thank you very much. And what is your annual sales current, and what is expected for the year 2025?
Yeah. Until this year, we did product development and outreach with the government, so it was 0. This year, we are expecting 4 units sold, around 400,000 euros.
Thank you.
Aziza?
Yeah, it would be great if you can expand a bit on your background and the IP that you sort of did when you were doing research.
Basically, I was doing different kind of IoT sensors for the greenhouses, and I started this research topic in the underwater drones in the RTU. So this was basically exploring what's happening there, building the propulsion system and battery system. Yeah.
And Morten. So is this automatic calibration sensor fusion part of the system? Is that patent pending or?
No, there's ways how to protect software, but we are not willing to, like, the patent won't work in this case. So it is our business know-how.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Alexander.
And where do you source the components for the drones?
Part of the drone is produced in Latvia with our partners. Let's say HAL, the motors we are buying from United States. Some sensors was from Australia, and currently we are putting all the supply chain in Europe. So we'll buy sensors from Norway and Germany.
Okay, thank you to Carlis and Submerge.
Woo! Give some love. And okay, we have only 3 startups left in this batch, so gather up your energy and make a round of applause for the next speaker, Abdullah from Sweepy, who are regulating, monitoring. Okay, he will tell you all about it. Welcome.
What is the most challenging thing for fintechs? It's regulations. Why? Because there are different markets and different regulatory frameworks in each jurisdiction, have their own languages. And also fintechs requires lots of time to investigate these regulations and resources like local lawyers, specialists to understand these regulations. And if they don't do it accurately, there are huge fines. Last year alone, there are 4.6 billion euros fine for global market, banking and fintech industry in terms of regulations. My name is Alka, one of the co-founders of Swifi, and we build regulation monitoring with AI. We crawl every language, all regulations in Europe, in the global market, and inform fintechs and give them notifications. But it's not just a notification tool. It's also, users can also create chatbots to get some, to ask the specific questions to regulatory documents. But you cannot rely 100% on AI model because they're not accurate all the time. So we have local law partners that they can ask and get advices from local experts. So we provide regulation risk-free architecture, and they can oversee jurisdictions. Regulations are complex, but what if it's easy to understand as checking your inbox? Our target market is European market, which is 10 billion euros, and our eyes are also in e-commerce market, which has lots of hurdles when it comes to cross-border operations. And our business model is pretty simple. We have SaaS, and we have on-prem solutions for banks and fintechs who have privacy concerns. Right now, we are generating 12K MRR from 7 B2B clients from Germany, from Baltic region, from Turkey, and from US. And we already closed our pre-seed round with well-known investors, startup Wise Guys, Sanity, and Turkish investors. Why us? Because with Civifi, fintechs can automatically scan all the regulations easily. And we are building our AI model for more than 2 years, which understand financial terms, regulatory terms, accurately. And it literally takes 1 minute to onboard a user. In the background, there's a highly technical team who's developing AI solutions for more than 4 years. And we have a growth hacker who's successful in the European region and allow us to gain customers. Right now, we are raising 1 million euros. We already got a commitment of 300K with the lead investor. And we will be using this money to develop a tool further and grow the sales team. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Ska.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have 2 questions, if I may. The first one is, what's the underlying technology that enable the real-time regulation monitoring? And the second one is, what would take you to upsell for your current customers that you have?
So right now, we directly scan all the regulatory platforms. One of the examples is Eurolex from European Union, and all the local regulatory platforms. As soon as it's published, it's scanned by our AI models and informs the relevant users, which is actually matching with their business data or any other stuff. And in the other part, we have, as I mentioned, we have case scenarios that users can create these chat scenarios and ask their specific questions. And with the Love partners, we are also planning to earn some commissions through this part. Yeah.
Any other? Morten?
Yeah. So what's your go-to-market strategy? How will you be able to reach the fintech companies?
Mm-hmm. Right now, we are, for example, in a POC process with Verif and Coinspade, and there's an upselling part also in this part, because these companies have fintechs, and they're onboarding fintechs into their businesses. So through these partners in the European Union, we will be able to reach smaller fintechs and upscale our sales strategy in that part. This is one of our go-to-market strategy. And we are also in German banking and association, so we will be able to reach German fintechs, and that's another our go-to-market strategy, to join associations and go to fintechs through associations. Yeah.
And Daiva?
My last question, whose data you are using? Is it the company's data, internal data, or is it market data?
If it's a SaaS tool, we firstly crawling the company data from their website, and they can import in their internal documents if they allow to. But for that reason, we also provide on-prem solutions, so they can feed the AI model with their internal data. That's what we are working with Crypto.com at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, give it up for Abdullah and Sweepy.
Next up, I will not mess up with this one. We have Tyre, and it's the world's first plug-and-play business context management platform for small and medium enterprises. And Guntis on stage. Woo!
My name is Guntis Koders. I'm a founder of Theo. We are solving one of the biggest bottlenecks and blockers for AI adoption of SMEs, and that is lack of high-quality context. And let me explain. So only 9% are utilizing AI more or less effectively. 81% are either still struggling, experimenting, or even haven't started. So it's like 330 million of businesses still trying to figure out how AI will help us. How can we adopt it? And imagine this, and why it is. Because like this AI knows everything except your unique business, right? So you might feel this frustration when you use the AI assistant, let's say. You upload documents, but you still need to explain your details about your business again and again and again. So imagine this problem multiplied across dozens of AI tools. And it will happen because the adoption of AI tools and agents and workflows will double in the next 2 to 3 years. So if the businesses won't be solving this context management problem, they are risking actually wasting a lot of time and resources with the AI tools they are underutilizing or left out at all. So what we do, we bridge the gap by turning your website and documents into this rich, contextualized intelligence. We capture things like company strategy, product audience, and other details that make your business unique. And with the structure we have, we make sure the information is not conflicting, it's aligned across all the knowledge base. So, and it works. The thing is, it works. We have early adopters reporting, 58% of them reporting much more significantly higher, more consistent and in-depth outputs from their assistants, and they get to the results like 3 to 5 times at least faster, and they are good prompters. But what's coming next, that's actually even more exciting. In Q2, Theo won't be just structuring your business context, but we will actively suggest the best workflows, AI tools specifically for your business, the best fit. And you see the deploy button. So with one click, you'll be able to deploy and have this up and running workflow agent. It will know your business right away. And when your business evolves, information changes, Theo will make sure the information is up to date and aligned across all of the tools and workflows. So, and we are market ready at perfect timing because the AI processing costs decreased last year a lot, so it became affordable for the SMEs. The capabilities of the models, they reach the limit, so they actually can process this large volume of context. We are targeting 150 million opportunity in US, simple pricing model, and a team with a blend of startup technology consultancy academy with the backed angel investors, well-known founders. We are raising 500, 430 already filled to get to the 550 annual revenues next year, Q1. Thank you.
Thank you, Guntis. Do I see any questions from the jury? Daiva?
What is your expected revenues per client?
On average, we see an RPU of 55 euros a month for SME, micro SME, yeah. And more from the consultants as they have more like projects.
Thank you.
Morten, so is that per user or per company?
Per company.
Per company.
Yeah, it's like an average. Depends on how many refinements they have, API calls, and how many these knowledge bases they create, but yeah.
So do you have ideas for upsell from that? I mean, identifying and deploying other AI tools, for instance?
We will have add-ons, yeah, of course. There were mentioned add-ons, different kind of extending the knowledge base, larger context, and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And what is your current go-to-market strategy, as well as what is the current customer acquisition cost?
So actually, after the launch, we stopped marketing and selling at all, opened pre-seed and prepared for the scaling. But the approach was we integrated through Zapier. We start with Zapier AI platforms, so they have integration and templates to be used. And we are partnering with AI course creators. We have a pilot in February, and the shortlist we have, they have like 70 million audience in the US. Exactly the audience they're looking to learn and adopt AI, so it's a perfect match.
Okay, thank you, Guntis and
Thank
Theo.
you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And here we are. This is the last startup of the first batch. Digital health platform that improves recovery for patient success. And welcome Ingus from Valif AI.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ingus, and I am the CTO of Valify. So be prepared for some bugs in my presentation. This is the health history of my grandmother. So imagine an 80-year-old carrying this to doctor's appointments. It's ridiculous, right? But why is this happening? It's because doctors find this easier and better to use than the current systems in the healthcare. So, because the information is scattered across different platforms, some of the data is behind paywall, some of the data is not accessible at all, a lot of health data is not stored at all. So yeah. This is important for pretty much everyone who has health data, including fitness enthusiasts, elderly people who have complex interconnected health issues. And this issue is also important for doctors because they are losing time, they're losing money, and they are not able to offer the best service, the service that they want to offer their clients. So there are quite a few problems, and I will talk about a few of them. So sharing information between doctors is difficult. A patient goes to doctor for the first time, and it is hard for them to tell everything that doctors before have told them. Patients have too much information, and that they are not doctors themselves, so it is hard for them to make a good decision. Data is scattered all over the place. There are paywalls. Data is very slow to access for doctors. And not enough value is gained from all the health data that exists out there. So what we want to do is build a platform for both healthcare institutions and also patients. So all of user health data available in one platform. So it's easy for both the patient to use, easy for the doctor. Patients get a proactive AI assistant. Doctors get AI tools, easier communication channels with patients. This is our team. Jānis has helped more than 50 SMEs as head of a business incubator. I have worked on government projects as a full stack engineer. And we also have a doctor who specializes in injury recovery. He's a sports doctor. We have amazing advisors covering 3 different fields. Our market is growing 13% per year. We want to offer a subscription for patients, tier-based subscription for healthcare institutions. We're looking for 250K in the pre-seed round. We want everyone to own their health data, all of it accessible in one place. We want to disrupt the ecosystem as well because we feel that existing players are too slow and too inefficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ingus. Ska?
Yeah, thank you, Ingus. I think there's quite a fragmentation when it comes to electronic, patient record within European countries, and how do you plan to go around, entering different countries, tackling different regulatory barrier?
So we plan to start with Latvia. Our goal is to first build a product that is good for healthcare specialists here. We plan to pilot in March with a health clinic that has 2,000 patients. We also have some interest from local hospitals, so we start there, but we keep in mind the bigger goal because we're not building a platform only for Latvia. We're building a platform for pretty much for every country, right? We don't want to limit ourselves to one country.
Aziza?
Yeah, thanks so much. I wanted to understand, how do you think engagement, how would you ensure engagement, both on the consumer side, but also on the doctor side? Because I think consumers are overwhelmed by too many apps, and doctors have already particular workflows that they engage with.
Right, so we have interviewed quite a few doctors, mostly focusing on physiotherapists and traumatologists, and they have told us that this is the product that they actually need, and this is the product that they would love to use. So that is the product we are trying to build to really make their work easier. So we expect it to be natural for them to use something like this, because it would ease their workflow.
Morten?
So the idea is to sort of replace the existing journaling system, or is this something living in parallel?
It's something living in parallel because we also want to add additional data sources, for example, data from fitness trackers, user self-evaluation, about how they feel, their injuries, their sicknesses, and so on. We want all the possible health data, well managed, well organized, and accessible to the patient and the doctors.
Okay, thank you, Ingus and Velif AI.
Well, guys, we have made it. We are done with the first batch of startups pitching for the 50 Founders Battle 2025. How's the energy in the room? Are you still there and alive and kicking and happy and excited? Give the voice. Who is already on the second coffee? Okay, I don't see any hands. Like, I assume everyone, maybe. So, Aris, tell us what is next.
So next we're gonna be talking about how to build a sustainable business, because you know sometimes with startups you have chaos, and in the short term chaos can be good, but if you have a maintained chaos for a really long time, then everything's gonna go to the shitter, right? So at some point you have to reach a balance. So we will welcome our next speakers, but to get some blood flowing, can I ask all of you please to stand up? Okay, and with a standing ovation, let's welcome Mike Butcher, editor-at-large at TechCrunch. Woo! And Helena Samudurova, co-founder of InCooling.
You can sit down, guys. Wowee, I can't see any of you. If you're standing at the back, there are seats at the front here. You don't need to be shy. We don't bite. It'll be fine. Right. Enjoy, everybody. Mike Butcher from TechCrunch. Oh, wow. This is like a lounge, isn't it? We're sitting down. We'll be here for a while.
We'll just pretend that it's just the two of us.
What do we do? Sit on the edge? I don't know what to do. What do you want to do? Relax. I'll relax. All I need now is a cigar and a glass of whiskey. Everyone, it's fantastic to be back. I have not been back at TechChill since 2020. Do you remember 2020? No, you all have post-traumatic stress disorder. So do I. I came to TechChill, and then someone would have told me that, somebody's getting a cold or something. I was like, okay. Anyway, back to London. So that was an interesting sojourn, but it's great to be back here in Riga. I am excited. And Helena Samudurova, from InCooling. It's a delight to meet you. We have not met before. You are a founder of InCooling. And InCooling, these chairs are hilarious. I love the color, but they're, wow. InCooling actually appeared on TechCrunch's stage back in, when was it? 2020? 2022, sorry.
In the middle of the post-traumatic stress.
In the middle of the post-traumatic stress disorder post-COVID. Yeah. So, and you pitched on our stage. What was that experience like?
Honestly, I can't remember.
You can't remember. That's everybody says that because talk about PTSD.
I remember coming on and I remember coming off, but anything in the middle I have to watch in the YouTube video because I can't remember for myself.
Did you do the pitching?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, amazing. It's quite a big experience, isn't it? Because we also train you how to pitch on TechCrunch's stage.
There is so much build-up. It's insane. You get trained by the best in the world, and it's honestly so amazing, I think. Even what struck me the most was how they ask the questions. So they'll be like, well, you're a woman in the tech space, you know, there's not that many of us. You will have kind of these closed, directed questions at you that are meant to fail you instead of asking open-ended questions that they do to male counterparts. And learning that was like, oh, wow, they rig you at every single corner that they can. And it was really nice of TechCrunch to be able to bring that to the surface and train me and learn me how to do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I won't do too much advertising, but yeah, it's pretty good, and it's also entirely free, which is quite cool.
Yeah, so if you haven't applied, go. It's a really cool experience.
You should 100%, and we'll be there in the autumn, in the fall, in San Francisco again, 10,000 people, so come along and join us. Now, you began, what I think is fascinating about your journey is you began developing InCooling's technology. This is server cooling, isn't it? A very sophisticated version of server cooling in 2018 with your co-founder Rudy, correct? And you met at something that was in Eindhoven, in the Dutch city of Eindhoven, And you also partnered with CERN in Switzerland on this cooling technology. What was that whole experience like? Did that really help the kind of product development?
Yeah, so maybe before I answer that question, I'll give a bit of a backstory to the audience. I can't see, but I'm assuming it's there.
They're all there. Don't worry, they're all there.
You can cheer a little bit, then I can hear
Yeah.
you. Yeah, there we go.
Guys, come and sit at the front. There's lots of seats. Come and. It's just a friendly
I think
fireside
I only
chat.
heard like 10 people cheering.
There's-
Is that all there is? Amazing, yes. So I'm from Liepaja, so I'm a fellow Latvian, and that's why they've invited me back, I presume. I've been living abroad for 15 years now, and I lived in the Netherlands since 2018, so 6 years ago, and that's when I moved to Eindhoven to a startup accelerator. So that's where your question comes from. I started working on an innovation and impact project, which is what I wanted to do, and by accident, I started a company. It was never my intention, to be honest. I thought I'd hate it, and I was scared in every step, but it turned out to be one of the best experiences. One of the hardest ones, of course, but one of the best ones of my life in terms of personal and professional growth. The thing is, when you start a company on your own, it's very difficult. So I had a chance to work in a startup accelerator, and you're exposed to different ecosystems, investors, partners, one of them being CERN. So they were part of the ecosystem there. And the way we started is we had access to their technology, and we had to commercialize their technology, and that's how our business was born.
And it's a very interesting journey because you obviously look deeply into the technology, and you came up with a. Just give us I think from in your own words, give us a little bit of a description of what you came up with and what in-cooling does.
So in very simple terms, our mission is to cool down the planet one computer server at a time, and what we developed was basically fridge on a chip.
A what?
A fridge.
A fridge on a chip. Amazing. Well, that's the shortest pitch I've ever heard, I think.
It took me years to develop that.
Well, it does help. I must admit, when entrepreneurs pitch me, I do want them to make it quite short. It does help, doesn't it? And so you've done this, and you've actually raised quite a lot of money, haven't you?
Yeah, we've raised over, I think, 6.5 million in private subsidies and personal investment, which for a first-time founder, first time in tech space, first time doing anything was quite a big achievement, I'd say.
So 2022, and 3 years later, 2025. What's it look like? What does the business look like right now?
So maybe to take a step back, how many people, well, everyone's in the tech space, I assume, because you're here in the TechChill, right? Right?
If you're in the movie business, you might be at the wrong conference.
Yeah. So we built a cooling system to accelerate how chips perform. So currently, the biggest issue is energy efficiency in data centers. You can't cool them enough, and if they're not cool enough, they don't run fast enough. So basically, you've bought a Ferrari, but you can only take it for shopping and groceries. Yeah, it's not what you bought it for, right? And mainly it's because engine's overheating. So what we developed is basically a cooling system, like a fridge, that you can put on the engine, on chip in this instance, to make it go 100% and do it, whilst doing it, actually use less fuel, less energy in this instance. What the business looks like today, well, we started pre-COVID, we started 2018. At the time, we had to educate people why it's important. What the hell is a data center? What is that? Why is it important? Why is the energy efficiency important? Fast forward, COVID hit, everybody's on Zoom. Zoom is frozen. People leave meetings because you can't do it because it's overheated. And then they started realizing, oh, crap, there's a lot of energy being used. Businesses moving more and more online. We have to do something about it. And now fast forward to 2025, people know about it. I talk about it. People actually come up to me and have a nice, decent conversation about the energy efficiency aspect. But when it comes to corporations, it takes a long time to implement. So we tried as a company to become part of the supply chain, to be one of the companies that do the cooling systems and work together with companies like Intel, Dell, HP, NVIDIA, all of the big guys. But to be honest, we're a very small company, and even though we had very big partners...
It must have been very interesting going in to talk to these enormous companies with your technology. I mean, what were those conversations like?
People are people, no matter where you go, whether it's a high VP or an engineer that's just started. If you know how to work with people, you'll be able to get quite far. So I learned that it didn't matter who you were, just be yourself, be kind and believe in what you do, and that'll take you much further than any knowledge or any university you've ever been to.
Well, so did you found that your approach was more important than maybe even sometimes the underlying kind of technology? It was more like, how were you going to work with the companies?
Absolutely. So we
Right.
had a really cool, and we have very cool technology, don't get me wrong, but you know engineers, most of the engineers, you can't pitch your product because it's too technical, people don't understand it. And we would be having these meetings with these VPs of these big companies, and everybody would be stressing out. It's like, oh, don't be late, or prepare this or that, or, you know, you have to be very respectful. And I'm like, well, we're always respectful, whether it's a secretary or a VP, it doesn't really matter. And them seeing us so calm and us declining meetings because we said, yeah, well, we can't do it because we have something else going on. And you know, us standing our ground, it was like, how dare you? And we're like, well, if we do it, we're going to do it the right way. We're not going to sacrifice ourselves for it. And that was the biggest learning. It's just always be yourself and stand your ground.
Did you find that you were learning entrepreneurship on the job?
Absolutely.
And give us an example of kinds of things that happened to you.
I don't think you can learn entrepreneurship in the classroom anyway. So, for example, funding. Funding is a very interesting one. You have a mission, you're so passionate, and you think, okay, well, we have a solution that will literally save the world. They're going to care about that, right? Right? And then like a meme pops up in your head. You go to these financial meetings and you go to funds and you ask for loans, and then the things they care about is so different. So for example, we had to take out a loan during COVID to sort of bridge us from the gap until we got new financing. The bank at the time, they wanted to make sure that if we failed, they could take everything, including our floors, which were worth like just a couple of £100. And I'm like, that's what you're concerned about? Not that we might not make it and might not save the world. And it was a kind of a reality check all the time. As an entrepreneur, it's like you have the dream, you have the drive, and then just reality kicks in all the time.
I see. So, and how did you and your co-founder get on during that kind of scale-up period?
So we got very lucky because when we started, I didn't know him, neither he knew me. I was 23, he was 20, so very young people. And we got very lucky because we came to be...
You started in 2018, was
it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We were very lucky because we are very compatible in terms of skills. So what I can't do, he can, but we didn't know at the time. And looking back, I'm like, it could have gone so wrong, but luckily it didn't. And as you go through... Entrepreneurship felt like a real relationship, like, or maybe some people to refer to it like a marriage. You go through everything together, you have to make all decisions together. You employ people, they sort of become your kids, like you start feeling responsible for them because you are. In our case, we also took a bit more care for them because they came from abroad, you know, first time in the country, and I could relate with that, having moved there myself. And it was a heavy burden, but you really learn a lot about each other. And I think that helped the business because every time we had a difficult business decision, we knew we could take it because on a personal level, the bond was strong.
Just remind us who your major investors were again.
It was a German company, German defense company, Rheinmetall. We also had investors, a private angel, and a couple of sponsors from just the Dutch government side.
And did you find that as young entrepreneurs that they treated you well or gently perhaps as young entrepreneurs?
They treated us very well, but the only main difference was they were not used to funding startups. So like with the German companies or the governments, they used to seeing financial models, or we're in the tech space. So everyone who is in the tech space, you'll know that it takes a really long time for the product, in deep tech, to get your product onto the market. This is very long sales cycles. That's what they seem to forget. And we're a very small company, so we would do the investment round, I'll do the due diligence, and I have all these compliance documents, and we're like, 80% of the stuff they required, we just did not have, because we don't need to, we're a small company. There was no need for that, and it was a giant waste of time in that sense, because they also had to learn that we can't ask these questions because there's no answers to them. But on their system, because they've done it always, it was like, yeah, unless you have a tick, we can't give you the money. And I'm like, yeah, well, then the tick is not going to happen. Goodbye. And then that's another example. We said, well, we'll just walk away because we can't give you what we don't have. And then they're like, okay, well, we're in too deep now. We have to. So we kind of turned the tables, and then they came forward to help us.
And so you got to a certain point. You raised about $6 or $7 million. When was the last round? Was it last year?
It was
or the
in
year before,
2022,
or?
I think.
22.
It was right after the tech crunch. I was still in San Francisco. I was
Yeah.
in that hotel room, dead after the
Tell
conference.
us what happened. Tell us what happened.
As I'm preparing for the conference, which was the biggest conference of my life at the time, you know, you're stressed, you've done your pitch, you're prepared for the questions and answers, and you're in San Francisco, it's the first time, you're like, oh my God, like, took the tram, it's amazing, it's like a movie, and it's fantastic. We're in this hotel on like the 15th floor, you can see the entire San Francisco, the financial district, the sun is shining, life is just amazing, and you're like, so stressed, you haven't slept because you have a big thing going on, and then back home, you know, you have to, your company's about to go, like, have €0 on the bank account, and you're like, yeah, but you need to submit these documents, we need to have these things I've just discussed, otherwise we won't get the money, and the people are waiting, and they have like 15 missed calls an hour from lawyers, from, you know, from due diligence people, from everywhere, trying to figure out, okay, well, where are we in the process, have we got it, have we not, and it burns you out. You're like, you're so stressed at that time because you're doing it for the first time, so you don't know that it's going to be all right. Nobody knows that. You believe what they tell you. So I think it's like 5 in the afternoon. So we've done the pitch. I've come back to the hotel, ordered some food, scheduled a call with Germany just to make sure that, you know, everything's in order. And then that was it. They said it's done. And they're like, what do you mean it's done? It's like, yeah, the money's on your account.
Bingo.
And you're like, what? And you open it, and then you see it, and you're like, you're in shock. Like, you've been working for it so long that when it actually happened, you just couldn't believe it. All of a sudden, you felt like your life had no purpose anymore, but in a good way. Like, it was just very baffling experience. It's a day that I still remember very clearly.
Presumably, it wasn't the pitching that made them sign the check. That was all in process.
That was already in process. It was a nice cherry on the cake. So then I was like, my next thing was like, oh my God, how am I going to announce it? Because I was also in charge of marketing at the time. I'm like, okay, well, I have a tech crunch, I have amazing photos, I have press releases. So there's like amazing marketing campaign I can deal with that, you know, in San Francisco with Silicon Valley and everything around it. And then we have this major investment, like we've raised millions, we've worked on it tirelessly for 6 months, and it all happened at the same time. It's like, oh my God, can't have it been like 3 months later, and then I would have like a nice marketing campaign for every 3 months. No, it's like, oh, everything happened at the same time.
Amazing, all coming together.
Yeah, it's just it goes to show that you work hard for things, and just nothing happens, and then one day, everything happens.
So you obviously got, it's a fantastic story. So you got to that sort of point, but then something, you started to make decisions and have some ideas about maybe taking a different direction compared to perhaps some of the average startup journey, didn't you? Tell us about what the next phase is.
Yeah, so for the audience, for a bit of context, we went through the full startup journey. We had all the ups and all the downs. What I described was a nice up, but we also had quite a few downs. And one down happened last year where we realized we couldn't get further investment what we needed to because of other reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with us, prevented us from getting the investment that we planned on. So we decided that we couldn't continue in the way we were working, not without the investment. And we felt that the way the company was going, with having a lot of people, many partners, you know, really scaling up, it wasn't really for us. It wasn't just the type of people me and Rudy, my co-founder, were. And we decided that it was the best thing for everybody if we scaled down to sort of a really small team and really changing our ambitions. Because, you know, when you start raising investment, you have shareholder obligations, you have a lot of things that need to be done that really don't allow you to focus on your product or the thing that you loved in the first place. And then we had this hard decision, okay, letting people go. The people that we, you know, they've become friends to this very day, and we're having dinner next week, for example. But it was all very hard. And
what did your investors say?
Well, we showed that it was hard to get a business case with it, so they agreed. So we had a very nice, natural end to things, and because they couldn't give extra investment, they also left. So we had no issues in that front, so we were able to downscale.
So did you send some of the money back, or retain it, or did they write it off, or how did it work?
We distributed whatever we had back to whomever we could give,
Right.
Just to keep it as fair as we possibly could,
Mhm.
with the intention that if we grow again, then we'll give the proceeds or we'll give the name or whatever it is at that time to the people that still helped in that process and deserved it. But we just wanted to try on our own, again, not with investor ties or just any responsibility beyond our own. So as a company, we really wanted to be at the top level, so we wanted to be the next Intel, the next AMD, the next NVIDIA sort of thing. That was our ambition. And we had the partners and we had a lot of things for it, but except that it just wasn't in our character to do that. So we decided...
You felt it wasn't in your character as founders or as a company, or what do you mean by that?
It was the way we wanted the company to run. We couldn't see it working on a large scale as founders and as a company. So we felt that maybe it's best that we collaborate rather than trying to compete with others. Let's work together. And we're happy if we're just a small fish in a large supply chain, but because sometimes you need to be small, but you can still make very big impact. You don't have to be very big to do big things.
Sometimes founders, they go, you know what, I've had a great journey, I'm going to take a step back. You talk to the investors, they say, great, we'll take it, that's fine, we'll take it from here. You retain maybe a board seat or advisory or something. You retain a stake of the company, they get a new CEO who's maybe experienced in scaling companies up. Did you think about that option?
We did, but it was difficult to get the business case in the market for us because of the complexity of the industry. It's an old industry. Changing things is very difficult, and without very, very large investments, we just couldn't see a way to do it. And by that point, we were just also tired, and we said, okay,
in order to just take on a massive industry, you need enormous amounts of capital. It's an big incumbent industry. So, and you felt you'd done the journey.
We felt that we did everything that we could, and we felt that for it to continue the way we would feel comfortable with, we would better take a step back than rather... The thing is, when you give something you've created to somebody else, then you have no control over it, and then it kind of lingers around, and you have... We didn't want to take that chance, and we just said, okay, we've had a nice run, everyone's really appreciated, we've given people jobs, we've helped them, buy their first homes, have their first children, those are the things that really mattered at the end, and anything that we can do after it, it's just an extra bonus.
So in a way, it was kind of like the opposite of that scene in the Silicon Valley comedy show where the guy's at the bar and he's raised too much money and now he's had to take a down round and he's like, oh no, what have I done, kind of thing. So you kind of went through a different parallel universe.
We just slipped through the cracks.
You slipped through the cracks. Well done. It's awesome. That's actually a very mature thing. Even though you were young founders, it's a very mature attitude and a mature decision to make.
I think we're two old couple people in young people's bodies. That's how we feel.
I think it's a wonderful story. So,
Thank you.
This collaborative. Does it quickly define this collaborative approach? You're not, instead of scaling and stuff, you're obviously still running the company. So what's it going to be doing?
Well, we'll still continue developing on the technology. Technology is there, IP is there, all the knowledge. There's nobody that knows better about data center cooling than us. I'm absolutely sure about that. And that will not go anywhere. So and we have all the partners on our speed dial, and all the people still want to, even though they work at large corporates and they, as individuals, can't do anything about it, they want to see it succeed in any way possible. So we'll just explore different avenues. We don't know what's there. World is wide. So maybe we'll go open source, make it available to engineers. Maybe we'll still manage to make a business case out of it. Maybe there's a partner here that thinks it's very cool and wants to have the best cooling system in the world, then, we're happy to talk, but we just want to do the right thing.
Very interesting, very interesting. I think it's an unusual direction that I don't often see in startups. And are you developing R&D as well? Are you doing more R&D?
We have been for the last 5-6 years. With the downsizing, we've sort of put a stop to that for the moment because it costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
And we don't have that. But we have developed it in different ways.
So presumably, now that you're taking this approach, do you have more time on your hands? How involved in the business are you going to be?
This gives a lot more time to sort of recover, because as every founder will know, it takes a lot of you, and if you don't have a balance in your life, it can burn you out. I've definitely also experienced some symptoms of that myself. I'm a Latvian, and I love the culture we have here, and I'd love to spend more time. That's why I'm also here in Latvia now, to spend more time with local people, learning about the challenges here, and maybe sharing my knowledge. I'm also working on a movie project about Latvian culture, our singing and song dance festival, so completely something different. But that all sort of ties into the things I believe, which is, global impact. You can do it in many different ways, whether it's, making a really cool cooling system and saving a bunch of energy, or maybe working on a movie project that inspires people to be their best selves. It's the common denominator is the same.
I see. So you're going to broaden your interests and work on some other things as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And you're retaining an interest and still being involved in cooling?
Absolutely.
And tell us a little bit more about your personal journey. You're obviously a female founder. I mean, sometimes I'm not. It's kind of sometimes a bit strange to concentrate on that, but because there are so few women in the tech industry, often you have your own journey that is different to the male journey. What's been your journey, and what about entrepreneurship, and what do you feel about that journey?
From a female perspective?
Sure. Or
my personal?
Or whatever you want.
Well, you think you know something and then you realize you know nothing. I think that's with every experience. As a girl in space, I would say there was some couple of really hard reality checks. I live in Netherlands. It's in a relatively progressive country with terms of equality and things like that. But even there are a lot of things to be improved, especially when you go to these board meetings. You'll often be the only woman there, and no matter how nice they are, that female-male energy, my journey was really starting feeling the energies of people, and there is really a difference between when there's a lot of women in the room and men, and no matter how hard men try, you can never be a woman. I mean, it's just what it is, and recognizing the values that people bring in that was very eye-opening to me, and also saw why it's such a challenging world, because the industry is primarily male-driven. So things like caring about sustainability and energy efficiency in the world and other people, it comes a little bit more, I think, naturally from women's perspective than men is more like making a business case happen. And you need both to make it work, but I think the balance in there was a little bit off from my perspective.
Do you think that in the era of Trump and anti-DEI and the cancellation of sustainable projects in the US, all the news that's coming out of the United States at the moment, do you think that will affect entrepreneurial and startup culture in the next few years?
I don't think so.
Why?
I think entrepreneurs is something that you become a lot of the times out of necessity because you need to. That's just how you are as a person. Those policies might not make it favorable for you to do one thing or another, but I don't think it'll stop entrepreneurship as a whole. It just might redirect it to different kind of projects. I mean, Trump is just one aspect. There's so many things happening in the world that could, like the wars, that could be stopping things, but people still try and get up. That's just in our nature.
So you think that it's not going to affect things? It's kind of more like culture war rather than it's a bit. Do you feel that it's a little bit divorced from reality? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it's just in people's nature to start and try new things and change the things. And the policies are just going to either make it better or worse. They're going to either help or not. But the inherent need to do that, it'll still be there.
And obviously, you started in cooling because you're very passionate about the environment. And global sustainability. Do you think that push towards sustainability will continue in the industry, or that other things will happen?
Absolutely. I mean, before I started in cooling, I did a degree on oceanography, so I have many wide interests. And one thing I learned is that if you have a great product, it'll always find its way to the market. If there will be a problem in the nature, it'll always make itself known through storms or hurricanes and, the climate change issues we've had. So even if we don't focus it on it, it'll make itself shown, and we'll have to adhere.
You've already said that you're very passionate about Latvia and the Baltics. We were discussing backstage, actually, about the history of the culture and the language. You're involved in movie projects now, and other things. Obviously, you're quite a Renaissance woman, shall we say. You have a varied range of interests. What is, what would you be your sort of message to an entrepreneur who was your age when very early 20s, starting out now in 2025? Would you do things the same, differently? What advice would you give them, especially if you're perhaps from this country as well?
I had the chance of being in a conference last week on the new entrepreneurs in Latvia, and the message I gave there is going to be the same I'm giving now. Is really focused on finding the balance in life. I think that was the most valuable lesson for me. Whether it's in entrepreneurship, whether it's what you want to do with life, your relationships, try to look more inwards than outwards and seeing what's happening in the world, because it's easy to see, okay, there's an AI, let me start an AI startup, let me try to catch the wave. Do that you're actually passionate about it so that it comes from within. Don't focus on it because the market says, oh, it's not now a good time to do that. Try to look inside, what is it that you really feel that brings balance to you, and try to follow that. And maybe the situation in the world, like maybe with Trump's policies, doesn't help you in that moment, but try to develop that inner fire, because at some point it'll make sense. And that's something I didn't do, and that's what I would do differently if I was at that age. But having said that, you all have to make mistakes. Otherwise, if you did it all right from the beginning, it wouldn't be the same.
Helena Samadurova, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. It was really touching you.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Mike Butcher from TechCrunch, and I shall see you at TechChill. Thank you.
Woo. Woo. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Helena. It was really a great story. Now we are moving on. We are moving back to 50 Founders Battle, one of the most exciting things happening in TechChill. And to remind you what we're doing here, we have 50 startups pitching today. And we have 5 jury members for each of the batches, and each startup has 3 minutes to pitch, 2 minutes to answer questions, and at the end of each batch, jury will leave the room to choose the finalists who will pitch again tomorrow and compete for a really, really cool prize pool. What's in it, Ari?
Yes, the startups are competing for a lot of prizes. First of all, 10,000 euros, no strings attached. It means they do whatever they want with it. Do something useful, totally wasted, doesn't matter. There's also more than 600,000 of investment up for grabs from different VC funds and business angel networks. And then also a lot of smaller, cooler things. You can get a tuition to Draper University Hero Program, maybe get a photo with Tim Draper. That's a guy with very expressive eyebrows. So that's great content for LinkedIn or wherever you want to post it. And we're going to move on to the second batch right now. So I can see we have almost all the jurors in place. I will introduce you. You have the microphones, and you tell a little bit about myself. And I will start with Linda from Karma Ventures.
Hi, Linda, Karma Ventures, as said, investment manager. We are a 100 million deep tech software fund based out of Estonia, investing all over Europe. Ticket size is 1 to 5 million, so anything a bit more on the late seed and Series A side. Good to be here.
Thank you, Linda. A round of applause for Linda. We also have Matthias from Biofounders.
Hey everyone, my name is Matthias. I'm with Biofounders, and we are the community-powered VC of the New Nordics. So we have a 110 million euro fund investing in the most ambitious founders being in this region and coming from this region, what we call the New Nordics, and 500K to 3.5 million euro checks.
Thank you, Matthias. We have a local health expert, Sigvards from Verge Health Tech Fund.
Hey everyone. So my name is Sigvards. I'm an associate at Verge Health Tech Fund, a health tech exclusive VC fund out of actually Singapore. But I'm based here locally, and we invest in global impactful health techs. Happy to be here.
All right, a round of applause for Sigvards. Next up, we have Radoslav from Purpose Tech VC.
Yeah, hey, Rado here from Purpose Tech. We're a Czech-based fund investing in super early stages to outlandishly talented founders building something in health, sustainability, and education. The ticket sizes range from 100 to 200K, so super early stage round. And yeah, that's Purpose Tech in a nutshell.
All right. Thanks, Radoslav. And last but not least, Kari Ingrid from Iron Wolf Capital.
Hi, I took a break from the ping pong tournament judging and keeping closer to the ground as a deep tech investor, rather deep than high. My name is Kari Ingrid Lilles, as mentioned, from Iron Wolf Capital. We're an early stage pan-Baltic deep tech and AI fund, so happy to talk to any generalist deep tech startups over here. We typically invest €500,000 to €2 million checks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Another round of applause for all the jurors. They have hard work ahead of them, and I think we are ready to start the second batch.
Let's get the ball rolling and welcome on the stage Ronald Skulme, the CEO of B-Detect. Woo!
Hi, we are B-Detect. We are saving lives by making skin cancer detection more accessible and accurate. Skin cancer, as you may know, is one of the deadliest forms of cancer worldwide. And every year, just from melanoma, 60,000 people die. And it's predicted that new melanoma cases will increase by 35% in upcoming years. And it is very important to detect melanoma in the early stage because survival rates dramatically decrease in later stages. And while the disease progresses, many people are waiting for weeks to see a good specialist, and it costs a lot of money. We wanted to change that. So we have created a non-invasive multispectral skin cancer detection system powered by artificial intelligence. It is really easy to use. If the scan is skin formation skin cancer, it is just highlighted a bright red color. So the device is very convenient, more than 97% accurate. It has a self-learning and self-adjusting smart diagnostics technology, which is already tested on more than 4,000 skin formations in clinics. The market data shows that the dermatology device market size is increasing and will reach 22 billion euros in upcoming years. So it's evident demand for diagnostics technology source will continue to increase. And by implementing this technology into the market, everybody would benefit. Patients will get better healthcare, medical specialists would improve their diagnostics accuracy, and payers would save their resources. At the moment, we are already finalizing our manufacturing-ready prototypes, and the next step is to certificate them. And that's why we are looking for 500,000 euros. And our team of professionals have all the necessary skills to bring this technology to the market. We already have achieved different awards and attracted investments from different sources. So if you would like to potentially save millions of people's lives, you should support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. Linda?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Who are you competing with at the moment? And what does the market look like at the moment? And overall, tell us a little bit about what exists today.
Yeah, today mainly dermatologists are using dermoscopes. Basically what it is if we talk in the simple terms, it's like a magnifying glass. And they do this diagnosis initially basically only on their knowledge. Our device allows to take off all these individual characteristics of a professional to a digital device which is much more accurate. If based on scientific evidence, like professional dermatologists around 80% accurate, we already are at 97%.
And just to ask, are there any other devices like this out there?
Yes, there are. We systematically are analyzing the competition. There are, let's say, around 30 other companies which are trying or doing something, but there are approximately 5 main competitors who are doing something the same. But we excel in the accuracy, in our data management system, also in the how much data we could provide for the potential user.
Okay, a quick one from Sigvards.
What kind of clinical validation have you done so far, and on how many patients?
Yeah, we have tested this device in many clinics in the Latvian Oncology Center, in Semmelweis University in Hungary, on more than 4,000 skin formations.
Thank you. This was Ronald's and BDetect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, well, well. So what do we have next? I'm going to read this one. Brachy-dose eliminates radiation injuries with a disposable dose measuring tool and AI-driven insights. So, Neringa, welcome on the stage.
Hi everyone, my name is Neringa. I'm going to tell you a story about the method to treat the cancerous tumors. It's called brachytherapy. In a brachytherapy, we use radioactive seeds to kill cancerous cells. But the main question for doctors still is, how to get radiation dose right? Strong enough to kill cancerous cells, but not to damage the surrounding healthy organs. Because this happens a lot. Over 80% of these procedures, they cause radiation burning, injury, swelling. It can even get worse as loss of reproductive capabilities. Chronic pain will extend the staying in a hospital time by weeks. There must be a better way to help cancer patients, doctor, and healthcare system itself. This is what we do. We develop disposable sensor which measures accurate, precise radiation dose delivered to healthy organs which must be saved from radiation. We bring this essential data immediately to medical doctor. So what's the outcome? The prevention of up to 100% of radiation injuries caused in cervical, breast, prostate cancer cases. Also, we save hospital costs by 25%. We save doctors time, so instead of taking care of one cancer patient, they have enough time to take care of 2 cancer patients. And most importantly, we help cancer patients to leave hospital 3 to 5 days faster. This earns additionally 10,000 euros per day for average European hospital. We'll deliver hospitals by our disposable sensors, the hardware which retrieves the data from the sensors, and the software licenses. And while radiotherapy is done in more than 100 countries, our service obtainable market there is almost 1 billion euros. And we are starting from brachytherapy procedures and then scaling to general radiotherapies, which is billions of euros market. For now, brachydose is finalizing CE marking procedures. We already done the clinical trials with the prostate cancer cases, and BSV already invested in us. Our doctors says this is the innovation they were waiting for the last 10 years to come into clinical use. And we, the team of experienced medical engineers, data analytics, managing the team of oncologists, logistics, manufacturing experts, we are as well employing the sales manager to bring brachydose happen. And we are looking for 500K to bring brachydose to German market in upcoming 18 months. This is 300 million opportunity for us in 3 upcoming years. And we will not gonna stop there. We will scale to European 27, and then we'll transform our hardware device company to data company. Their Roche company and other pharma companies will help us to reach 4 billion market opportunity. Hey everyone, join us and bring brachytherapy to every radiotherapy procedure worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naringa. Judges. Matthias.
I'm a little bit curious of like, obviously, a heavily regulated space, I would imagine. Like, what does your go-to-market look like? And who's the buyer inside these organizations? And what sort of challenges are you facing on that front?
Thank you. Yes, it is. The market is very regulated. From the one side, it's very regulated, but from the other side, it's very clear pathway what you should do to go to the market. So our first target is to get CE marking as soon as we can. We had some sales without CE marking. It was a research device for research. So, firstly, get CE marking, get into hospitals, and we have all 3 Lithuanian hospitals in our pipeline at the moment.
Radoslav?
Yeah, thank you very much for a great pitch. Could you please walk us through how the competition in this space actually looks like? Are there any other solutions?
Yes, it is. There are software and hardware solutions doctors could use, but they don't want to use it because they don't deliver essential data they need. So we are the only ones who can collect 10 times more data than other solutions in the market, and we are the only ones who collect the data from healthy organs, not from the targeted tumor. So that's our value specifically for a medical doctor.
Thank you to Naringa and brachytherapy.
Thank you.
So, next company with the name I Get It. They're saying that there's a way to communicate without relying on speech. So let's see how they will communicate it to us. Welcome on stage, Diana from I Get It.
This is Mark, and this is his family, Mom and Dad, and this is how colorful Mark's life is, his feelings, his dreams. But this is how much parents know about it. But Mark just can't tell them more because Mark has ASD, Autism Spectrum Disorder. In our society, around 3% of people has autism, and 30% of them can't speak. The reason for this is just that their brain works in a different way, which causes speech processing delay and word meaning misunderstandings. That's why people with autism prefer for visual communication, for printed cards or for applications. But printed cards, it's actually very expensive. And it's very difficult each time to search for needed card, because for basic communication, you need at least 500 cards. Existing applications, they have a different sort of problems. All of them has a low graphic quality or limited or absolutely no images inside. But Visual Communication Assistant, I Get It, will cover all these problems. It's your time and money saver. This is one application, but perfect solution for both, as for caregiver and for the person with autism. How it works? Very easy. All you have to do, just record your sentence, and it will be immediately converted into images. Or for the person with autism, he can compose his answer using our unlimited image library. There are a lot of benefits using I Get It, but the most important is that it's very cheap, and it's very easy to use, and it has unlimited image library. Our main clients are people with autism, their parents, friends, medical, educational institutions, support groups. Autism grows each year, and now it's already 1 in 36 people. 20 years ago, it was 5 times less, by the way. And autism treatment market grows as well. If now it's already $34 billion, in 7 years, it will be already 52. We already had our demo project in 2023, and we won the competition as a best solution for people with disabilities and the best startup idea. In April, we're planning to launch our application. If only 10% of non-verbal people with autism will use our subscription, for only $1, our estimated monthly revenue will be more than $2 million, and it's only 10%. In our future plans is to integrate a messenger inside to make communication on distance even more comfortable, and dedicated device to make it even more accessible. This is my team. It's 4 developers with different tech stacks, and me. I'm a product designer, and I have 6 years of experience in the field of ASD. Thanks.
Thank you, Diana. Linda?
Thanks for the presentation. Could you elaborate a little bit about your own experience with ASD and the team's experience with it, and how does it compare to kind of what's out there? Because, like, let's say that I have someone, I want to feel safe that, you know, this team knows what the challenges are, and there's kind of both clinical, medical, and overall, you know, input in here.
Okay, I understand your question. You are want to know more about experience where we are getting that.
Yeah,
correct?
Qualifying the team's experience with this.
Okay. My child has autism, so I'm very experienced mom. I know a lot of doctors. I'm talking to a lot of teachers with children, with psychologists, like, I don't know, I think I was talking to everyone in Latvia at least. So we've been also testing our application with the children. We still don't have attraction, but we have a quite big testing group, and children really can use it. It really works. And now we are already planning to launch very soon. Thanks.
Matthias?
Thank you very much. I was just wondering, like, how are you going to get this to the millions of patients or people suffering from this? How would that happen with a B2C app?
Sorry, I didn't understand. You mean how we will find who will...
How you will basically scale this to the millions of people who need it?
Okay. I'm already for a long time, I'm participating, I think, in all support groups I just can find. It's, for example, on Facebook, it's for a Western, let's say like this, Western group, autism support. It's few 100,000 people there, which are just waiting for really great solution instead of just each day printing hundreds printed cards, carry them, show these cards to the children each time when you need something. Like a regular parent, actually, he's spending from 3 to 15 minutes only to search needed cards to compose only one question. But with our application, it will take 3-5 seconds.
Okay, thank you. This was Diana from
Thanks.
I Get It.
Thanks.
Thank you, Diana. Next startup on the stage, InnovaMotion. InnovaMotion makes physical rehabilitation faster and more affordable. Welcome on stage, Romuald's. Applause.
Hi, everybody. And please raise your hands up. How many of you knows what is the stroke? As I can see, not everybody. I'm Romuald from InnovaMotion, and today I will explain it. Stroke is then inside your brain, blood stops to bring in oxygen because of the trauma or blood spill. Because of it, your neurons dies, and you have to regain them from the beginning as a child. Physiotherapists are responsible for this rehabilitation, but there is one big topic. There is limited time, around 1 year. And how our healthcare system solves such important problem? Physiotherapists have a line till the half a year, and it's always growing. Main evaluating tool of movement correctness is eyes. Progress tracking is like, today it's a bit better than yesterday. Biggest problem why people stop rehabilitating, they do not see the progress. And we want to change the game rules. We provide smart clothes, which working as a physiotherapist does. It shows on your phone your movements in the real time, and of course, shows the mistakes. It records all data, and you can check the progress day to day. This info is also available for your doctor, and he can adjust rehabilitation plan to make it more efficient. So, no need to stay in the line. You can rehabilitate anytime and anywhere. And do we have enough market? It's huge. Of course, from the beginning, we will start only from the small part of it. New European patients younger than 70 years old with a middle or upper life level. And what about sales? All investors want to know about it. Easy. We are selling our product through physiotherapists and clinics, and they get paid for each sale, and after can charge patients for monitoring. So, even with that simple model, patient will get higher quality service and will save their money. Now we are finalizing our second iteration of the prototype to get the trust rate more than 95% and creating user-friendly application. As you know, biggest problem of every startup is a team. Not this time, all necessary competences. Business part in existing business, medical engineer and sales, software and hardware engineer, and working physio. Most balanced team. In the first year with the right investments, we will create final, ready-to-sell product with an application and get all necessary certificates. We'll appreciate for your questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Romuald. The best outfit so far. And a question from Radoslav.
Yes, thank you very much for the pitch. Can you actually elaborate on how you calculate the market size? Because anecdotally, it feels like it might be too small for a venture scale business. So maybe some insights into this.
Yeah, of course. We will start from the post-stroke patients, which are only in Europe, younger than 70 years old. They are 200K people. So it's a lot, and it's yearly income. It's not total. And this is only stroke. Our product from the beginning will be for stroke patients, and after we will extend it, because we can extend it, for every person who needs the rehabilitation. So every second person in this room.
Yes, please.
Could you tell us a little bit more about how the market currently looks like? What are other solutions out there that are currently replacing this solution?
Very good question, thank you. Now I have a chance to explain it. So, about our competitive difference between different solutions. So there are three of them, main one. First one, none of the market have so precise product which can track exact movements and exact mistakes on the angles. So because of it, none of the decisions can make the progress tracking properly. And the third one, our product is designed for both, for clinical and for home use. So it's for both sides. Probably also most of the competitors use only software devices, which is very limited. Thank you. Am I answered to your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. That was Romuald and InnovaMotion.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
time, guys.
Next, we have a company that runners will love, as they will help you to get insights for better training and better recovery. Welcome on stage, Kulg and the CEO, Maris.
Hi, I'm Maris, CEO and founder of Kulg. I've been running for 15 years, and like many recreational runners, I wanted to get faster. Over 13 years, I tracked my running progress, which enabled me to take 1 hour, 15 minutes off my marathon time. As a running coach, I saw it work for others as well. Runners have a lot of data, but they struggle to turn that into training insights. They follow metrics as goals instead of understanding how to train. Balancing life with training and recovery is really hard. They get sick, injured, demotivated, while their coaches get the feedback too late. That's why we built Kulg. Kulg is a training, analytics, and planning tool for recreational runners and their coaches. Kulg enables to track all key training and recovery metrics in one place, learn how you progress towards goals, and apply what works for you individually, with or without a coach. Kulg integrates with Garmin, Strava, and others, and transforms data into wisdom and insights with AI. Other training, analytics, and planning tools are built for multi-sport coaches and top athletes. Our focus is on runners driven to improve their performance. Running is booming. Races worldwide are selling out. Our initial focus is on Europe and US, with a total market size of 700 million euros. Our business model is B2B2C, paid subscription with a free trial, or scaling via coaches, clubs, partnerships, and API. We are a very strong team. We are runners, we are coaches, but we're also experienced in tech and building products. Kulg is already live on desktop and mobile. We've bootstrapped for a year, we've tested 200 plus users, and now we are ready to launch paid subscription with the first training club already on board as a paying customer. We are raising 100K to release the full product by middle of this year. We're going to transform running for millions of people across the world to help runners train smarter, run better, and stay healthy. Join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Maris.
Thank you.
And jury, Linda?
Thanks for the pitch. Can you explain a little bit about what makes your product special? Like, what do you tell them? How do you work with them that's different from what's out there? Because people have tried to build software for runners for a while. So what did you do that's better?
Well, first off, existing tools are not runners focused. They are actually built for different sports. And our focus is very specifically on runners. And secondly, we are focused on long-term, or the longevity in sport, whereas other tools are built more on short-term performance gains. That sets us apart mostly. But also, I would like to say that Garmin and Strava and similar tools are not our competitors, actually.
But I guess the question was more like, how is it useful for the runner, in the sense that what does it do that's better?
It enables runners to understand how I progress and what are the things that I can do to improve my training. And how can I stay healthy? How can I avoid injuries? Because the biggest predictor of performance in running is actually just staying consistent.
Matthias?
Yeah, thank you so much for the pitch. I've been running for the better part of my life, so I know the problem very well. I'm curious to hear, like, how are you actually validating like the AI-based insights that I, as a runner, would get, and how can I trust that those are sort of have some clinical validation, I guess?
We will start off actually not with AI, but with creating scenarios which are backed by running coaches and science. So we're actually collaborating with Tallinn University as well. And then we will train AI to become more to be able to give more individual insights. So we don't want to take the whole big pool of data and start giving general advice. We rather want to understand, okay, how are you running? Is the certain type of running causing issues for you? What type of training makes you improve your performance, etc. So the data will go into individual stats, basically.
Thank you. Give it up for Maris and Kog.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're 5 startups down and 5 more startups to go. The room is full of people, so that's a good sign. So let's move on and hear about advancing longevity by Longevity Lab and Erica.
Thank you. Need it.
Longevity Lab. Okay, once again. So, hi, we are Longevity Lab. Imagine spending thousands on supplements that are promising better performance, better health, more energy, just to find out they don't work. And it's frustrating for the consumers and devastating for the supplement brands because they start losing trust of their consumers and eventually losing the customers. The problem is the poor quality of the ingredients in those supplements that have been produced using outdated methods. At Longevity Lab, we are solving this by a renewed approach to ingredient production. We started with cordyceps, a very powerful adaptogenic mushroom loved by athletes because of its oxygen uptake and by everyday people for sustained energy. The traditional process to produce cordyceps takes 4 months. It wastes resources and delivers inconsistent quality. We've cracked the code at Longevity Lab. We are using advanced bioreactor technology, and with our patentable methods, we produce pharmaceutical-grade cordyceps in just 20 days. We achieve 5 times higher potency than the market standard. We replace like 500 square meters of traditional farming with only single bioreactor, and we deliver perfectly standardized, waste-free batches every single time. Our scalable business model is focusing on R&D and licensing. We develop methods, we partner with manufacturers to produce at scale, and then we supply ingredients, premium ingredients to supplement brands. The 21 billion market of nutraceuticals is growing 11% every year. And only in 1 year, Longevity Lab managed to secure 250K in grants and funding. We built our own lab and started IP process. We partnered with universities for additional research. We produced multiple batches to optimize the process, attracted already interest of supplement brands, and we started talking with manufacturing partners for production. PhD Šarūnas brings knowledge in biochemistry and bioreactor design, while I bring a decade of experience scaling startups to millions of revenues, and we merge our experience beautifully. Cordyceps is just the beginning. Our method applies to other high-demand adaptogens and bacteria, and with additional funding, we are going to scale R&D, expand to new compounds, and establish production partnerships. So we believe we can build trustworthy, sustainable, and profitable industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Do I see any questions? Kari?
Yes, thank you for the pitch. How does your go-to-market plan look like?
Basically, we are going to approach B2B, since we are into B2B business, direct sales, and we are going to industry conferences. One in particular that we are going to participate is in July in Boston, is the biggest bio summit in the world, and we are going there.
Linda?
Do I understand correctly that it's a method that you have, like, that's basically the product? How do you plan to protect the IP? Because I guess that once your partners know how to do it, is it protectable? Have you looked into it?
Yes, it is protectable, and the process has been started. We do have our lawyer who is doing this. We checked, of course, there is no IP such as ours, and you are right, it's a method. It's pretty layered, the IP is pretty layered, because it requires lots of research and know-how, in-house know-how, which we've done.
And just to kind of also understand, like, what kind of companies would you work with? Like, is there a qualifying method as well that what you see as an attractive partner at this stage?
You mean production partners?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So anyone who has bioreactor.
Okay.
And basically there are lots of them.
Matthias.
Yeah, thank you so much. We actually work with 2 biomanufacturing related companies in our portfolio, and the biggest challenge like they have in the industry is scaling up production. Like, how are you thinking about like when you actually get to massive scale? Like, does your methods scale? Have you validated that?
Yes, we started already talking with manufacturing partners about the contracted manufacturing at their facilities. And that's how we are going to scale, because licensing the methods is pretty scalable and in any part of the world.
Thank you to Erica and Longevity Lab.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on, we have Moon Health. It's a medical device addressing infertility. So welcome on stage, Carly.
Hi everyone, my name is Kelly and I'm the founder of Moon Health. I'm a medical doctor and have over 9 years of medical experience both in public and private sector. In the past 5 years I started noticing a trend. More and more women started coming to me because of fertility issues and difficulties of getting pregnant. I looked at the data and I saw that 80 million couples worldwide currently struggle with fertility. Already 1 in 8 women is seeking some kind of fertility intervention, but the solutions they have are either inaccurate, inconvenient, costly, time-consuming, or even traumatizing. They are currently spending minimum hundreds, on average thousands, but when it goes into fertility treatments like IVF, up to tens of thousands of dollars annually, and most of the time on solutions that don't even work. We are here aiming to change that. We are developing a continuous hormone monitoring solution for women. This will enable us for the first time ever to have quantitative lab results on the go. This will lead to increased reproductive health management and increased the conception rates. We are doing that by using a novel biosensing technology and also leveraging machine learning and AI for predictive analysis and personalized recommendations. This will lead to a much higher sensitivity and accuracy than the current solutions available. It will save us time and money. In a very short amount of time, we have been able to prove that our biorecognition method works. This means that we are able to prove that we can measure the hormone levels in the concentration that they are underneath the skin. This is about 100 times lower than in the blood. Our market research showed that over 90% of our target group would use this device, so there is a real demand. We are first targeting a European market which already has 25 million struggling with fertility, and then expanding globally. We estimate that after 5 years of market entry, our annual revenue will be about 200 million. On the right-hand side, you can see our main competitors. But we aim to bring the convenience of continuous monitoring while being minimally invasive. Our amazing team consists mainly of engineers and scientists. In-house, we have combined over 50 years of experience in biosensor research and development, and this makes us confident that we are able to pull this off. So if interested in the opportunity or want to know more about what we are doing and how we are doing it, please contact me directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. And the questions? Kadi.
Thank you for the pitch. Could you please elaborate? I see that you have a very impressive scientific team. How about the commercial know-how and knowledge in your team?
Yes, currently, as we are in such an early stage, we are focusing on the development. That's we have a lot of researchers on our team. We don't have any business people on our team full-time, but we are using mentors at the moment and then adding a team member from that regard in this year, probably, or at the latest, beginning of next year.
Sigvard?
Can you elaborate, please, on the regulatory pathway? Is this a medical device, and if so, which class?
Yes, it's for sure a medical device, and under 2B. We are working on it, so our strategy has been to start as early as possible. So we have already started with the strategy. We have already looked for notified bodies, but again, as we are such an early stage, we are focusing on that later on a little bit.
Okay, Matthias?
Thank you very much. I was just curious, like, what's the defensibility on the IP? And is this like a solution that others are developing around the world as well? Or is there something truly unique in the form factor and the hardware itself?
Yes, so we did a preliminary FTO analysis a year ago, but we already are doing another in-depth one at the moment. Our IP mostly comes from the advanced chemistry that we are using, and for the hardware part, we are planning to use as much technology as is available. There is one company we know in the States who are trying a similar thing. They are at the same stage as us, as much as we know of, but they are using a different method, which we think is more challenging. They are extracting the fluid, we are doing it all in the same place, so in vivo, so to say. But other than that company, we don't know any others trying to do a similar thing.
Thank you, Curly and Moon
Thank you.
Health.
Thank you. The next company, people who are afraid of spiders might not like this, but we have artificial spider silk by Printy Med. Yekaterina.
Some applause is more. Well, hello, my name is Yekaterina, and I'm proud to present you PrintiMed and how we are revolutionizing biomedicine with our biomimetic spider silk, a hidden gem in the world of advanced materials. So the existing materials do not meet the need of modern medicine. Their lack prevents the creation of artificial organs. And that's why we have the solution, the biomimetic spider silk, a perfect material for 3D bioprinting and high-value medical applications. Because it's mechanically stable, it's biocompatible, it has low immunogenicity, and it's customizable. So our low-hanging fruit is organ-on-a-chip solutions. However, how you can see, our material has diverse applications. We have already applied for the patent for our technology of obtaining artificial spider silk by using water as the only solvent. And also we have the specific technology of modification, which allows us to modify it specifically for the needed cell types, which is also very important for many medical applications. Our technology was recognized as one of the most significant achievements in Latvian science in 2024. Our business model is dual, so on the one hand we are selling raw material, on the other hand we license high-value medical applications, for example like artificial heart valve, to medtech companies. We aim to capture 1.6 billion by 2031 market share. Because unlike our competitors, our material is mechanically strong, it's sustainable, consistent, biocompatible, scalable, it has high yields, and it has tunable properties, which means that we can introduce different additional materials to for example, we can introduce antibiotics and make our material with antibacterial properties. In our team, we have deep expertise in business, science, and medicine. And during the first 2 years of work together, we already have many remarkable achievements. We have made the prototypes of artificial heart valves and organ-on-a-chip solutions, membranes. Also, we have tested our technology in lab, and we already have signed 8 letters of intent with our industry partners. So now we are scaling up our technology, and after 1 year, we will be able to make the first sales. That is why we are raising now 350,000 euro as a co-investment for our grant of 800,000 euros that we already secured. So thank you and reserve your seat.
Thank you. Silky smooth presentation. Do we have silky smooth questions, Linda?
Pressure. Thanks. Talk to me a little bit about what's the business case here, in the sense that on the one side, is it a production company, so you're producing all the material yourself? So that's one side, and the second is that what's then the go-to-market? Is it the devices that you're selling into, the providers and production companies of those, or how are you going to scale?
Yep. So yes, we want to be the producers of artificial spider silk, but well, for now we outsource it a bit until we don't have, let's say, enough, demand and enough capacity of ourselves to do it. But yes, answer to the second question. So there is many applications and many things what we plan to do. First of all, this is membranes for organ-on-a-chip solutions. We start with this. We will make the membranes and sell to organ-on-a-chip solution companies, because for this application we don't need to have the certification, because it's not the medical device, it's not in the human use. Then in parallel we plan to get the certification. First of all, certify our material, and then start sales of this material to different medtech companies, for example, that they use our material as coatings for their devices and so on. And of course, for the later stage, we want to continue the development, for, as I mentioned, of the heart valve, and then, let's say, license this heart valve to big companies like Edwards Life Science, with which we also are now working together. So this is the plan, but our overall big goal is to create artificial organs and scaffolds, so this is like step-by-step process.
And that's 2 minutes. Thank you, Printiman.
Thank you. Next, we have a customizable accessibility hub for people with limited mobility. This is one of the last 2 startups, so let's gather all our energy. Let's give some love to Linas from Sense Pilot.
Hi, I'm Linas. I'm the CTO at SensePilot, and we are creating a hands-free computer control software. So the problem is there are around 30 million people who are unable or have difficulty using a computer. This can be due to motor neuron disease, spinal cord injuries. You could break your arm. You could lose limbs. So and you would have difficulty using the computer because of you need to use the mouse. Over 5 million people are looking for assistive tech solutions. Video games are almost unreachable for these people. Our solution is facial recognition. In the left picture, you can see we do something similar to what Snapchat does. Snapchat does it tracks your face. It tracks your facial features, and it puts on the glasses or a beard using those facial features. We do something similar. We track expressions for clicking, smiling, blinking, and we use that to convert into a signal for clicking or keyboard press. We also track head movements to move the cursor. So this is the basics of this technology. This is nothing new. However, our innovation is the stability. It's how we employ these algorithms, these models, in a way that's highly stable. We are able to use the webcam instead of hardware. So if you use a 30 FPS webcam, the delay from our models is about 0.001 second, whereas in our competition, it's much larger. This enables us not to just use the computer, but play video games, which is something that's currently completely unavailable in in the world. So you can sit down at the computer, use it, enter a game, play the game, and exit it. So Traction, we've launched a successful pilot program in Ukraine where we sent the software to soldiers without limbs. They're successfully still using it. We've won the Digital Accessibility Innovation Prize in France, where we were judged by Microsoft, L'Oreal, and Skyscanner accessibility experts. And we have a lot of experts signed up for our closed beta test. Our business model is simple. We will develop the software and sell it as an application. Monthly subscription, of course, a free trial. This is our team. We have a CEO. We have CEO with sales experience. We have 2 senior developers, a marketing person, and we have a person with a spinal cord injury who was doing our testing for, especially for gaming. Plan for the future. We launch our closed beta in 2 weeks. Then we will adjust our app with the feedback from assistive tech experts, and we will launch on April. Then we'll continue to develop voice, sound control, eye tracking. And if you want to try it out, please sign up. We will have a free trial.
Woo! Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Radoslav?
Yeah, thank you very much for the pitch. Could you please shed a little bit more light into how you think about the market size, right? So you mentioned that these solutions have been around for quite a while. So how does that translate to the
current solutions are usually use hardware. So you either buy an eye tracker, which is specifically designed for that. What we did, we developed our models, and we developed methodology that allows us to change that hardware and use the webcam instead to achieve the same cursor stability as the one that you're using the hardware for.
Matthias?
Thank you so much. Just like, to me, it seems like the enabling technology to do this has been around for some time. Like, why has no one been super successful at this, and why is now a good time to do this?
So even though similar technology existed, you cannot, you have to use the hardware. We're using all software, and no one actually enables gameplay. You cannot play even any games with hardware even. So that's what we've developed. We developed more stable methods to move the mouse cursor around the screen, and facial gestures to activate presses. So, but you're correct. This similar technology existed.
Okay, we can have one quick one, Linda.
What's the go-to-market? Is it B2C? Is it B2B2C, B2B?
So we start with B2C, but we will engage with B2B to B2C as well. So we will just first we'll sell the software as an application for Windows.
Okay, thank you. This was Linus and Sense Pilot.
Thank you.
Cool. And here we are, the last startup of batch number 2. Give a round of applause to welcome Vadims from Tones. Tones are building a modular system for automated IHC staining. Welcome.
Hi guys, my name is Vadims, and I will introduce you today our development. It's a robotized, innovative IHC autostainer called Tones. So first of all, let's define what is IHC, or immunohistochemistry. That is a special technique used to find or detect certain substances in your body or in a biopsy, what you do. So the process itself looks like you take tissues by the biopsy, put them in a slot, and label and stain them, and then prepare for the screening and analysis. So basically, this staining process is a very boring thing and slow thing, and that's what we propose to automate. But if you see, you know, a lot of presenters told today about diseases. You can see all these diseases. That's what is researched by the equipment that we propose. But It's a lot that could be researched there, just mentioning these diseases. But a solution is widely used also for treatment selection, for the basic and forensic research, for veterinary medicine, drug development. So every laboratory should have this equipment, basically, yes, but it's not the case at the moment, because the current equipment is very slow and manual, or again, it's could be very expensive and labor demanding and not flexible. So what we propose flexibility in defining the working protocols. We propose automation to release this scientific labor, cost reduction, and independence from the reagent vendors. So far, traction is that we tested initially with one laboratory. It's Uppsala University. We received feedback. We also ready to ship devices to 2 more organizations. It's Bergen University in Norway and Valdebron Institute of Oncology in Spain, and several research groups are ready to implement. About the market size, it's 4.6 billion in 2024, growing steadily at almost 7%, will come to 6.7 billion in 2030. About our business model, we sell the systems and rent the system, but consumables we sell, it's chips and reagents. Basically, about the competitive landscape, you will see big companies, but these big companies' solutions have deficiencies in their solution. Our solution is more superior. You see our innovative team here, advised by the professors and lead researchers from the Northern European universities, and ourselves, pathologist, engineer, and CEO, each with 20 years experience, basically. And it has also great social value because it's aimed for the science development, for the diagnostics and therapies development, and to release intellectual labor because of advanced technology and walk-away operations. Thank you very much, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you, Vadims. Radoslav?
Thanks for the pitch. So you mentioned that the competitors are deficient and your solution is superior. So can you be a little bit more specific and maybe define the categories in which you're superior in comparison to them?
Yes, absolutely. I can mention a couple of them, like you saw on the slide already, like Leica, for example, or Roche. That is big companies. They have a big equipment. Basically, it's a combined. It's not only staining. Normally, it comes also with a certain additional things like scanners, like electronic microscopes, which make this equipment very, very expensive, like 400,000, 500,000, for example. And small research groups cannot afford such equipment. They need less price. Second is our technology, because we are using microfluidics, and that can drop the cost of production of this equipment. Not just robotized system, which have a mechanical movements, yes, but that is a new technology that is relevantly new, yeah.
Any other questions? No? Then thank you to Vadims and Tones.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of batch 2. What's going to happen now, we're actually going to be having a 15-minute break on this stage. So you can return 10 minutes to 2, grab a quick snack, grab a coffee. When you return, there's going to be 3 more batches of 30 startups in total, 2 fireside chats, and also 1 keynote. So when you return, me and Laila won't be here anymore. So we're saying goodbye to you now. You will be greeted by Madara and another Aris. There's not too many of us, so these 15 minutes between different Arises you can use to make a wish, and I'm sure it will come true. So thank you all for coming. Please give a round of applause for yourselves. So sitting through. Oh, this is sad. No, do it better. Yes, thank you. So see you back 10 minutes to 2. And thank you, Aris, Laila. We were happy to be here.
Thank you. Bye.
TechChill.
Hey,
Wow.
hey, hey.
Okay, this thing is indeed on. I can hear my voice.
Sounds like
Great.
it. Sounds like it. So, before we begin, I see there's a lot of you in the back, and we need some bit hype, because it's about presenting and pitching and having all the startup vibe. And I have some question. Who has hyped the most from coffee today? It's like how much cups you... How much the cups? I need the highest amount of cups today.
2.
One. That's a lot,
Okay.
man.
5.
5. Who can do more?
Who can raise to 5?
Who has more than 5 already? Because I have amazing, soothing gift, the one who is hyped the most.
15.
15?
Okay.
I doubt that, but how can we make that proof? So who has 15? You have 15? Anyone has more than 15 cups already today? Because that sounds more like pitching, a bit overselling here. But anyway, 15. Applause. Come back. Come here. Woo! And while the most caffeinated, hyped person comes here, I would be really glad, and everyone else as well here, enjoy soothing drink. Woo!
Woo!
And I know this is really a big ask, but can you guys get up and come more forward? Because people who are on the stage really love to see you. And the ones who will come in from the back will see that there's still plenty of place in the back so they can join in and not going to need to crowd ahead. I know there's only 10 courageous people who can do this. This is not an easy ask. I know.
It's because they're not from the Baltics. They are the foreigners who actually do this kind of stuff. I'm sure Latvians are, right there where you are, guys, and you do you. There are many ways how to achieve greatness, and that's what this half of the agenda is all about.
That's for brave ones who came front.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, guys, so for this set of the agenda, we have 30 amazing startups in store for you to pitch as part of the 50 Founders Battle, but we will not get ahead of ourselves just yet, because what we have in store for you is something a bit more special than that. 2 fireside chats, 1 keynote, and 30 startups to pitch. And throughout this agenda, there will be 2 guides for the day. It will be Andris from Business Academy.
Yeah!
And myself, Madara from Bad Ideas. Okay, platitudes aside, let's get to it. So many of you founders, investors out there meeting, connecting, writing checks, hopefully. But there are many ways to greatness. And what investors tend to appreciate even more these days is showing the grit to be able to build a startup from nothing at the beginning. That's called bootstrapping. And in fact, bootstrapping oftentimes, as is the case of the first piece, is your golden lock to actually unlock funding down the line. So bootstrapping to scaling, Whimsical is an amazing Latvian success story, and we'll hear more about that from Kaspars from Whimsical and JJ from Black Unicorn PR. Welcome to the stage, guys.
Be generous with applauses. Woo! Let's go! Keep going! Yeah!
I did not expect to just fall into this chair, but I did, so there you guys go. Kaspars, thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah, pleasure to be here.
I know that you don't talk much in public, and this is one of the first public engagements you have in the last couple of years, so everyone can't see you, unfortunately, but everyone that's in the room right now, I'm pretty certain that you guys are in for a massive treat because we have a lot to unpack. So maybe before we dive into your story, the bootstrapping, etc., can you talk us through a little bit more about what is Whimsical about, how did you come up with the idea, and where you guys are at right now?
Yeah, so Whimsical is a tool for teams to collaborate together, especially for teams that are remote and prefer to work asynchronously. And it sort of was born based on my own need running distributed teams, where I was just quite frustrated with state of art of the tools back in like 2016. So yeah, I wanted to build something new, a new business, and that seemed like easiest point to start, like
and you
solving
started
my own need.
Yeah, in 2016, as you said, right?
The idea was kind of
started to form then, but I got started in 2017.
So that was way before remote became cool and everyone all of a sudden, started using remote tools, right? Before COVID.
Yeah, I mean, it was, some companies was doing it.
Yeah.
And I really kind of appreciated the benefits of being remote and kind of knew if I were to build a new company, it should definitely be remote. And sort of that was one of the reasons for picking a specific product that became Whimsical. Was also that was kind of the product that was really well suited for remote teams.
We'll talk about the remote teams a little bit in a moment, especially the hate that remote teams are getting nowadays. But maybe let's talk about your your journey as a founder, because you're not the first-time founder, right? You have successfully exited your first venture, CoBook, in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Have you seen, or do you feel that there was very much difference in terms of the market and in terms of you as a founder, the way you run your business then and the way you're running your business right now?
Yeah. I mean, for one, it may seem as CoBook was a success story. In my mind, it was always a failure.
Okay.
Because we kind of, that was the last kind of desperate Hail Mary type of thing of selling the company, because we ran out of money and we haven't figured out a business model, and that maybe it was luck, maybe but we ended up selling company, which was, I guess, the biggest win for me personally was that gave me sort of a room to take a breath and be able to start new business. And it's also kind of most directly influenced how I approached Whimsical by being much more intentional about how the business, what it will try to solve, how the team will work, what are our principles and so on. Because for CoBook, and I'm sure everybody experienced that, trying to start business for the first time, you have this feeling you have no idea what you're doing. And it never goes away. And because of that, I was kind of blindfolded most of the time. I kind of just started doing stuff and arrived at these products that became CoBook, but not because I had some real idea behind it. It just seemed, this might be interesting. Maybe some people will like it. And then some people liked it. And then I figured, we should try to do something more with it. But there was never any kind of clear vision in my mind on what's the story here. So with Whimsical, that was the most important thing, figuring out what the story is, why do I want to work on it, and how will it help other people.
And do you think this is something that maybe first-time founders usually get wrong in terms of having the intention and vision behind it? Because you have to compete with so many other startups and companies, and sometimes you might be lacking the vision, or it just really comes with experience. You have to try and fail and try and fail.
Maybe. I mean, to me personally, it was more about building business is super hard. Most businesses fail, and if you kind of don't have something kind of deeper that you believe in why you are doing it, then it's 10 times harder, because when things doesn't go as you hoped, and they keep not going, that happens a lot repeatedly, you need extra source of motivation that will push you forward, and that's I guess you can't really appreciate without actually experiencing that firsthand, but that was my biggest lesson learned.
Okay, and let's talk a little bit more in detail with relates to Whimsical, because as we were introduced, a lot of times nowadays startups are looking for venture capital, and you guys have bootstrapped initially, and also you have raised a very significant investment, which we'll talk about in a moment. So do you think it does make sense to always try and bootstrap as much as you can, of course, depending on the industry and the area you're in, or it is okay just to go and dive into the VC world right away?
Yeah. I guess
I see some VCs here
two sides. Like I have two sides of the coin about it. On one hand, we aren't. I was never purist about it, but like I also recognize that like raising venture capital when you are not very kind of well-known name and you don't have a product and you don't have some like all-star team, it's extremely hard. So because of that, the smart thing to do is always be ready to bootstrap, but like keep that raising investment option open. And we actually did try it early on, raising some money, like applying to some accelerators. That thankfully didn't work out, but like I was sort of prepared. Okay, we have a year of time. Let's try to make it work, and that kind of keeps you extremely focused. Like you need a product that's useful to at least some people, and you need to start making money as quickly as possible. And that is like the ultimate test of any business. Like are people willing to give you money, not investors, like actual real customers.
And something that we've just been discussing backstage is that you guys, you have raised 30 million, which is a significant amount, right? And a lot of, I assume, startups and founders right now in the audience, they were asking, so what is that secret sauce? But what you told me that I found really interesting, you said you wish you wouldn't have raised that amount, which might be shocking to a lot of people that are really trying hard.
Yeah. So for one, like if you bootstrap and you are profitable, that is the single easiest way to raise money because you have optionality. You don't have to raise money, and like I haven't talked to many other companies in similar stage, but like I heard the same thing from few that it's like you have a long. Like there was few months or maybe even a couple of years where like I got 10 investor pitches per week, and ultimately when we did raise the money, then it was just a question of picking like the one which seemed like the best fit and we would enjoy working with, and that worked out. Why I'm kind of, I mean, in retrospect, of course, it's not super valuable advice one way. Well, I don't know what to take away from it, but the reason we are kind of on a fence whether that was the right decision or not is that it was like peak of the market. And I guess on one hand, great, you raised peak of market, got the best terms and so on. At the same time, like, after like there was this crash, which is I don't know if crash, but like definitely slowed down in tech market, and tech companies were our primary customers, so like it became much harder to continue growing. But at the same time, if you raise that like huge round, you have a lot of pressure. Even if like our investors were and still are great, like they never really pressured us, but like you pressure yourself, you kind of feel like, okay, we need to use that money, like why did we raise it? And yeah, I mean, now it's still kind of, things are much tougher, like 4 years on, or 3 years on now. And it feels like, we could have just not kind of had to go through all of that. And we also, because like, I mean, it took personal toll on me because we did try to scale for like almost 2 years. We built this team, like we had 50 people. at one point, and then I realized, like, in this market, it just doesn't make sense to continue burning money, so we had to scale back, and like when you kind of let people go at such a small size, like 50, 30 people, like it's really painful for everyone, and yeah, I had like a episode of burnout, which thankfully kind of ended, but like all that together, like we would still be here today. Whimsical would still be here today, but I would personally be probably a bit happier if we hadn't done. At the same time, we have a lot of money in bank. We are basically not burning any of it, so it gives us freedom, and I shouldn't complain about it. And there's a lot of stuff we still want to build and big plans. So yeah, it's more of like I don't know what the takeaways there is, but.
So if someone, let's say from the audience, comes up to you and asks, okay, so do you think I should try and bootstrap and persevere, you know, for like a year, or there's an opportunity to get the VC money like right now in this market, what would your advice be?
I mean, if you can bootstrap, that's absolutely preferred option, and if you and getting to like profitability as quickly as possible. I do believe like 9 out of 10 businesses are actually not fit for VC venture funding. It's only kind of like there are very few things, or either something. I mean, there's now a bunch of opportunities in venture AI space, where it's completely kind of like there's a lot of like possibilities that nobody has done before, and that's like what venture capital is perfectly suited for, because most of them will fail. Like, it's very hard to invent something new that haven't existed because there's no validation that anybody actually needs or wants it. Versus most of the businesses are actually more of incremental improvements over what exists, and that's in some sense much easier because you kind of already know that people want it. Like, it's validated. You just need to figure out like your unique angle, how you can make it better for some part of the market than what exists before. But that then is much harder to scale because like there's much more competition, and that's where often like just venture capital it just doesn't fit. Like there could be a lot of like great businesses that doesn't try to scale to hundreds of millions, could comfortably 10 million business, like for Latvia. That's like still amazing.
And let's talk about scaling, because our session has a very sexy title saying that you guys have grown 250%. And when we were having conversation, it's a bit cheeky, right? Because 250% was during the COVID times. If we would be looking at it today, it would be 70, 80%, which is still significant. But what beyond, you know, the fact that you guys have grown so much and then you realize that probably you need to scale down a little bit, what other lessons have you learned when scaling so rapidly? Also during COVID, everyone went remote, everyone needed tools. Also, some of the tools already existed, so you had a lot of competition from, you know, the big boys. So what were your learnings and outcomes of that?
I don't know if there's something really repeatable, but the way our kind of approach was it's almost went back to the like what product to build and thinking about from upfront how that product will be distributed, like what's our go-to-market, and actually optimizing for like go-to-market founder fit. Like, for instance, like I have no experience like in B2B like sales, and like I have some experience in marketing, and I also felt much more comfortable because it's more quantitative and so on. So we already both, it influenced like decision on what kind of product to build, which was clear it needs to be product-led, which can be driven by marketing. In like sales, when it came in, it was much more not so much shelling, but like dealing with inbound interest from larger companies. So I guess one lesson there is be very thoughtful about like what your strengths are as a founder. And you, for example, you can't, if you are not great at sales, I'm very skeptical you'll ever hire a great VP of sales or somebody who will run sales for you. Like that, I don't know. Maybe that happens, but like I haven't seen it. So if that's the case, like don't build like hands-on B2B sales company that needs to be sold to other companies. Build something that can be distributed in some ways you feel comfortable with.
Okay. And I would like to talk a little bit about your team and about the remote work. So you guys were 15 and you had to scale down to 30, and then you know, as your product were remote first to start with before everyone all of a sudden became remote first. Nowadays, 2025, a lot of people, a lot of companies are saying, well, we don't want to be remote first anymore. Everyone has to go back to the office, productivity. That's the best thing that can happen. So there's a lot of hate towards people, companies that do prefer to stay remote first. So how do you foster that culture and, you know, kind of avoid micromanagement within the team? Because 30 people, that's a lot of people to manage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one lesson is don't follow trends. Like if everybody's going remote, don't do it because everybody's doing it. Do it because you believe in it. Like for us, it was like just deeply held belief that like I wanted to work that way, and my co-founder wanted to work that way, and the first few people we hired wanted to work that way. Plus, I really wanted to have a team that's spread across the globe, like so that we are not American company. We are, I mean, it was said this is Latvian success, but like it's part Latvian company. It's really more like international. And when you kind of held that as belief, and then you kind of designed the whole company, the whole culture around it, and then it's relatively easy. I mean, there are still some gotchas like you really need to be able to work with fewer meetings. You need to have people on team you can trust and not stress about like whether they are doing or not doing their work and stuff like that. The one failure mode that most companies and why they perhaps hate remote work is when they kind of think of it as, oh, that's just a tool for companies to introduce and apply. Like it's not a tool, it's a culture. And culture you cannot just introduce like as another SaaS app or whatever. Like it needs to be, and it's super hard if a certain culture is ingrained. It's also super hard if like founders or whoever's running company don't really believe in it. But I still believe it's like a better way to working, but it's not for everyone.
Do you have any practical tips that people can take away? I don't know, that you have maybe once a month you have a meeting where all of you are just sitting down and just talking about something, or you know, like anything that we could implement, the ones that are working remotely.
I mean, there's a lot of nuance, but I think two biggest things that works for us is really constantly thinking about working asynchronously and kind of just designing processes. Like processes change all the time, but like you always have this principle. Okay, how can we make more of this asynchronous? Like do we really need to have live meeting here? And like where do we need to document more stuff so like it can happen asynchronously? And which maybe is more kind of obvious, but like you also do need to meet in person. And like we've been consistently, except for during COVID, meeting at least 2-3 times a year somewhere around the world.
Okay. And now talking about your, once again, entrepreneurial journey, you know, from Co-Group to Whimsical to being fully remote and successful. As a founder and as a person with so much experience under your belt right now, do you have any regrets as a founder, let's say, of Whimsical, besides maybe, you know, the fact that you guys had to scale down? Is there anything else that you wish you would have done differently right now? That's a tricky question, I know.
Yeah, well, I know the answer, which is not very glorious. that we didn't sell the company at again at the peak of market. But back then, it's kind of this weird thing where you felt super strongly that everybody at the company that we don't want to do that. And of course, in retrospect, like now, today, it feels, it would have been so much easier. But like, that's life. And I don't really regret it. It's just, it's very easy thing to think about and wonder like what would have happened if you made different decisions.
And on the flip side, what was kind of the highlight so far? I assume raising 30 million, ending in TechCrunch was not necessarily the highlight, though must have been nice. But you know, what would be something that you're extremely proud of?
And for me personally, it's always the kind of people I get to work with. Gives me energy, and I'm just like feel incredibly lucky I have that opportunity.
And this is also something that we were discussing about in terms of the team, how much you have to trust the team for everyone to be able to fulfill their role. So as a founder, I know it can be very overwhelming because you have to do so many things, you know, be in charge of people, you know, ideas and stuff. Some of the people feel like a startup is their baby, so they're overly protective. So what are the skills that the best entrepreneurs in your mind have, like top 3 skills that if you have those, you're going to be kosher?
I don't think there is top 3 skills. It's
what kind of person does it take to be successful building a business?
I don't know. Oh. This is not so much about person, but the type of thinking that certain people have stronger tendencies than others, which is like having this ability to avoid dogma or dogmatism. I think most successful founders I know have that. That's like the biggest difference from them and other people that I've noticed. And I definitely know for myself, like I have gotten in trouble because like I had really hard time working for other people because of this. But at the same time, it was super helpful when starting your own thing, because kind of there is this mantra in startup world, like make something people want. Like I'm sure everybody has heard about it now. But that's one half of the equation. The other half is making something different. If you just copy, I mean, it's easy to find things that people want, like people want iPhones, but if you just copy iPhone and with no difference, like nothing will happen. Nobody will buy it. Like why would they buy it? They have the original iPhone from Apple, which is a huge company. And that's where it's like, if you think about it, like you can't follow any recipe. Like every recipe or like kind of this is the way you should be doing things, increase your probability that you will just be copying other people. So the more you can kind of stand aside and think from first principles without like, and dogma is all around us. Like we are submerging it, like that's like our whole world, especially when it's so connected. So having this ability to puncture through it and kind of think for yourself based on first principles, that's like the biggest.
And what would be your advice to startup founders, entrepreneurs out there? Because the market right now, it's quite difficult, right, to operate in, to get VC funding, the competition, etc. What would be your one key takeaway that you wish everyone would know and just like take it very much to their heart once they leave this room?
Yeah, I mean, this was the one.
Yeah.
Avoid dogma.
Always avoid that. Okay.
Recognize it. I mean, second one, which we also touch, would be don't put raising venture capital as a prerequisite to building business. Like, it's option, but it's much more important to figuring out something you can actually get some people to pay money for, and you don't need millions for that. Well, you do need some money. We still need to eat, but I mean, for each of my businesses, I had basically exactly 1 year of like runway personal when I would run out of money. And it was enough kind of 2 times, so it's not impossible, but it's not easy.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, what is in the store for Whimsical? What are the future plans? Perhaps there's something exciting they could share with us so people could keep their eyes open.
Yeah. So originally, and Whimsical was known for as a whiteboarding tool, but like we always had this bigger dream or vision to create a kind of hub for teams, a modern version of hub which is optimized for particularly for async remote work, and for teams to kind of collaborate on like all the core needs. And so we actually just launched yesterday our newest product for project management and messaging called basically just Whimsical Projects and Posts. So this is taking it very close to how we imagine like work should happen in modern teams, and like what's the product is really opinionated and designed around that. And I mean, of course, we've been running it, using it for everything at Whimsical for many months now. And yeah, I believe it's like it has this like opportunity to change how like a lot of teams approach work, but like we still have a lot of like work ahead of us. And I mean, now it's much more about, it will be about telling the story and like conveying why we believe, like a lot of modern tools. And I mean, we still, I'm sure plenty of people here still use something like Jira. Like why that's, it's not just annoying, it's actually fundamentally hurting like your team's output and how efficient, effective it can be.
Yeah, so whoever's using Jira in the audience, right after the session, you just drop it, you get Whimsical, and your life is going to be much easier. And the very final question, I'm certain that people will have a lot of questions to you and may want to have this conversation, you know, forward. How people can contact you, where it's best to chat with you, if you are open for that at all. LinkedIn, emails, grab you after the session.
Yeah, you can, well, probably not LinkedIn, but use Blue Sky. I'm on Blue Sky. You can probably just search for me.
Perfect, on Blue Sky,
Kaspars
and that's with the name.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you guys for being here. We hope that you've learned something new. And remember, if you're using Jira, don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie.
More generous applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ and Kaspars. That was inspirational, for sure.
So now comes an inspiring part, and we probably almost all of you know how hard it is to pitch. And I want to have, before we prepare everything, we have a little game. This side of you are founders, and this side is investors. Easy so far, right? Can everyone stand up and turn to each other of the groups? We'll try it. It's okay. I know. It's
Guys,
hard.
it's afternoon. It's post-lunch. Let's kill the slump.
Yeah.
Everybody stand up and stretch.
All right. Now the founders will look at the investor side and be like, we need money. Can you do it? Like, we need money. Money. All right. Good. The investor side is, how much do you need?
How much do you need, guys? Let's go. Let's go.
How much do you Let's try that. Investors like, you have the money, so you have it. So like, how much do you need?
How much do you need?
You say like, 1 million. And you say like, I only have 5. Exactly. You say like, will do. And let's try one with the chorus now. We need money. Money.
How much do you need? We
I only have five, and will do. Woo! Applause to the next person to you, because kind of managed something really hard and uncomfortable for people in Baltics.
So this is essentially 50 founders battle in a nutshell, right? Like
Yeah.
that's what we're going to do now. So for the TechChill veterans, you know what's coming up. For the uninitiated, what we have in store is the third batch of the 50 founders battle. You guessed it, it's 10 founders in this batch who will all present their idea to 5 formidable judges in the audience. These 10 founders are from a crop of over 150 from Baltics that applied way before, months ahead, when, like when they were doing an entirely different product. So now, like everyone's pivoted, everyone's doing something else entirely, obviously. So what we're having just now are these 10 pitches. It will be 3 minutes pitch, 2-minute Q&A, and we roll up. The one lucky founder and the one most formidable founder from this batch will go on to finals tomorrow. And tomorrow, 5 founders, the top 1 founder from each batch, will compete in finals for a pretty big goodie bag, if you ask me. There's the community prize, there's all sorts of partner prizes, and there's no fewer than 610,000 coming from investors.
All right, let's meet the judges. You can see already 2 people on left side to you and 3 on the right side. The first judge is Vanda. She's associate from Iron Wolf Capital. Vanda, can you?
Hello, hi. Vanda here, Iron Wolf Capital. We're deep tech and AI, Baltics focused fund, early stage.
Applause for Vanda.
Woo! Founders in the audience, remember these faces. These investors will be roaming the rest of the venue after this event. You probably want to find them for a 5-minute chat, just in case you're raising. Next up, we have Jānis, CEO at Beamline Accelerator.
Hello from my side. So Beamline, we are investing in early stage clean tech all over Europe, most focused on the Baltics. Have 30 teams now in our portfolio. Invested a little bit less than 2 million altogether, and the team's already raised more than 42 million. So we are doing pretty well, and we have 1 exit already. So looking for the next one.
All right, applause. At least this side more, because that's your investor side.
Thank you, guys.
Next judge, we have Hendrik, founding partner at 2C Ventures.
Hi, I'm Hendrik. 2C Ventures is an early-stage clean tech VC from Estonia, focusing mostly on the Baltics and Finland. First check is 250K to 1 million, and significant follow-on capacity as well.
Solid.
Applause, yeah.
Okay, Dasha, program manager at MasterCard Lighthouse Massive.
Hello. MasterCard Lighthouse is a startup partnerships program for the startups in the Nordics and Baltics, impact startups, and we help them scale globally through partnerships with the MasterCard Impact Network.
All right, applause. This side more like, yeah, that's your investors there. And last, we have Inti, investor from Heartfelt Capital.
Hi, everyone. So Heartfelt is a first check and pre-seed investor based in Berlin. We invest across Europe and the US, and we are also sector agnostic.
All right, awesome. Applause.
Awesome. Okay, guys, let's get to it. First up, we'll have Thomas from Biometrics. Biometrics is transforming the food industry with sustainable mycelium-based products. Let's hear.
Generous applause.
From Thomas.
Hi, I'm Thomas, CEO and co-founder by Biometrics. We all love food, but unfortunately, we won't be able to enjoy our food as it is because our food is destroying our planet, endangering our health, and simply can't sustain growing human population. It is overly dependent on livestock farming, which is responsible for 15% of all greenhouse gas pollution. So there's a better way to make our food. Fungi is the largest living organism on our planet, and its root, mycelium, can help us solve problems in the food industry. It has high-quality protein, it's source of fiber, it has minerals, vitamins, and it's possible to cultivate it on side stream. Beer breweries generate million tons of waste, which is cheap. So our goal is to plug in modular facility next to beer breweries all around the world and upcycle their waste into the food. So there is 3 processes in our technology: side stream processing into food-grade substrate, mycelium cultivation, and raw material conservation. The whole process designed to take up to 5 days, generate 1 ton of product per week, and ROI is 4 years. Applications vary from meat alternatives to pet food ingredients. As well, we're exploring extraction of bioactive compounds. So market potential is really huge. It's projected to reach $290 billion by 2035. We want to jump in this growing market, which reached more than $3 billion in Europe and $2 billion in North America. Our B2B model designed to generate 2 revenue streams. 1 is technology sales, 2 is product sales. There is a competition, but we're still better as we can produce it more sustainably and with better price, as we're using waste. As well, we're bringing high nutritional value. We have high level of protein, which is well digestible. It has other bioactive compounds, and as well, it's good in price and sustainability. So we are now designing the pilot scale production. Then we'll start joint product development with design partner, and later this year start selling our MVP. Next year, we want to start commercial scale production. Our team is well blended for this mission. Myself, I'm a passionate plant-based diet promoter, and with me, there are 2 scientists with background in food technology and fermentation. We are backed experienced advisors who help us from product commercialization to industrial engineering. So we're looking for $500K to build our first pilot scale modular facility. So join us on this mission and make our food more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Do we have questions from the judges? Go, Jānis.
Thank you very much for your pitch and for the effort you are putting to save our environment. My first question, I'm sorry, I will have two of them. What you mentioned that you can extract some bioactive components. What are they?
Yeah, so there are 3 that we are exploring now. It's phenolic acid, spermidine, and chitin. So that can be used in, to make functional food or in cosmetics and health.
And then you mentioned that you are ready to try, so you're raising money for the scale, basically pilots, as I understood. So what is the amount of, what kind of scale you're going?
So we are building this modular facility, the shipping container, which can be plugged to the factories which have waste. It's actually not only beer breweries, but now we're focusing on beer breweries. So 1 container can generate 1 ton of product per 1 week.
And the tank is how big? In liters or in ton, or the tank to grow the mycelium?
So actually, of the waste, there is 4 tons, and out of it, we have 1 ton of product that can be used.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please. Thank you for the pitch as well. I was curious to know, where are you on your product development journey? It wasn't super clear from your pitch.
Yeah, so we already partnered with some Lithuanian companies with whom we made a first product. So for example, we made minced meat, which were used in instant noodle packages. So they put, instead of chicken or beef, they put our minced meat product.
Okay. No more questions? I want to go on for Hendrik.
5-second question?
Yeah, what's the core IP and how protectable is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Core IP.
Core IP.
Core IP is the, we already filed for the European patent. So it's a process design patent. And as well, we are building the fermenter, which already will also be our IP.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Applause.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. All right, next one we have, we are like Airbnb, but for storage. connecting property owners with renters for affordable and efficient space utilization. Welcome Kaspars from Box. Applause! Yeah!
Good luck.
Imagine you're living in a city where space is premium, where if you have a lot of stuff and you don't have any place to put it, usually you have traditional way, and this is to put it in a self-storage unit, but this is expensive, this is inconvenient, and usually it is far away. Meanwhile, property owners, they are having a lot of property that's just standing still and draining money. But that's where Box is coming in. We are connecting property owners with people who are looking for storage. And we have numbers to prove it. We have 100,000 of MRR, and currently we have rented out 15,000 square meters. And our gross margin is 39%. There are problems that customers are forced to use expensive self-storage solutions. With our system, the prices will be lower. There is infinite space utilization in metropolitan real estate. And also, thanks to our automation systems, a lot of available properties are accessible through our app. We connect property owners with renters while being more affordable than traditional storage. In Europe, the average price is 25 euros per square meter. With us, it can be from 5 to 15 or so. With our users make money by offering their unused spaces to people who need to store their stuff. Currently, there is 30% commercial real estate that is vacant. There is a high demand, so almost 90% is occupied in EU, and 55% of people consider current prices too high. One number that I would give you is our market size that is massive. It's 850 billion euros. A little bit about our competitive advantages. Thanks to our system, properties are available inside of the city that usually it's not. Thanks to iLock, our product is 10 times safer and easier. We have a competitive team that's we have covered all the sites. Our business model is two-side marketplace, and our transaction fee starts at 15%. Our additional revenue comes from iLock, insurance requests, and moving services. And currently, we're raising 2.5 million to secure 500 properties that generate 18 million in MRR. Thank you.
Yeah, round of applause. Thank you. So we have time for questions. Any questions in the room? Yeah, Imit?
Hi, thanks for your presentation. How are you thinking about managing the risks between the property owners and the renters and actually what is being stored?
Yeah, that's thanks to insurance and everything. So the risk is kept in low, basically, if it answers your question.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the Airbnb example, there's been problems with hosts and who they rent to, and then they might go back to their apartment and it's absolutely trashed.
Oh yeah, but the same like in Airbnb, people usually go drinking and partying basically when you're traveling, and this is the chance. But in a storage business, usually you want to store your bike or something like that, and you don't go there to party, and that's why there is no problems with that kind of things.
Dasha, what is your current geographical presence and further expansion plans?
Yeah, currently we are in Estonia, Finland, and Sweden. We just had a speak with the Spanish government, so and the same in Rome. So we are planning to maybe move into the government places, because a lot of places are vacant and people could use them. Yeah.
Wanda?
And I was curious, how are you going about acquiring customers? What's your go-to-market? And also, what's the share of your current revenue that's coming from this person who wants to store items versus warehousing, for example?
Currently we are like outsourcing our sales team, so they are contacting all the businesses, companies. Currently, we are really active with businesses who are looking for places, because they are the ones that are taking like 1,000 square meters at a time. So we are trying to get these companies that are looking for the bigger places currently. And was there anything else? Yeah.
Yeah, that's warehousing, right?
Yeah.
And you mentioned storage, so I'm curious, what's the split?
Oh, what's the split? Current, I would say 70-30, like storage spaces are like more, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and that's our time.
Thank you, Kaspar.
Yeah.
Thank you. Round of applause for Kaspars.
Okay, next up we have Mariam, CEO at Q+. Q+ is a startup that develops sustainable and clean and smart energy solution for urban furniture.
All right, generous
Welcome, Mariam.
applause.
Good luck.
Hello everyone, I'm Mariam, founder of Q+. What is Q+? Q+ is a startup that develops clean and smart energy solution for urban furniture. Every one of us knows the world is moving toward becoming smarter, including cities. But cities face major challenges in the field of public urban spaces, such as outdated urban infrastructure, high cost to create a smart infrastructure, inadequate safety in some part of our cities. For this problem, we have provided some solution by reducing dependence on traditional energy sources, create advanced performance and safety for our cities, cost saving, and create income. Our technology can generate clean and smart energy solution for urban furniture by 3 methods: solar system, kinetic system, and microwave magnetic system. Our innovation is microwave magnetic system, can generate electrical energy without dependence on sunlight. Each furniture that equipped with our technology can provide some facilities for you, city and citizens, such as charging ports, Wi-Fi connectivity, and smart lighting. Total available market for a smart urban furniture by the end of 2029 is $2.6 billion, and Q+ is going to reach to the $25 million. Our ideal customers are municipalities, the places with the high traffic of users, such as airport terminals, and urban furniture manufacturers. We are completely different from other competitors in this market in the field of energy efficiency, because we can generate clean energy by 3 methods, not only 1 method, without dependence on sunlight. Therefore, we can use this furniture for outdoor and indoor together. Our business model is based in B2B. We have multiple revenue streams. About traction, fortunately, we signed some MOUs with the municipalities of Sweden and Malta. We have done our patent registration, and we won some award and certificate for our product. We supported by some organization and accelerator in the world. We have practical team. Majid and I, both of us are architects with the high experience in the field of urban planning and urban design. We have different advisors with the different expertise in our team. We are seeking for 250K euros for product development, team development, and market penetration for reaching to our milestones that are completing our pilot program, reach to the final product, and start our pre-sales by the end of this year. Thank you for your attention and listening to me. If you have any question, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Mariam. Do we have questions from the judges? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for your pitch. My question would be, like, what is the cycle of how you can acquire one customer? Because you are working with the basically municipalities and such big infrastructures.
Okay, we have ideal customers that are municipalities or a public organization. Your question was about how we can connect it with them?
How quickly you can get them as a customer, so how quickly they will pay you?
Okay, for example, at this stage, we are connected with the municipalities. We can connect it with them by our product and introduce our product, and also with the referral people that know our product. And they can, when they want to change their furniture in the cities, they really shows their interest to our product.
Please,
That's
go ahead.
Thank you for your pitch. Looks like a transformer furniture from the future. I was wondering, like, given all these different functionalities of one furniture piece, like, what has been the initial feedback from I guess your first pilots in Sweden and Malta? Like, are all the features being used?
Okay, I should mention we have signed the MOUs with the municipalities in Malta and Sweden at this stage. We have piloted already in the Finland, and we have got positive feedback from the users in the university. And our product is different from other competitors in this market because we can generate energy by 3 methods, not only one method, and therefore we can generate more energy. Our energy efficiency is more than rather than other competitors.
One more from Jānis?
Yes, I'm just curious about, you said that you have already filed the patent. So how complicated is your technology, and is it a possibility for some reverse engineering?
Okay, our innovation is microwave magnetic system that is, its patent is on pending, and it can generate electrical energy for urban furniture. We can implement it inside the furniture.
All right, thank you. That's all our time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, round of applause. So next pitch comes up. Alexander with empowering sustainable sewage sludge management for thousands of urban areas worldwide with Empirio. Applause!
Give it for Alexander.
Hi. I hope you have a great day today. It's music. I need to dance most probably. Okay, hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Alexander Berzins. I'm CEO of Empirio company. And picture on this side, you could see a small wastewater treatment plant which generates waste product called sewage sludge. And we at Empirio, we are like magician. We make the sewage sludge disappear sustainably, thanks to our patented innovative technology. And you see the blue arrow over there, and it directs to our solution, which is seamlessly integrated into the small wastewater treatment plant. Okay, so the sewage sludge disposal options currently are very, very harmful, so the environmental legislation become more and more strict, making these methods very, very expensive. And if we look at the technological solution, they are actually not available for the small cities, because if the large technologies scale down, they become also very expensive. And we are ready to bring our innovative and patented thermal treatment process, which use the energy of the material and do not require any external thermal energy. So we are self-sufficient. It provides economical solution, sustainable solution, and also provides independence from high gate fee contracts for our customers. And while ensuring quite a fast payback period for our customers, it also provides for us quite a good margin for this business. And our business model is when we manufacture, according to our patented technology, equipment by the subcontractors, deliver it to distributors, which makes the installation and provides a full cycle of maintenance and installation for our end users. And the market is huge for such a small cities for sewage sludge utilization. Europe alone, it stands for about 1 billion opportunity for Empirio. And our experienced team is ready to bring this solution into the market. We have both PhDs in thermal physics, mechanical engineers, and MBAs, and also with support from technological and market experts. And the overwhelming interest in Empirio technology at EFAT exhibition last year, and also the high recognition award by WaterTech experts, it just proves the urgent need of Empirio technology in the market, and we are ready to be in the market within the next years. So last years we've been finalizing, and this year we are going to finalize our prototype, and it's industrial scale. It's actually located not far from here. It's in Jūrmala. One day we'll invite all of you to take a look how it looks like and how it operates. But currently we are raising 2.5 million to build our first commercial unit and also prepare for full market entry. So join us to make a sustainable future for small cities worldwide. Thank you very much, and your questions, please. Thank you. Have a great day. Woo!
I think we have to say thank you, Alexander, for taking care of what we leave behind us.
Oh.
Right? Yeah. So we have time for questions. Henrik?
What's the expected sales cycle once you're at the market?
Yeah, actually sales cycles, it's quite a long maybe for ordinary sales because we work mostly with municipalities and it will take like 1-2 years. But within the next stage, we are going to start already building sales funnel. So to enter the market, we'll be ready. And we'll have at the next stage, at the end of the next stage, as many offtake agreements as possible, just to be ready to jump on the sale and provide like sales and deliveries of our equipment with a shortened period.
Next. Anyone jumping in? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for the pitch. My question would be, so if you have now the pilot already working in Jūrmala, what kind of parameters you can say already that it really proving the technology it works and you can use it as the test bed for all others?
Yeah,
so what is so unique there?
Yeah, so unique that it should work like a whole system, providing this self-sufficient approach. This is actually what we are aiming to do it, and hopefully by the middle of the year we'll be able to invite like all of you and ensure the potential customers who are waiting, and also potential corporates who would like to cooperate, and some of them like maybe you know such names, Suez, Veolia, so we do have established these contacts, and they're really, really excited about it.
All right, we have a last quick question.
Follow-on question. So, can you already say what is the efficiency of your solution in comparison with competitors?
Yeah, so this is our advantage that actually in quite a compact design, which you could see behind myself, yeah, in like 4 containers, we could perform quite a lot of sewage sludge utilization. It's like, just for your understanding, from 5 to 20 tons per day. It's like from 1 to 4 trucks. Yeah, it's quite a big amount, and we could perform it in such a compact design equipment, which is highly efficient.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank
you. Round of
all.
applause.
And next up, we have Fermentful, making gut health effortless and delicious with fermented plant-based dairy drinks. Welcome, Anda.
Yeah, round of applause.
Almost every second person suffers from gut-related disorders, and majority of them are looking for solution through food. We all know Actimel here in Europe, and that's not surprising that dairy probiotic drinks are storming the market. But there is Japanese-based food unicorn, Yakult, which is selling nearly 30 million of dairy probiotic drinks every single day. When I started my business, my dream was to create plant-based version of Yakult, because more and more people are switching toward plant-based diet, and they are looking for food as medicine. They are also encountering food intolerances. Also, functional plant-based drink market is growing rapidly. By 2030, it's expected to reach nearly 72 billion of valuation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fermentful, plant-based probiotic drink made out of green buckwheat superfood. And by the way, this is not a dream anymore. We are already listed in 250 stores. We have started partnership with the biggest retail group in Europe, and we have partners in Switzerland, Poland, Netherlands, and the UK, and aiming to be soon available in 1,000 stores. And at this very moment, you might be thinking why she is even on the TechChill stage. Where is the tech? And let me tell you, we have already developed advanced fermentation technology and scientifically validated formulation to achieve clean label product with no artificial stuff inside. We have tested our product in artificial gut simulator to confirm our product's health benefits. But we don't want to stop here. We want to export all around the world and make gut health effortless and delicious. To make this happen, we do need to extend shelf life up to 12 months, and we have to provide product with stability in normal room temperature. To reach that, we are pushing ourselves to next R&D development, biopolymer-based microencapsulation, which in simple terms means that we are creating protective shell around the probiotic shell, which has 10 times higher survival rate in acid stomach environment, and afterwards targeted release in the gut. We have already received interest from US-based plant-based milk producer about our microencapsulation technology, which could naturally lead us to develop new licensing business model. This is Team Fermentful. We are covering all essential business areas, and we are fundraising, of course, to develop new products, entering new markets, and increasing our production capacity. If you are willing to learn more about Fermentful's investment opportunity, please scan the code and we will send you all information afterwards. Thank you very much.
Round of applause.
Do we have questions from the jury? Go empty.
So thank you for the presentation. Also really interesting to see you've got into likes of Riga, or will be. I'm curious, you're now looking, or going forward at Japan, the US and Canada. Bigger markets, much more complicated, much more competition. How are you thinking about actually entering those markets and the go-to-market strategy?
Like I said, we are already partnering with distributors, with local representatives there, and we are already in the negotiation process with partners in Japan, Canada as well. And as our product is pretty unique in this plant-based dairy market, we are basically creating new category in the plant-based dairy industry. We see big potential big potential to enter in these markets, and with the right partners, of course.
And sorry, just to follow on, have you done any customer validation in those markets as to preferences and what they would want to see?
Well, at the moment, we trust our partners' view on this potential. We haven't done, let's say, pilot degustations or such kind of things, but we are regularly participating in global trade fairs, so we are getting feedback on our product on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
Henrik?
Can I ask, what's your current revenue? And what do you estimate as the market size in Europe? In a way asking, is there actually a need to immediately go to US and Japan, and how big could you grow in Europe?
Yeah, well, it's a very good question. At the moment, we are operating only in Latvia, and very small amount of partners in Estonia. So our current revenue is around 60,000 euros by selling only one product in those stores. And we are also available in the biggest retailer here in Baltics. But potential for our product, as I said, our direct competitors are dairy probiotic drinks like Actimels, and it's lifestyle products. So I can't tell you exact market potential at the moment because it's a very new category.
Thank you. We're done with questions. Sorry. Yeah. You have to be quicker next time. All right. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you. All right. Next one on the stage is portable fuel cell technology for a sustainable future. Let's welcome Laura from GaltTech. Applause.
Hi, I am Laura from GaltTech, and I am here to bring you to the new age of portable power. This icon makes me uncomfortable. Do you know that feeling? Well, on a global scale, short battery life isn't just uncomfortable, but it means losing lots of money, and in a crisis situation, even losing human lives. That's why at Galtech, we are developing fuel cells. It's a device where air and fuel go in and electricity comes out at a high efficiency and low emissions. But as a huge breakthrough in the field, we have built that onto microtubes that are the size of a human hair, thus creating the world's smallest fuel cell. We put a bunch of those hairs together and we can make 1 kilowatt fit in your hand. Compared to batteries and other fuel cells at the same size, our power sources last a lot longer. Instead of long recharging, they can be instantly refueled, and there are many fuel options. Our first ones are hydrogen and ethanol, and they work in almost all weather conditions. Our closest competitors are other fuel cell manufacturers, but they make solutions for limited use cases and environments, stationary use cases, and even the ones trying to do the same thing as us are already technologically left behind. I am here looking to raise our seed round, which consists of 2 million euros equity investment plus 4 million public grants. The goal is to bring testing out from the lab and deliver to our first customers next year. Those first customers are drone manufacturers, some already signed, and they are up at night waiting for us to extend their flight times. From that, we expand to other transportation, off-grid communications, and why not even those TVs here telling me I need to start wrapping up now. Our total addressable market is over 200 billion euros as we take over market from other fuel cells, internal combustion engines, and batteries. So that one day you can have a smartphone which you refuel like a Zippo lighter and you're good to go for a week. Our team is the only one in the world with resources and know-how to make this happen. It's green, technologically superior, and it's going to save us all lots of money and nerves. Help us bring what today is just a mock-up into an actual product. Thank you.
All right. I think we can thank Laura for bringing more energy into the room as well. Questions? Where is it? Anyone? Questions? Yeah.
Yeah, those first customers, the drone manufacturers, what are the use cases that they will be actually kind of using these drones for? Is it just for agricultural purposes, general flying, etc.? I'd just love to understand how long this will be applied for.
It's, for example, monitoring. It could be border monitoring, urban monitoring, or even in forest, where long flight times are crucial.
Yeah.
Not an expert in the topic, but curious to hear about how do you navigate regulatory compliance in hydrogen production?
The regulatory field in hydrogen usage is just taking shape. So Europe and Estonia, where we are currently operating in mostly, the regulation is just developing, so it's rather easy to keep up with it. But the fuel is third-party product. Our product is an inert converter, essentially.
Yeah.
Just one question. Oh, sorry, Henrik. Now I'm the first.
No, she was first. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the pitch. And can you guide us through your scaling process? Like, where the production can be, how big it should be, and so on?
Right now, we are creating small production capabilities in Estonia, in Tartu Science Park. And in the end of 28, we are planning a half-automized demo plant, which right now will also be in Estonia, but in the future, as our markets are global, right now we also have high interest from Asia, we are looking to expand and branch on, also into those markets.
All right, I guess that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Round of applause.
Okay, the next startup is a bit of a mouthful. Protium Tech builds high-efficiency electrolyzers for low hydrogen production costs. Let's hear it from Alens.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Hi, my name is Al. I'm hurrying a bit, sorry. Yeah, hi, my name is Alens Martini. I'm CEO, co-founder of Protium Tech, and we are building high-efficiency electrolyzers for lower hydrogen production costs. Renewables typically operate 25 to 40% daily, leaving producers reliant on grid energy. And that's where green hydrogen production becomes costly. And in any scenario, it means lower profit. So we have built a two-step electrolyzer system where production process is cyclic, and both of those cycles are more efficient than it is in the traditional electrolyzers. But the key feature here is energy management. It's a flexibility to switch between those cycles based on renewable availability or energy prices. But what we really stand out is our new closed-back design, which allows us to reduce amount of raw materials by 3 times. Also, the high-efficient hydrogen production step, which gives us a lower hydrogen production costs. But the difference what we're making is how we approach the production process. While the traditional systems operates constantly, we are producing hydrogen. We are producing 2 times more hydrogen when energy prices is cheap, but it's not being released yet. And when energy prices peak, we are releasing the hydrogen with 3 times lower power consumption. And in the case like this, we are increasing the daily profit by 89%. We are the only ones providing energy management, and that's the game changer, as we can be flexible each and every day to adjust our production process. Our go-to-market strategy is divided into 3 phases, where the second phase is the most crucial one, as we are targeting our first revenues through piloting and lease agreements. And we later want to turn those agreements into our first sales contract. It's no secret that green hydrogen market is large, and we are aiming at 3%, which gives us a 180 million market across various industries. Currently, we have validated prototype, POC in the pipeline, ongoing PCT application, and we recently signed the NDA with the Austrian energy giant Verbund. And also, we have secured 70K in equity-free funding, and we have some VCs committed in our pre-seed round. So currently, we are raising 300K, which will lead us basically through the pre-seed. Our team consists of 6 people and 2 industry leaders into our advisory. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Marie-Louise. Okay.
Thank you, Alens. Do we have questions from the jury? Yeah, no, you go first.
Okay. Such a cool pitch. Thank you very much. My first question will be, what holds your competitors back to also implement the energy maintenance solution with their own electrolyzers?
Well, that's a good question, because we have our closest competitor, H2 Pro from Israel, and we are very similar. Like, basically, if you look from the outside, you would see very similar approaches. But the key difference here is that they are operating or releasing the hydrogen in higher temperatures, which is approximately 90 degrees. Meanwhile, we are doing that in the 60 degrees. And whenever there are more energy into play, that means more consumption, and it makes it a bit costlier process. So, yeah, there are many those membrane-free solutions. All of them are still in the commercializing process, but that's how we differentiate us.
Dasha, you had one? Okay. Hendrik?
Can I ask, thank you for the presentation, and maybe it was mentioned somewhere, I just missed it, but in terms of TRL, where are you currently?
We are at 5, and we are actually close to 6, and the target, how we want to raise, it is through piloting, and that's where we want to reach our TRL 7, which is basically good enough for scaling for the industrial scale.
Okay, one more, a really quick one.
In terms of applications, how large do you want to be? Who's your ideal end customer?
Well, normally those are the ones who are dependent on the grid energy because there are huge green hydrogen production plants, and they, with combination of batteries and some other devices, they are ensuring 100% of renewable availability. And there we lose our competitive advantages. But we are looking at industries such as steel manufacturing, fertilizers, green ammonia, and stuff which are dependent on the grid energy. Also, hydrogen refueling stations. Yeah.
Okay, that will be it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, judges.
Thank you. We're still going to have 3 amazing pitches. And next, we'll bring you to the edge. It's raw edge that leverages deep tech and research-based fermentation to upcycle food waste into the better living bacteria-packed foods. Let's welcome Mari-Liis from Raw Edge. Applause.
So this was considered normal in the 50s, and this is what we consider normal right now. In EU alone, every 3rd child is obese. The food system is set on profit, not on health. It's the modern-day smoking that drives health and environmental crisis, and we are paying billions for it. It didn't happen overnight. It won't be solved overnight. Forgot this. My name is Mari-Liis Mia. I'm a co-founder of Raw Edge, and we are rethinking food through the lens of science, sustainability, and flavor. And here's how. We upcycle vegetables that would otherwise end their life at waste. We use research-backed fermentation to cut down sugar, increase shelf life, increase nutritional value, bioavailable nutrients, but most importantly, keep the bacteria alive for gut health. We use clinically tested lactic acid bacteria, and in the future, we integrate new bacteria strains for targeted health benefits. For example, we're currently working with the bacteria that suppresses Helicobacter pylori. It's a common human pathogen that causes very serious health problems. This has been done with supplements, but never with food. At the same time, we're extracting sweet-tasting fibers from surplus carrot side streams, a natural alternative to sugar that's moving us closer to zero waste, but also creating opportunity for licensing. Our technology enables us to expand into a whole range of categories, from soft drinks to powders to gummy bears, for everyday consumers, but also for more targeted needs, like, for example, in the military. We've been in the market for 1.5 years and exceeded 90K in turnover last year. And this is quite literally science in a can, delivering living bacteria in a healthy, clean label and delicious format. And the market is there. Fermented and healthy foods are targeted to reach $2.9 trillion by 2032, and Raw Edge is right at the center of this change. We are women-led, science-based spin-off from Tallinn Technical University. We combine experience in research, innovation, business, but most importantly, we're a great team and we love the mission we're on. Our business model is set on technology licensing, not product export. So we produce locally, we source locally, we keep the supply chain short and very transparent. So we can continue on the R&D and the brand development. We want to grow outside Estonia, starting with Scandinavia and the Baltics. We have bootstrapped our way here, proving the concept, building the foundation, and now we're raising capital to grow, dive deeper into research, and accelerate product development. Raw Edge is not just a food tech company. We are a platform for real, sustainable, living food, which is science-based and tastes really good. So join us and let's make new normal.
All right. Thank you for bringing us to the edge. Do we have some questions? Questions? Yeah, you first.
Thank you for the pitch. I was curious because you mentioned the cans we see on the screen. This is not the product. You're licensing the tech, right?
This is the product because I think for us the product has been the proof of concept. Because the product it's been in the market, it's our product. We don't produce, but we do the technology and the R&D. But it creates incentive. So now when we are approaching Finnish market, we can already see that there is a companies who want to produce for us. So that's the kind of whole idea, that with the product, you create the need.
Right, so the revenue is from the sales of the product?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's the price point of the can?
Roughly like kombucha, like €3 in Estonia, probably will be higher in Finland.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dasha?
My question is partially answered. I was also going to ask if you will position yourself as a premium offering or more aim as a mass market affordability, but you think you already answered that.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the pitch and for the product. I'm a big fan. Can you elaborate a little bit about this licensing business? Because I still didn't get it. Like, are you selling, and if you sell the license, is it like a lot of your work, what you need to, I don't know, do something, maintenance, guidance, or something?
It probably depends on the producer and the equipment and what their skill set is. But for example, just to give you an example what it means to produce locally and also source locally, is that, for example, in northern regions, it's very common to use carrots, which is like you save them from throwing out. So, for example, we have a request from Vietnam, and they're asking, look, we have this amount of like bananas that we have to throw away. Could you do something with it? So our the skill set is creating the technology around it to make something tasty from it.
And the license is only technology or only recipe. So how easily it can be basically stolen and replicated? Yes.
Well, we consider patenting, but at the end of the day, fermentation is nothing new. The question is how we do it. So it must be something in the frame of contracts, definitely.
All right, thank you for the questions. Thank you. Round of applause.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Matti Foods. This team is developing microprotein-based meat and seafood alternatives that are tasty, healthy, and competitively priced. Welcome, Trine.
All right.
Hello, I'm Trine, co-founder and CEO of Matti. At Matti Foods, we create real food from mushroom roots. Both the United Nations and the World Health Organization have urged the humanity to move towards a more plant-based diet. Yet, today, only 1% of the whole meat consumed is plant-based. Each fifth person says that to them, the main barrier to eating more vegan meat is the high level of processing. Artificial, fast food, these are also among the most popular words that people use when they talk about vegan meat. Our solution to this problem is developing healthy, whole-cut meat and seafood using mycelium, aka the root of the mushroom. Why mycelium? It is sustainable, it is functional, both in terms of nutritional value and in product development. Now, our key product strategy foresees developing clean label products, so we keep the ingredient list short and our products are minimally processed. We are focusing on whole cuts and fillets as they are lacking on the market and are creating products that would be suitable for various recipes, so they have the potential to become a household staple. Healthy fillets. This is where we position ourselves. Now, the core of our technology is the texturization of mycelium. By now, we are able to achieve both this really strong and fibrous texture of chicken and the tender and flaky texture of fish. We just received a grant to start developing totally new texturization technologies together with Tallinn University of Technology. And here you can see the proof that our current texturization technology actually works. Compared to our competitor, our products resemble chicken meat so much more closely. Our team has all the necessary expertise to bring our goals to life. So far, together with this team, we have been able to gather 220,000 euros as a pre-seed funding round. And only within 1 year after our market launch, we already have captured a notable share of the Estonian market. The feedback to our product so far has been immensely positive. We take this positive mindset, start exporting to Finnish and the Baltics market, open our seed round, and we'll reach to a break-even point next year. Our funding ask to achieve those goals is 700,000 euros. We will open our seed round at the second part of the year. Thank you so much. I invite you to be a part of our journey in expanding to Scandinavian and the Baltics market. Thank you.
Thank you, Triin. Do we have any questions from the jury? Go ahead, Minty.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm just trying to understand, maybe I missed it, what's the price point that you're selling at, and how are you thinking about that as you go into the Baltics and Finland?
In Estonia, it's currently anywhere between 4.90 to 6 euros per package. So we are rather a premium brand. We do believe that our value proposition kind of reflects on that, and they match together, but we are working on bringing the price down because it is a necessity for us, and this is one of the main goals of the new texturization technologies we started testing out with Tallinn University of Technology.
Okay. Dasha, you go first.
I was wondering, like, what are the key consumer barrier perception compared to, like, other plant-based sources such as soy or peas, etc.?
There is no study that is comparing mycoprotein to consumer perceptions with compared to other plant-based proteins, but we haven't seen any negative perception either. So we know that there are some fears and negative connotations with both soy and gluten or wheat, and there aren't any compared to ours, related to ours.
Jana, a real quick one.
Just about the production, where you do it and how it's scalable.
Today we are not producing ourselves. We are using co-manufacture. When creating our current technology, we were keeping that in mind, that we wanted our products to be able to produce them with co-manufacturers. We do see that this is a positive aspect of our business model, and which makes it scalable.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's our time. Thank you.
Triin.
Round of applause. And we have come to this batch, to the last pitch. It's AI Copilot solving EV charging problems 10 times faster. Let's welcome Oste from Stuart Energy. Round of applause.
Hello everyone, I'm Austa, co-founder and CEO of Stuart Energy, where we're creating service tools to help technical support teams to troubleshoot EV charging faster. Do you know that up to 20% of a charging sessions fail and the reasons are not well known? It's because of the complexity of the technologies. And here comes Stuart, solving servicing tools charging problems faster. I'm sorry. We are aiming to reach almost 20 million yearly recurring. Is it working? Yeah. Our competitive advantage is that we are really targeting quite a new market, and there are many direct competitors. And also we are integrating kind of a deep techish approach to it. So we are aiming to analyze multiple data and type points, giving very precise results to technical teams. This is our MVP. So basically, we are analyzing data and giving very human-readable answers to technical support teams. But our vision goes very beyond it, and we are imagining kind of autonomous autonomous agent which is able to maintain different energy devices, starting from EV charging, adding storage systems, and many more. Currently, we are generating revenue from our previous products. In 2023, we launched EV charging management platform and just recently started to work with energy management. And we are raising to create a pilot projects and product for analytical tool. We are already in discussions with Scania, Nobina, Equans, and many different companies. We are targeting engineers and installers working in energy industry. And we are a team of professionals having decades of experience in energy and EV charging with already proven track record. So we already developed and successfully sold EV charger as a hardware technology. We onboarded more than 5,000 charging points into our software system and established connections and partnership with potential clients and industry players. And we are raising 700K to create a product and start working with analytical tool. So thank you very much. I'm ready to answer your question, if you will hear me.
All right.
Sorry.
Questions coming in. Who's first? Yeah, you go.
Thank you very much for the pitch. And you have mentioned you have 5,000 customers already onboarded. Can you elaborate what is the geography of these customers and how you are planning to scale and, I don't know, double, triple, and so on this number?
Yeah, it was 5,000 charging points. We do have over 130 customers, basically in Lithuania, some in Latvia, Finland, and Spain.
So how quickly you can onboard?
Very quickly. We can open the new market in 1 week.
What holds you back to do it now and to have 1,000 points, but 500,000?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So these achievements we already achieved with our current products, but we believe that we do have much more potential working on an analytical tool dedicated to EV maintenance. So we are kind of pivoting to that direction.
Any other question? Henrik?
Are you selling the new AI-based tool together with the EMS solution, or can somebody only buy the analytical tool, or how do you think about it?
Yeah, so we are thinking that we will be able to sell it separately and all in one system. But as I said, it's a pilot, MVP product, so now it's integrated into our current solution. But we are aiming to de-integrate it.
Maybe just a very, very quick, who are the main customers for the analytical part of the product?
Yeah, so now we are approaching different ICPs, but basically we see the huge need for analytical solutions for EV fleets, especially public transport companies such as Nobina and others, and of course charging point operators.
All right, thank you. Round of applause. Thank you, Asta.
Thank you. Thank you, Austa, for bearing with technology. It's stressful as it is, so yeah, microphone malfunction, not on anybody's plans. Okay, so we are going straight to the next fireside. Imagine a world where there are no cards, no devices, just your palm unlocking seamless payments, entry and authentication. It's no sci-fi, it's happening right now. Handwave is making this a reality by integrating biometrics into everyday life. So hear from the CEO Jānis and Arvydas, partner at Praktika, about how the technology and vision behind the groundbreaking innovation came to be. What is this new standard for simplicity and security in payments? Welcome.
Round of applause. Let's welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I cannot see anything. It's sunlight on sunlight. It's light directly to the face. So we don't know how many of you are there. But Jānis, welcome. First time on stage.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Telchik, TechChill. I'm happy to be here. This is my first time, and yeah, let's do it. Let's discuss about biometrics.
Yeah, so we couldn't pick a most boring topic. It's like future of payments, and I think we will try not to discuss payments so much as the future part of it, right? And still, we have to start somewhere, so why not describe a bit on the offline payment infrastructure, right? It's been credit card and this POS device and NFC, and it looks like we're, AI agent world, everything is self-driving cars, but the way we check out at a retail store is all the same. Maybe QR code is the innovation that kind of comes, but this whole thing is not really challenged or innovated, right? So how do you see this?
Yeah, I think to bit simplify, I think currently the world is starting to go into the third era of the payments. The first payment was the cards itself, because like at 1950s, when the technology started to appear, the bank starts to offer the payment cards, and people were offered to get the card, to go to market and to buy things with the card, not the coins anymore. And after 40 years, the next era, the second era of the payment started, and it was contactless. And currently we are living in the contactless world, because at the beginning it was the contactless cards, then it was contactless wallets, and people start to use Apple Pay, Google Pay, different kind of services. And at the moment, by the statistics, 90% of the cards transactions are done by the contactless. And what we are seeing now, the third era has started, and it calls biometrics. And of course, what we can learn from the previous eras is that it will take a time when it will be all around the world. I think there will be different kind of solutions of the biometrics which we will use. For some it will be face recognition, for some of it will be palm recognition, maybe even the A-scan technology, but definitely in 5-10 years we will be there, and it will be our daily habit to use such solutions.
Okay, so biometrics is not like a new thing, like it's been for ages, and I know there's a big company in Riga, another one in Lithuania, and I'm not sure about Estonia, but access control, many things. Veriff, I think also like Estonian unicorn is also doing something with biometrics. ADV, all the know your client procedures. So it's not like a new thing to scan the palm and so on. So what happened that suddenly payment are so excited about something that existed for such a long time?
Yeah, I think people already are using biometrics only on their devices, and each of the year more and more people are onboarding their biometric data into the device. And especially in the last 5 years, it becomes like a normal habit that you are like unlocking your phone with the face or with the fingerprint scanning. So and I think the people start really get used that it's biometrics in their daily life. But always was the question, you can do it for the e-commerce payment, right? To unlock your mobile phone or like unlock on the POS terminal, the mobile device, but it's still dependent on the device, right? And still it's something which you need with yourself, or otherwise there will be no biometrics as such, right? And I think the technology and the customer habits has went so far that currently people are ready to start to think about integrate those new biometric solutions into the bank, into the finance world. The companies who owns POS terminals understood, especially that during last year there was huge announcements by the Visa and MasterCard that their strategy to make biometric payments till 2030 as much as possible. So, and it's usually when the finance industry starts to believe that, and all the partners into the finance industry starts to think about the projects. It's just a matter of time when where the biometrics will be everywhere, like around the world. So,
could you maybe could we zoom in on this Face ID, like Apple or any device, right? It's something that when discussing and when we started conversation, it looks like obvious, right? Apple already solved it. Like you have your Face ID and that's it. You have your phone with you everywhere. Like, and do you really need it, right? So it looks like it's solved, like biometrics, Face ID. Why there's any need to have an independent sensor or any other like technology at the point of sale or somewhere else?
Yeah, I think it was like, it's the same if you would ask a person 30 years ago, if you have any problems to pay with the card, they would tell, no. It's like comparing the paying with the coins, it's much convenient and easier and more secure, and like it's done. Like why we need something else. But when the contactless start to appear, it was much more convenient, right? Because like you don't need to enter the card anywhere and enter the PIN code, and it just makes our daily life much easier, right? And I think that's the answer, actually, and the customer experience is in 5 seconds. So meaning it's much easier, much faster, much secured, right? Because it's very hard to store your biometrics. And when the people will start to use it, they will understand that, yeah, it's much more convenient. And why shouldn't use it like everywhere, right? So it's like, how I'm seeing it is that it will not be one company as such as Handwave who will promote it, that it's like a next technology for the universe. It's like the industry who will promote it, and the industry all together with all our 4 competitors, including providing this technology around the world, will give the sense to people, so they should start to use it. So.
Okay, it's interesting take, I would say. Yeah, because when you kind of think about it, if you even use Apple ID, right? The merchants or retailers, due to GDPR, they still cannot tie your identity to the card. So you still, like, no matter how you pay by card, like for Apple ID. So there is a lot for the merchants, and that's why the Google and Apple, this fight on the European Commission on this App Store dominance, where they don't simply they do not transfer or do not share any user details, personal details with the game publishers, and it's a big problem for gamers, right? And they charge for 30%. So I think it's the same with like Face ID. You kind of merchant understands that the kind of blank and last 4 numbers were used, but they cannot tie it to a person. So I think with PAM-based and what you're building, you can actually achieve much more to the merchant. So you can democratize this kind of identity behind payments business as well.
Yeah, definitely, because in our way, how we are planning to build the product and what we have aligned with our partners, like in the finance industry, is that biometrics can be used as an identification and authorization. So it means that you can say that you are yourself, and basically you can avoid PIN codes, you can avoid different other cards just to prove with that. And we didn't know that actually 1.5 years ago, because we thought, yeah, it makes sense and it should be nice value propositions for our clients. But now that we are going into the details with them, especially with the retailers, we start to understand that biometrics are solving plenty of the pain points what they have, and their cost, it's their daily cost, and Apple Pay and Google Pay are not anyhow helping to resolve those pain points. And I think it just, in that sense, makes sense that when the Apple Pay and Google Pay start to be like a dominant player in the world, and especially the finance industry was just in the position that they cannot just switch it over, and they need to confirm their terms and prices and so on, they start to feel that, yeah, but it would be good if there would be a different payment methods, right? And we are starting to see it around the world, because in the Baltics and in Europe as such, we don't have that much of the innovations, I would say. But for example, in Japan, there's company PayPay, and majority of the people are paying with the PayPay, and it's based on the QR codes. So it means that people are not using that much of the Apple Pay and Google Pay there. And as well, it's like an indication that industry around the world is ready to implement different kind of solutions. And the fact that we are using here in the Baltics Apple Pay, Google Pay mostly doesn't mean that much for the global perspective. And especially if you're thinking about biometrics worldwide, in India or in Latin America, there are already a lot of solutions where the biometrics are implemented, and there are several kind of service providers who are like playing around of the palm technology, face recognition, fingerprint, and so on to choose the ultimate one which will be used. I think it will just happen the same as well here in Europe. Right?
And maybe shifting gears a bit, what are you building at Headway, right? And which biometrics you chose to adopt?
Yeah, we chose the palm scanning, and it was we actually went through the 3 years of the learning curve because the idea was at the beginning to use palm scanning.
This is palm scanning is not like in fortune teller scanning. It's
no.
More complex. Or
yeah, palm scanning is like when you're showing your palm, and based on the vein structures, we are generating ID code. So basically, I believe a lot of you have heard about the chips, which has been put into the skin like 6-7 years ago. There was a company, but we are not doing it that way. So we are using what you already have, the vein structure, the vein depth, the blood circulations, and so on. And we are building the machine learning algorithms which can generate completely unique ID code of yourself. That is one part. And the second part was to think how to integrate with the daily service providers. Because like if you will build just the technology, then it's like millions of questions, how it will be used, how it will be integrated, who will promote it, and so on. So we, in that sense, innovating the concept like biometric wallet. It's the profile for you, where you are like registering your palm scan through the mobile device without any extra device, and afterwards you will be capable to use your palm wherever we are integrated. It's in the retail shops, the public transportation, the events, for example, like TechChill, like currently we have those badges, but those can easily be replaced by the palm scanning to entry in. And in that sense, we are innovating the biometrics as a service concept, because everyone knows what is service as a service, and we are using that for like cloud and infrastructures and so on. But biometric service is a super new concept, but it works in that way that there is a place where your data is stored, and that place is integrated with different kind of service providers all around the world. And we are not sharing the data, definitely. We are storing on us, and that's why we are a heavily regulated company. But you will be capable to use it wherever you want. And why it's palm? Because we went quite a hectic market research around the world. We went to the different countries and regions, Japan, United States, Europe, like Middle East, and so on. And we had discussions with more than 500-600 people from the banks, retailers, public transportation, and so on. And their statement was that they don't want to go with face because there's ethical issues. Because imagine the world if your face would be like stored in hundreds of different service providers, and there would be cameras all around and would try to get your face and so on. And a lot of companies just closing those projects with the face. Fingerprint have just technical limitations of accuracy. And their recognition is completely different user habit, because you just need to stay with open eyes and just wait for the scanner to check your eye and so on. So it's super complex and super, I would say, inconvenient. But the palm scanning in that sense is the habit like what we are using already, because you are taking your mobile phone and you are like tapping with your right or left hand on the POS terminal, and that will be the same idea how it will be work together with Headway. You will go to the, for example, retailer shop, and you will just show the palm on the POS terminal, like contactlessly, and basically that's it. So, and yeah, it looks that we are going into the right direction, because last year a lot of big finance organizations announced that they are more interested into the palm scanning. So it looks like maybe not. Let's see in the 10 years, but like most probably palm will be one of the most used biometric option like globally.
Yeah, as investor, I always like to get something for free. So, like, need to use this opportunity. And Jānis, it's like, I guess when you speak to the banks,
that's it.
Yeah, I guess when you speak with the banks, investors, and whatnot, right? It's extremely hard to imagine the friction you will see in the market, right? Okay. Because going like and just waving your hand and scanning the palm towards the payments, you can understand the principle, but like the wall of point of sales terminals you have to change. The banks are the most conservative invention or like a structure ever invented. They were never the first with any innovation, right? They are not in the risk business, right? They are lending, but it's hard to imagine that they will, push this innovation. Acquirers, they are all for innovation, but then the merchants have to actually want it. And the consumer also, it's not clear, they will adopt or not. So how you, because even when we were started talking to you and we talked to all of our advisors, right? Everyone is like, oof, it's extremely hard to do it. So how you plan to dissect this and how you plan to roll it out? Because we could talk how nice it is and draw a lot of drawings here and then and wave our hands and dance, but you have to start somewhere. So how you plan to do it?
Yeah, you are right about complexity, because I think, especially when a year ago we start to think about, investments, and we talk about a lot of people around here in Baltics and Europe, and none of the people really understand what we are doing because it's so much complex and it involves so much details. And this is our third year as a company, and we realized that value proposition for all of the partners is the thing why even they would like to cooperate with us. Because especially for the banks, they like to calculate the finances, right? And if you start to understand like how those transaction fees are working and who is paying to what and so on, and how you can use it for the biometric payments, you can make the value proposition for the bank, so they are super interested. And the same goes for acquiring companies, and the same goes as well for the retailers. And in that sense, it's already happening not only in the biometrics, but for example, account-to-account payments or like crypto payments, like the way how the fees are going to each of the partners are changing a lot. And I think after those 3 years, we have found a sweet spot so that all the partners are interested and motivated, not only because of idea, but as well from the financial perspective to implement it. And I think that's the super transparency of the biometrics itself, because like if the biometrics is the next technology, how everyone's saying now into the world, it should make the value not only for the customer, but only for the business, right? Because then business is super motivated to implement it. And I think we are very, very far with that, because those 3 years were basically only with discussions, like discussing. So yeah.
I think we're running out of time, but like a personal note to myself is there are rarely innovators in the space, and we had Kevin and Lithuania attended how it ended, but they were dreaming super big, account-to-account payments. They got all the backing they could, and to roll out in this super conservative industry where a lot of things had to work all at once. I think Latvia has an entrepreneur right now, Jānis and Sandis and the team, that dare to dream big, and I wish you luck, and go Latvia. This is something interesting happening finally.
Good, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you for bringing us into the future, I guess, already. We have 2 challenging tasks. One, we have to find a legend, someone who is really a legend in pitching. And second one, since people are coming from the back all the time, can we all do one of the hardest possible things? Stand up and move more here in front. I know, it's tough. Oh, guy asking from the stage to do it.
Otherwise, it's so dark, it actually does look like there's nobody in this room, and I'm sure
it will help. It will help people in a the ones where we do the pitching. They will be hyped more. So I know it's really hard. It's easy. Standing up, taking your friend on an elbow and coming up front.
Come to the front.
And in the meantime, we will figure out the legends. Who has done approximately the most pitches in your lifetime? Just approximate number. Just shout out and you will get this amazing drink from TechChill. 30? That's it? 30?
30.
Who has done more? 32. Come on, let's bootstrap today. Who has done? Is there someone who had done 50 pitches in life already? 1,000. 10,000.
How many pitches down here? Trace space. Two
Two.
pitches.
Real ones. Actually, real ones, right?
Okay, easy.
So is there really you can grab from the bottom of your bottom out how many pitches you have done? 37. You already have changed
You
3
just
times
said
your
30.
pitches.
Come on, dude. Okay. Well, I think we have a winner there, right?
Sounds like where was that? 1,000? Who said 10,000? 10,000 pitches, everyone! Come up, you get your amazing booze-strapped beer from TechChill, and everyone will see who has done 10,000 pitches. This is how the person looks. Congratulations.
Okay, so it is indeed all about pitches, and we'll get to hear 10 more pitches from the 4th batch of the 50 Founders Battle. For those of you who are TechChill veterans, you know the drill. For the newbies, here's how it works. A few months ago, over 150 founders from all 3 Baltic states applied to pitch on this stage in front of formidable investors in the room. What happened is the top 50 founders were selected, and they are pitching today, all to get a chance to pitch tomorrow at the finals for a pretty good goodie bag, if you ask me. There's a community prize, there's lots of partner prizes, and there are a whopping 610,000 rolled up from investors in the region. So that's what we're doing just now.
And let's meet the judges, the ones who will have the hardest question for the entrepreneurs.
Exactly.
The judge number 1 is Tom from Venture Debt Analysis.
From Flashpoint VC.
Flashpoint VC, exactly. Where you are.
That's
yeah.
him. Hey, Tom.
Any words of wisdom?
That's a tough one. Yeah, no, I'm Tom, working for Flashpoint VC. We're a later stage investor, I guess, investing from around $1 million in annual revenue plus. We do venture capital, venture debt, and secondaries. We invest, I guess, all over the world, but I focus on founders from CE and the Baltics.
Awesome. This is the place. Okay, next up we have Sebastian, managing partner at Acton Capital Partners. Where are you?
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
First of all, thanks for having me. I'm Sebastian, managing partner of Acton Capital, a fund based in Munich, in Germany. We've been around for 25 years. We invest in growth companies, so a bit more later stage, Series A, B rounds, where we typically put in between 5 and 10 million euro for accelerating growth.
All right. Judge number 3 is Loic from his investment associate from Curiosity VC.
So, hi everyone. Yeah, working for Curiosity VC, Dutch-based fund, focusing actually on seed stage companies, building cool AI and data infrastructure stuff. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Kevin, investment manager at Tenety Nordics.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. We're Swiss VC. I represent the investment branch of the VCR of the Nordics, based in Tallinn. We do pre-seed, seed investment. We have an in-house accelerator, and we're backed by the Swiss Stock Exchange, so focused on fintech and insurtech. Thank you.
And our fifth judge is Kaspar. He's a partner in Specialist VC.
Hi everyone, good to be here. Specialist is a Tallinn-based VC, investing regionally in Baltics and Finland, and founders from Ukraine. We are early stage VC, from pre-seed to seed to Series A, and we also do secondaries. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Thank you, judges. Good luck, founders. Remember, 3-minute pitch, 2-minute Q&A. First up, we have Risto from Wine Fortune. Wine Fortune is revolutionizing retail investment in fine wine with easy access and technology-driven fraud prevention. Give it to Risto.
Applause, let's bring it up, the heat. Hi,
my name is Risto. I'm a co-founder and fund manager of company Wine Fortune. Our company started actually before as a specialized importer for fine wines 2017. After approximately 4 years, we saw that there is more and more people who are not just interested to put together collection for themselves, but they would like to also manage as alternative asset as a fine wine. But usually they didn't have any preferences or bigger knowledge about fine wine market and how and when and where make transactions with this asset. And then we started with the first angel investor and put together first version of our platform, Wine Fortune. And a year later, we also got fund manager and alternative investment fund license in Estonia for that. And for now, we have quite automatically working investment fund that's also connected with API different B2B marketplaces. So based on different price points, when there's happening some trades, we earn profit from this fine wine trading, and customers can just choose amount of the fund shares. No minimum requirement. They can just start also with €1 and to earn dividends in the future, and it's evergreen fund. But now we have seen that the biggest problem on the market for the fine wine is actually that investors lack clarity and trust of secondary market fine wine track record. And it's quite a huge market. I'll show you numbers also later. But our market research shows also that there is year by year different fraud cases. Biggest one in history is over €1 million. And our solution is that we connect our platform, what we already have and what we need to develop further with the Ledger network and connecting this Ledger network with physical side on the wine bottle cork capsule, where is under the cork capsule a sticker of RFID. We have chosen out a best solution of the market, and we have 2 possible companies who would be interested to make a sample production and who could give this to the producers. Producers are interested to take it because they want to know where and how wines are moving, and customers would like to pay it because they would like to get track record for high-value wines when they start to drink it. We have strong team, Raimond, you definitely know from Latvia, and competence also from IT side. And investors, Sergei Yanikin, like a lead, we had already campaign in crowdfunding in Seedblink, and we're raising €600,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Risto.
All right.
Do you have any questions?
No,
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about your customers. How many do you have? How active they are? What's the profile? What's the average ticket? I mean, it's very similar to the crowdfunding space, if I'm guessing it right. So who are they? How do you handle them? Tell us more about the traction from the customer's perspective.
Yeah.
At least the end users.
This is a classical business side, what we have managed until now. It's already working itself quite, because fund business side is like a self-working side, and this concept of the technical business is like a new spin-off. What's the additional value for all this network, where 2 of our team members would be a main lead of this concept. From so on. But right now we have approximately 950 investors in investment fund and portfolio based, mainly Baltic countries, a little bit also from Finland, Sweden. But this would be mainly connected with 2-3 main core capsule producers who will create this possibility for the producers, and we engage these core capsules from the fine wines with our platform. So producers can see visibility how wines are moving in different countries and amounts. They could earn also profit from future transactions, and customers who will open the wines, what they will buy from our platform, have in the future a full track record of the history.
Sebastian, a quick one from you.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. The market obviously very fragmented, with France leading the pack for good reasons. How you want to approach in the go-to-market strategy, because you have like a global footprint there, how you want to address that?
It's covered in this way because these are like 3 main regions where also the fine wine market situated. When you look like Shanghai and Singapore is one main location. Second one is in London, or also from more and more Eastern Europe, different countries. And the third one is mainly near Napa region, but central of the investment side, we are looking also to New York.
Okay, thank you, Risto.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Round of applause. Next one we have AD365 is a comprehensive internship and apprenticeship process management system for educational institutions. It streamlines every step of what is currently a manual and labor-intensive process, eliminating paperwork, enhancing efficiency, and delivering real-time insights. For businesses, it provides seamless access to top talent while significantly reducing aid costs. Let's welcome on stage Yekaterina from AD365. Round of applause.
Hello, my name is Yekaterina and I'm co-founder at AD365. It all started 3 years ago with a simple idea of electronic internship diary. To be honest, the idea didn't come from us. It came from companies taking interns regularly and facing lots of paperwork, inefficient communication, difficult onboarding, and unmet expectations. During those 3 years, simple electronic diary transformed into a complete internship and apprenticeship process management system. System that delivers results in just a few clicks. We have created a product that seamlessly connects education institutions with students and businesses in one unified framework when everyone gets benefits. For education institutions, it eliminates paperwork, boosts efficiency, provides real-time data insights, saving hundreds of staff hours per internship cycle. For businesses, it streamlines access to top talents, cuts HR costs, and reduces interns onboarding from weeks to minutes. And students, well, students are happy. They don't need to spend a lot of time on preparing their final reports. Isn't it great? Of course, talking about our situation currently in Latvia, there are about 40% of education institutions using our platform already now. We have built everything from zero, relying only on our own resources. Without any additional external funding or any marketing, we have achieved already now significant traction. Among our users, different types of education institutions, including biggest faculty of University of Latvia. Our user base is growing rapidly, and by the end of this year, we're planning to at least triple this number. This year, we're planning to scale across Europe, focusing on Germany, Poland, and Scandinavia, while testing also digital marketing in other European countries to identify easiest markets to enter. And now is the time to act. After 3 years of R&D with dozens of education institutions and thousands of companies, we're pretty sure we can go abroad. We're ready to scale and monetize internationally, starting with our subscription plans and exploring other revenue streams further. And we are stepping into the big game, going internationally. Our team is truly exceptional with a deep expertise in education, technology, and entrepreneurship. And we are pretty sure that we can make AD365 a big player. Thank you.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Do we have some questions already? Yep.
Thank you for the pitch. So what are some of the first first steps you take in a new country and why you chose exactly those countries that you mentioned to expand outside Latvia? Thanks.
Okay, currently we already have started conversations in concrete with Sweden, Norway, Estonia, Lithuania. So we already have some, let's say, interest there and confirmation that it's interesting. So we're warming, let's say, conversations. Why Germany, for example, we haven't had any conversations here, but we know that Germany is one of the strongest countries in the context of internships. Germany is financing really a lot of internships and apprenticeships, so it's really very interesting topic for the country itself. And we believe that Germany is a nice entry to the Europe as a whole.
Like?
Yeah. It's working? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm actually curious to hear your thoughts actually on kind of, can you quantify maybe the problem? Let's say I think you have education institutions and also like normal firms, like enterprises, like how much time do they actually spend on the entire administrative work around internships?
Well, if we're talking about the education institutions, they spend quite a lot of time. If we're talking, for example, in Latvia, a lot of paperwork, a lot of communications in different channels. Some students communicate through WhatsApp, some communicate through emails, and same with companies. And this is a platform where everyone is communicating in one way. So it's not like hundreds of WhatsApp groups, for example. Yeah. Also, for education users, signing tripartite contracts happening by few clicks, and you sign already hundreds of contracts, not like signing one by one, let's say, or sending to someone. Besides that, education institutions get real-time data, not like in the end of internship, for example, when student defending his internship report, for example, but they are following and tracking situation currently, what is happening actually now at the company, at the enterprise where intern is taking place.
All right, thank you, Ekaterina. Round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Hypershadow. Embedded AI Copilot for vertical SaaS in no time. Give it to Jegor.
Hi, my name is Gore, and we help to embed AI copilots in vertical SaaS in no time. It's almost half of the venture capital that now goes into AI-related startups. And the question is, why doesn't every B2B SaaS already have some AI in? Well, first, their backlog is full. They still have work to do. Having no prior experience, it's not a piece of cake to figure out all of this configs and libs. And also, the stack could be problematic. If you don't have, let's say, the chat that runs in the WebSocket, you need to introduce a new component, which allows for more mistakes, more time, and more resource spending. With what happened? Okay, with Hypershadow, we offer the AI Copilot interface ready to install in no time. A quick example, a Pitch Monster, a company who is the pilot customer of ours, a UK sales tech that helps to train salespeople to perform better. The Hypershadow inside of that interface looks like a chat window that the end user, who is, let's say, head of sales, can ask important questions and get immediate insights. The magic under the hood happens when from that text the necessary parameters are extracted, the Hypershadow understands which functions need to be called and gets it back through the structure output in the end interface without the user needing to think about it. Now, you can do the styling for that one to make it look native, so it's quite simple. And we are quite fresh with this. So we are only 3 months into this, but I'm happy to say we did 0 to 1. We signed 3 pilot paid customers, and we were quite fast and cost efficient when doing so. Now, the team behind this, as the Cyberpunk guys, we used to do startups, work in corporates or tech. We know how the startup world works, and we were properly trained by Berkeley Skydeck with our previous product. Our sweet spot in the market are seed and post-seed startups in North America and Europe. We target the ones that have cash, enthusiasm, and the need for the product we serve. We monitor the competition on a weekly basis. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but we are the only ones to bet on the interface and limit management for the end users. Our business model is the subscription license. We're currently charging around $3,000 for the annual license and small setup fee, which we'll later plan to delegate to integration partners. Now, that being said, let me finish with a joke. As famous saying goes, give man a fish, he'll be fed for a day. But give man a share in FishTech AI agent. He will oversubscribe his next round, exit unicorn, and will be fed for life. We're not fundraising yet, but once we do, let's talk and let's fry the biggest fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Jegor. Do we have questions from investors? Go, Tom, go first.
So I guess my question is around integration and sales cycles. How long does it take you to integrate with new startups, and how long does it take for you to sell to them?
With the current 3 pilots that we've done, it took us from 2 to 3 weeks to do the full integration. That depends on the API structure and documentation mostly. So the integration is all around making sure that all of the methods and parameters are commented in the text mode. So it's little code, but a bit of organizational work. The maximum we estimate could be 6 weeks, but once we go more corporate, that could last a little bit more.
Sebastian?
Thanks for the presentation. How do you differentiate yourself from the big fish in the market, like ChatGPT, etc., who are all obviously starting to offering APIs, toolkits, easily integratable stuff, etc., etc., and of course there's a lot of money in the background?
Well, but how do you integrate the GPT with existing SaaS?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Yeah, but that means that you need to do some coding in between. So we've seen that for the companies that we've sold to our solution, before that the end user used to do some CSV extraction, go to GPT, then get some process data and import it back. So that's what we try to help do internally. The OpenAI is eager to build foundational technology and not do the actual function calling. So as you know, the function calling is the model expecting the data to be delivered and not actually going to database and extracting this. There's many reasons for that one of them being that they are generalists and they cannot afford to do this kind of a game. They're in a different kind of interest.
Okay, really quick one.
Yeah, really
Kevin.
quick one. Do I understand correctly that you're using internal data and external data to provide a conversational interface to the end users? If so, how do you deal with the data security?
So we don't store any of the data. We are working at the session-based approach, meaning that once the session is open, the data that is extracted goes directly to the model. And since we are using either OpenAI or Gemini, we have no need to store any of the data on our site, which allows us for more security. And basically, we are as secure as OpenAI because that's where the data gets.
So OpenAI gets the data of the end user and of the company that you are working with, like the SaaS software.
Which data you refer to?
I think we're winding up at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try this question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on with next pitch. It's conversational intelligence platform from Emils, Conversshake. Let's round of applause for Emils.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us here. My name is Emils. I have the pleasure of presenting Conversshake, a conversational AI execution platform that is halving the AI adoption timeline for more than 300,000 companies worldwide. So according to a recent McKinsey report, 92% of companies are planning to increase their AI investments in the next 3 years. However, only 1% of them have already achieved AI maturity or have received positive business outcomes from their investments. So this is a window of opportunity for leaders that find a way to overcome their AI adoption challenges, as they'll have 2.5 times higher revenue growth compared to their competitors. So we have the 70% of CEOs and CEOs that we have interviewed struggle with every new AI tool adoption due to increased compliance risks and lack of predictability in pricing of the various AI agents available in the market. So our solution that halves this AI adoption timeline consists of 3 components. We provide a unified subscription model for all AI agents available in the market. We provide one legal framework for the compliance risk assessment, as well as we have a AI agent orchestration features in our product. The problem is huge. So our first customer, Social Army, is rolling out the tool for 60% or 70% of their workforce for a 10K euro ACV LOI. The team that is building this is Vitalis. He's been a part of executive team at Localize, and he saw firsthand the need for such solutions in a remote organization. And he's been building AI models since 2014. I myself recently moved back to Latvia, been a top performer at Miro, and there I helped companies implement the solution for solving AI adoption challenges. So our solution is a B2B SaaS with outcome-based model. So we charge each user of our platform 40 euros per month, plus we charge 5% commission for any AI agentic execution going through our tool. The competitive landscape is we feel that we have landed in a unique spot as we are the only solution that provides connection to third-party AI agents, and we provide unified invoicing and compliance parts. Also, we are great at the ease of implementation for mid-market companies. We're operating in the cross-section of $50 billion market in the AI productivity tools, AI-enabled knowledge management, and AI enterprise communication and collaboration solutions. Please get in touch with us if you're interested in joining our pre-seed fundraise. Thank you.
All right, do we have some questions brewing there somewhere? Questions? Yeah, Lloyd.
Actually, I have a question about the pricing. You indeed mentioned that enterprises actually don't like the kind of, they hate the intransparency in pricing, right? And it usually comes from the variable component. So they have no clue actually what the consumption will be. You also have a consumption component in your pricing structure. So how do you then differ then from all the other solutions out there?
Indeed. So we'll be right-sizing the AI agentic execution credits available to our customers so that they have, for example, 1,000 credits for calling whichever AI agent available in the market, and we'll be charging for anything that goes after that.
More questions?
Question regarding sales. So I would be concerned on customer acquisition cost and like enterprise sales. How you are making it like shorter, quicker, easier to happen?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, with the planned fundraise, we're also going to increase the size of our sales team. Currently, it's just 2 people in the team. So it's founder-led sales, but we're also doing what we call education of the market to teach people that there are more tools than just ChatGPT. There's specialized tools available in the market for particular use cases. So as we educate our buying audience, these sales cycles will reduce as they will more quickly see the value of such offerings.
Any last question? Sharp and short?
No, I think we're good.
No?
I think we're good. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Emil.
Thank you so much.
We have a quick reminder. All the ones who are making some bottleneck in the back, you can easily come here in front. We still have some seats here.
Everybody who's ever been on a stage knows how terrifying it is to not have a friendly face in the audience. It's really actually hard to see them if the front runs are empty. So anybody who's here from, from startup founders, everybody, please, take at least one seat in the front row. Be that friendly face.
Exactly.
Can we get at least one friendly face?
We can leave social anxiety outside of these doors.
Come on, Baltic people. Be friendly.
Yeah, just like an announcement, yeah.
Tough crowd. Well, Mindaugas from Get Funded, I'm sure will win you guys over. Get Funded is building a getaway platform for EU grant funding. Give it to Mindaugas.
Let's give a round of applause.
Good luck.
So hello everyone. My name is Mindaugas. I am founder of Get Funded, and I see a lot of businessmen, people which have great ideas and looking for money in this event, and we have a solution. So what we do, we help businesses find the right EU funding tool to fund your ideas, and also we consult you and help everything accordingly European Union funding. How does it work? So you come to our platform, you just enter your company name and enter your company details like your email, your phone number, and boom, that's it. Our AI-based matchmaking tool analyzes your company, analyzes all potential funding solutions in the market, and gives you the most suitable funding opportunities for your business. So let's say you are interested in this one, you open it, you read about it, and definitely you have more questions. So you just press consult, pick a time, enter additional data which needed, and that's it. You are calm that you will get notifications when the new funding opportunities will come into the market, and you leave this task forever, let's say. So we have more than 1,000 customers which are using our platform in Lithuania. We're competing with private agencies, but they do not work with all potential funding opportunities. And yeah, we have governments, but they lack manpower, and they do not understand how to consult businesses. We're in European Union, more than 100 billion euros are funded every year. There are more than 40 million companies, our potential customers in Europe, and we are primarily looking into Eastern Europe to expand. We almost finished our pre-seed round. We are creating chat which not only matchmake the funding solutions, but consult you, answer your questions, and even give advices and fulfill all the documentation needed. And we are planning for Series A investment by the end of the year and looking into the new markets which we need to expand to. Our team, I'm business developer. I have one successful exit, one not successful exit. Remigius, our CTO, came from gaming industry, and Andris is the owner of consultancy company, which is working in Lithuania for 15 years. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mindaugas. Please go ahead.
Thanks for the pitch. So you help companies discover the best funding available for whatever they do. Do you help them as well to apply for the funding until they get it, basically, because that typically is a lengthy, cumbersome process, taking up a lot of resources?
Yeah, good question. We solved first part matchmaking. Now we're solving consulting. So we have consultants in-house who help customers, but we need to fire them, and we need AI which will help consult automatically.
Kevin?
I've interestingly seen several companies recently doing similar kind of stuff, and I was going to ask you if, how does your roadmap looks like from a product development perspective? Like, do you have any other segment you want to target? I'm thinking about public tendering, for instance, or even private tendering.
Yeah, so we're looking in another markets. That's first thing what we need to do because our product is ready. We're looking for how we can integrate banks and factoring services. And yeah, that's it.
Cool, thank you.
Go ahead.
Tell us quickly about these next markets beyond Lithuania.
Definitely Romania, Malta, and Poland, Latvia, maybe Estonia, looking around Eastern European Union countries because we have a lot of European Union money.
Why Romania and stuff?
10 times bigger market than our market, and we analyzed it. We have local consultants. We are like almost signing contracts with them, so looking into that market.
Oh.
We have a lot of small funding opportunities for business. That's quite good for our next tool, automatic application writer. So we will do that automatically with our tool.
Okay, thank you, Mindaugas. And kudos to Start School for taking some of those front seats. That's the founder spirit there. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Mindaugas.
you. Hopefully everyone gets funded. So next one up, we have innovation management platform that helps to manage innovation programs and hackathons in a smart, effective, and a sustainable way. Welcome, Karlis from Hack Tribe. Round of applause.
What if running world-class hackathon was simple as booking a flight? I'm Carlos from HackTribe, and we are on mission to change how hackathons and innovation programs will be managed. Hackathons are my passion. I participated in more than 100 hackathons as participant, mentor, judge, and organizer. And I saw myself how complex and time-consuming those events could be. And actually, poor communication and limited transparency could kill great ideas and teamwork. That's why we built a HackTribe. It's an AI-powered platform that helps to manage hackathons and innovation programs in smart, effective, and sustainable way. It could be used for hackathons, business incubators, and corporate innovation programs. Our platform helps to streamline all key processes: registration, team formation, mentorship, judging, and feedback collection. Yes, we know there is a competition, but with our AI-powered features and smart automation, we can stand out and compete. Innovation management market is growing by 10% each year, and it will reach more than 3 billion by 2032. And we focusing specifically on hackathon management software market, and our focus and target customers are universities, innovation agencies, mid and large companies, and also public sector. Our B2B business model is based on pay-per-event principle, and we also offer yearly subscription-based contracts. And we already have great customers from universities, innovation agencies, and what's important, they are paying customers and they are returning customers. We also are supported by several startup programs which help us to move forward faster, and we have a great experienced team who participated in more than 200 hackathons and innovation programs. So we know what works and what doesn't. HackTribe is built by organizers for organizers. At the moment, we are looking for funding to scale our sales activities, enter new markets, and of course, improve our product to make user experience better and great user engagement. So, as I said, we are on a mission to change how hackathons and innovation programs will be managed. Let's do it together in a smarter way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carlos. Let's hack some questions. Yeah, you had it first.
Thanks for the pitch. How big is the company at the moment? You mentioned you already do have paying customers, which is always good. So what is your revenue run rate and what's the plan for this year?
So we are at the moment at 4 people. So for last year, we have a 50K revenue at the moment. And for the next year, we plan to at least triple the revenue and go in the new markets.
Like, you were second.
Yeah, thank you. Curious actually to hear how you leverage AI actually in your platform. What's like the AI use case?
So first of all, what we see that one big challenge is to do the matchmaking between the team members when you form the teams, and the second is to match teams with the mentors. So there's like 20, 30, 40 members in a program, and then is the question who is the best fit, and this AI algorithm will suggest in team formation and also on matchmaking with the mentors. And in addition, we have kind of the vision that actually you can just give a prompt and our platform will generate initial setup for hackathon organizer, and they can just adjust and run it in a simple and easy way.
Mm-hmm. So talking about kind of where you're expanding to next, where are you looking at? What's the future look like?
So you mean the markets specifically? Yeah. So at the moment we are going in the Baltic region countries like the Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Germany, because it's a closed market. There is a good innovation culture. And also we are testing right now UK, which is quite promising market. So, and there is a good feedback. We have meetings, and so they're ready to cooperate with us.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Round of applause.
Okay, next up, we have Investor 2.0. They are modernizing investing and creating a new standard for growth-driven wealth builders. Give it to Bertel.
Applause!
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bertil, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Investor 2.0, and we are elevating the standards of modern-day investing. The exponential growth in retail investors has shown that the landscape of investing has changed. So what does it actually take to grow your capital efficiently? Normally, retail investors tend to stay as individuals because it's easier to manage, but it has its limits and downsides as tax benefits only apply when certain conditions are met. And investing through a legal entity is complicated and quite costly to run. With Investor 2.0, investors can now sign up to their own personal investment purchase vehicle that has everything they need to get started growing their capital cost efficiently. In addition, with the growing demand for alternative opportunities, effective portfolio management and profit maximization is imperative. So, through a single sign-up form, investors get a legal entity that has accounting, an IBAN account, compliance measures, portfolio management tools, and even dedicated investment accounts. So, with the newly formed IPVs, our investors can reduce their overall spend on accounting and other service costs by up to 65%, all the while maximizing tax benefits and optimizing for profit. So, financial institutions can also onboard our IPVs by 85% faster. Our current market is at 30 billion, which is solely based on accounting and tax services costs, which every investor pretty much needs at one point. Our competition is mostly focused on specific asset classes and or services, but whereas we provide the essentials in a single, more cost-effective solution. Our revenue is split between two groups. Core models is under a subscription, and the one-off services are volume-based. Our team has 16 years of accounting and company formation experience, a decade of senior engineering level in Bolt, back to AI, exit zero turnaround, and a vision to bring it all together. Today, we have a working MVP, which we launched in December, and we have already elevated one investor in Japan who is enjoying his access to the EU markets. Since we're not interested in only elevating one investor, we're raising 250K to launch the real estate asset class and acquire an e-money license. So let's make investing through a legal entity easier and elevate investors to a higher standard.
Thank you, Bertil. Do you have questions from any of the investors? Yeah, Kevin.
I'd love to hear about your go-to-market. Seems to be a very B2C volume-based kind of business. So how do you hope to be able to get big numbers in terms of users?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. So the go-to-market is currently still focused on acquiring partners to our platform. So the more partners we have, the more access we have to investors who are already on the partners. For example, we're working with the Liechtenstein partner Stably, who is providing interactive brokers accounts to our IPVs, and we have Change Exchange, which is a cryptocurrency exchange, lined up, so we can get access to their already user base. So it'll be like a direct and collaborative marketing partnership as well, so we can get those users into IPVs. And vice versa.
Sebastian?
Can you elaborate a bit more on the typical customer profile? So whom are you targeting?
Well, the customer profile is mostly if you're interested in alternative opportunities other than just stocks and bonds, which sit in your pension fund or something. So you're more interested into, let's say, Wine Fortune, which was upstage on earlier. So you're interested in wine, but now you can invest that through our IPVs as well. Let's say if we partner up, and we'll manage all the accounting for you. So our ICP is mostly on investors who are interested in alternative opportunities and growing their capital more than just sitting and waiting.
A real quick one, like.
Yeah, just curious, like how big is that market then? I think we did see kind of the 111, million retail investors. How many of them are then indeed the educated ones that you're targeting?
Yeah, the 113 million investors currently in Europe are. There was a study as well that about like 45% or something that are low awareness. So the market is like it's growing. Like last year, since 2022 in Europe, there were over 11 million new investors joined the market. So in 2 years' time, there's 11 million users.
Okay, thank you.
All right, yeah, thanks. Thank you. Round of applause. We keep hearing in the back there's overcrowded. So if you kind of start to feel that you're breathing, that someone else already have breath, you can come in front. Here's fresh air, fresh seats. Come, join here in front. But let's move on with the next pitch. And it is revolutionizing the post-production and VFX industry with deep tech rendering solutions. Let's welcome Christian with Train Me. Applause.
The global 3D animation market is absolutely booming. It is expected to grow from about 25 billion, what is it today, over 12% year over year to over 50 billion in 2030. However, this growth is hitting significant bottlenecks. Let me explain. To get from the vision of a 3D artist into a cinema-ready movie, we need rendering. What is rendering? Well, great that you asked, dear audience. Rendering is basically doing a bunch of complex calculations on 3D models. And any kind of complex calculations, they demand substantial resources. It costs up to $10 just to render one frame. And as a reminder, we have at least 24 frames in a second of a movie. It's no wonder that up to 15% of a whole movie budget just goes on the servers doing the rendering. This is where Train Me comes in. We are building the next standard in video production. What we do is we are the middleman between the 3D artist computer and the server. We are offering a deep tech assistant render management SaaS platform where we basically look at your movie as code. We run it through our machine learning algorithms, and through that knowledge, first of all, we render only what has been altered, and through that knowledge, we can give you precise calculations on cost and time. Our business model is simple. Our scalable subscription plans start from $500 a month, going up to $10,000 a month for enterprise customers, with additional fees for usage. We are targeting over 129,000 motion picture video production studios worldwide. We are starting off in the Baltics, Nordics, UK, then moving on to North America. With capturing just 10% of the market, we can achieve revenue of over 100 million. We have 3 absolutely fantastic founders with combined experience of building over 30 years of global SaaS enterprise software. The last 18 months have been absolutely incredible. We've seen some great traction. We first started Tallinn, then we got accepted into Tehnopol, we got top 3 in Prototron, then we did a pivot. We actually started with B2C. Now we started collaborations with studios in Tallinn, Helsinki, Copenhagen. Just actually last week, we got accepted into the NVIDIA Inception program, and over the next months, we are finishing our proof of concept product with Frost Films, entering new markets, and with the help of North American studios, we're expecting to reach 1 million MRR in the late 2016. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Judges have been rendering some questions probably during this time. Yep.
How to make it less like project-based business and more like relationship or recurring business, as investors like recurring revenues?
That is an excellent question to kind of rephrase how could we keep churn low, right? If we're looking, I mean, we work very closely with our partner, Frost Films in Estonia. Quick shout out, they just got nominated for an Oscar, so fingers crossed for them. When they are rendering, it's a constant process. It's up to 400 times re-rendering of the same scene. It's an artistic process. We are a part of that, and then kind of our business model with fees for additional usage kind of support their growth, helping us grow with them as well.
Question, yeah?
Can you use the computing power and the technology for adjacent stuff, like music, for instance, audio and that kind of stuff?
Music, that is an excellent idea. We have not looked at music. Since we're basically building a render management tool, then we have been kind of been approached adjacent markets, such as gaming, 3D, all of that, but music, we have not looked into it, but we can chat later.
Last question? Yep.
If I understand correctly, you basically sneak in between the content creator and then the rendering machines. How do you avoid that rendering software manufacturers actually use your technology as sort of a feature, maybe an exit as well, but how can you defend that?
Honest answer is we can't. We are trying to protect ourselves by making us server provider agnostic and the actual 3D tool agnostic.
All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Christian. Round of applause.
Okay, next step, we have USpacey, all-in-one digital workspace for organizing daily processes of companies, including communication, collaboration, and sales. Give it to Kirilo.
Hi, my name is Kirilo, and today I want to introduce you to some people. Meet Dave, who, like half of the employees worldwide, uses more than 11 applications daily. And this is Olivia, who trying to switch between these apps and spend 10% of her work week time trying to refocus back, switching back from one app to another. And this is Mr. Button, who can not longer afford a pile of invoices that the software that Dave and Olivia use generates. They all dream about solving their problem. Meet USpacey, that all-in-one business management tool for SMEs, combining communication, collaboration, and sales in one platform. All USpacey users, from freemium to professional plans, can use internal and external chats, integrations with different messengers, social networks, phone providers, online chats, fully functional CRM system that can be tailored to any need, task and project management, activities and calendar, open API, automations, AI tools, marketplace, and many, many other features. So we classic B2B SaaS, which uses a freemium model. Also, we built and develop a partner network. Our partners are sales agencies, CRM agencies, digital agencies, and other companies who help SMB grow. Right now, we have more than 100 of them in different countries all over Europe and USA and Brazil. So we operate in a big market, which grows steadily at 12% year per year. And you can say this is a bloody ocean. But yeah, the main part of this bloody ocean is taken by Google Docs and paper notes. But our competitors, we accept of our competitors, have the whole tool in one place, not the set of constructors, not a set of tools with a separate pricing. Also, we bet on a local strategy, and we are really cost efficient for our customers. So it's cost efficiency, real localization, and modern API-based architecture are our key features. We have more than 22,000 K MRR, which is generated by 330 already clients, and 2,000 businesses use us on a daily basis. Our team has been working with this similar tools for B2B in SaaS industries for years, making one of that top CRM #1 in Ukraine, which generates 3.5 million ARR. Right now, we have a pre-seed route opened, and thanks to StartupWise guys and Google for Startups, part of it is already closed. So it will be needed to succeed on a Polish market. Your space is communication, collaboration, and sales, all in one platform, and it looks like Mr. Button, Dave, and Olivia found what they needed. Join us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions? Yeah, Tom.
Could you tell us a bit more about your ICP? Which companies are you selling to? Is it small, larger, fintech? What is it?
So for now, our ICP is like sweet spot 10 to 50 people. There's small company, rarely small, which already has some processes, but don't know how to organize them. And usually this is non-digital companies. We didn't plan that, but their adoption rate is huge. They tried some other different tools, didn't succeed, didn't understood, and we are really simple with a clean UX, and they love it.
Okay. Sebastian?
Yep.
Follow-on question on your ICP. A risk we see very often is that you start with a customer and they actually outgrow your solution. So you make them successful, but by making them successful, they're actually getting bigger and then look for a more dedicated solution. How can you prevent big churn? And do you have any idea on churn already?
So, yeah, that's a great question. And I think I have heard it here on this scene the last year. So the main churn for SMBs is when the company dies, not when the company grows. And when you help the company grow, we are not like a ready-to-use, ready-to-finish product. Yeah, we grow with our customers. They grow their needs, or we grow our functionality. So let's see, but I haven't seen any churn customers with this scenario in 2 years. One of our customers have 500 people, but this with us.
Not bad. Any more questions?
What's next in immediate growth plans? Where do you focus next for growth?
So right now we are extending our partnerships with different service providers who are not our competitors but could be our like win-win growth partnership. Also, we grow our partner network in Europe, talking with the locals here because most of our previous partners even in other countries are ex-Ukrainians, as we are from Ukraine. And the main strategy is to build the product that will be automatically tailored to the need of the company using AI, but I will not talk about AI, a lot of AI things here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Round of
Thank
applause.
you.
And next pitch on the stage, we have construction site monitoring system providing daily status reports for early identification of mistakes and deviations. Let's welcome Annija from Watch Builds. Round of applause.
Let's travel to the construction site. On a 5th floor, there is a site manager inspecting newly built wall. Honestly, he doesn't have a clue if the wall has been built right. We want to change that. Hi, my name is Annija, and this is Watch Build, where you build, we verify. BIM stands for Building Information Model. That is a 3D model of a building that enables and empowers architecture, construction, and maintenance. Today, already certain large-scale construction projects are requested to have construction progress against original plan requiring to submit as-built BIM. In practice, delivery of as-built BIM is complex and expensive. Just as an example, a 10 million warehouse building would have a cost of as-built BIM in 200,000. We have seen how BIM has changed architecture. We expect that same will happen with the construction in next 5 years. To address this trend, WatchBuild is developing hardware and software integrated solution for automated as-built BIM and site monitoring. The hardware will take the real-life data from the construction site. Further, our AI-powered software will work with data for fully automated reporting. We have now built our MVP for site scanning and compliance. With the version 3.0, Site Manager will be able to generate as-built BIM as often as necessary, spotting mistakes, following up subcontraction while saving his time. we aim to cut as-built BIM costs in half. We are now testing our solution in 3 pilot projects and aim to launch it to the market later this year. You would ask about competition. Sure, there is one. Very expensive and complex solutions, as well as very basic ones that doesn't deliver required precision. Market and Internet of Things in construction is rapidly growing by 14.6%, and it will be a 5 billion market in Europe alone in 2030. In WatchBuild, we combine science with a startup experience. I'm confident that this team will bring WatchBuild to overall success. In next 6 months, we will be raising 400,000 euros to continue product development and start sales. If you want to be part of the construction future, scan the QR code and connect with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Aya. Do we have questions from investors? Go ahead, Kevin.
Can you tell us more about the hardware part of your business? Are you in charge of the production, and how will you deal with that? Fairly complicated technology, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so we are building a prototype that is from off-shelf products. It is 360 LiDAR together with a regular camera. Once we have put it together, we actually want to find a production partner, and we don't want to deal with the production of the hardware.
Thank you.
Okay. Sebastian?
Can you comment a bit on the go-to-market? I mean, there's regulatory pressure potentially, but building construction industry is super conservative, slow. So is there a certain segment you want to target first?
Generally, the segment is general contractor and mid-sized companies. They have identified the need of digitalization and as well as compliance. So once they realize that there is an option to cut costs, well, I have these 3 pilot projects they all signed up for within a week, which sounds very good. But I'm prepared for a longer sales cycle once we go on.
Sounds very good indeed. Any more questions? Yeah, Tom.
I actually saw you speak yesterday, so it's good to see the new presentation. It's real improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My question is also kind of follow on about the kind of regulatory push. Like, how much is the, or how big is the regulatory tailwind behind you pushing towards more BIM?
In terms of regulatory, it's very depending from country to country, but basically in terms of larger buildings, they actually want it to be in place, therefore they need solution, and currently they do it manually.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like that is it. Thank you, Aya.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Also, we have done with this round of pitches, and we would like you to have a round of applause for our judges being there, observing all the time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yes, and we move on. We have a special treat. Dan becomes slowly a legend here in TechChill. He comes back. He was also last year and also this year. And with a legacy of scaling startups and leading transformative programs at HubSpot, Dan takes you inside a revolutionary flywheel model. Learn how strategic investments in customer marketing and delightful onboarding can create a perpetual cycle of growth. This session is a masterclass in aligning sales, marketing, and advocacy to turn your customers into your most valuable assets. And whenever you have a chance to grab Dan and have time with him, you will be a better human afterwards, because he not only invests money, but he also talks with the students, and we have had some great time with Dan. So let's welcome Dan with great applause on stage.
Transforming funnels into flywheels. This is the science of sales. My name is Dan Tyre. Super excited to be back in Riga, Latvia, February of 2025. I'm founder and CEO of Tyre Angel, and I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes talking a little bit about Piltujev Pozadisana par separatayim. Does that work? I spoke at TechChill last year, and you either liked my jokes, or you didn't like my jokes, or you didn't understand my jokes. And I'm going to try to do a few of the slides in Latvian. And this is always fun to meet all the great entrepreneurs. I want to thank Louisa and Alice and Selena and Annija and Arvydas, and all of the 4 Uriks that I met yesterday, the 5 Jānises that I met yesterday, and really the motivated entrepreneurs that are here in the Baltic region. Just fun and amazing. This is a world-class event, right? Bringing together the entrepreneurial spirit all across the world is super important, and we support entrepreneurs everywhere. My name is Dan. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, right? I am available to help, right? I'm the founder and CEO of Tyre Angel. I'm employee number 6 at HubSpot. Was there for 17 years, exited in January of 2024. I've done 6 startups in the last 45 years, 2 at unicorn status. And HubSpot is my recent unicorn that trades at $36 billion on the New York Stock Exchange. I run a mentor program. I'm a startup advisor, sales strategist, and growth expert. I serve on 3 boards of directors. Today I'll be a speaker. I authored a book called The Inbound Organization in 2018. I have about 30 investments, angel investments all over the world. I'm an executive coach. In 2021, I turned my house into a farm, 53 different types of crops in my 1-acre yard. In 2024, I became a pilgrim. Any pilgrims in the audience? Doesn't look like it. 2 weeks ago, I became an Arctic explorer. My goal is to try to do the most good in the universe. People ask me why I went to Antarctica. In 2024, my beautiful wife asked me, would you like to go to Antarctica? And the answer was yes. Anybody know anything about Antarctica? Anybody ever been to Antarctica? All right, 3 quick facts about Antarctica. Number 1, it's a continent, not a country. In 1958, 12 countries got together and decided that they weren't going to exploit the natural resources of Antarctica. And 158 countries have continued into that, what's called the Antarctic Treaty. There are no indigenous people in Antarctica. No one's ever lived there. It's actually colder in Riga than it is in Antarctica today, right? Although the wind chill factor is much different. You can't go anywhere in Antarctica unless you're guided, right? You need special clothes, as you're seeing right there. There's lots of whales and seals and penguins. Any penguin fans in the audience? I better see a lot of hands. Who doesn't like penguins? The person sitting next to you doesn't like penguins. Move. Amazing, right? And there's only 2 ways to get to Antarctica. Number 1, you could take the Drake Passage. Anybody ever heard of the Drake Passage? Okay, a handful of people. In an unusual twist of fate, Drake never flew through the Drake Passage. He never came close. It's like if they put up a building in Riga, the Tyre building, even though I'd never been here before. It's 50-foot swells, 2 days of 50-foot waves, right? So I asked my wife, what's the other way to get to Antarctica? And I took a charter flight and landed in a small airstrip in St. George's Island and saw the wildlife. It is an amazing trip. You have to wear special clothes because of it's a closed ecosystem, and super fun to be there. All right, these are some of the 30 portfolio companies that I've invested in. If you're looking for investment, just Google Tyre Angel. The requirements for the companies I invest in are listed at the bottom of the page, and if you qualify for all of the points, then fill out an application, and I'm happy to review it. We review applications for companies on a monthly basis and invest at either the 25 US or 50 US level. I have a slight confession here. I thought this was a 40-minute meeting, so I created 80 slides, but I only have 14 minutes, so I'm going to move very, very quickly, and I'm an overachiever, so I think I can do it. You've already heard about welcome introductions. We're going to talk about sales in 2025. We're going to define a modern sales process. This is critically important for all founders because it's different, and it's changed every 2 years over the last 10 years. We'll talk about the sales flywheel. This is about how you put your customers at the center of your growth. And then I'll give you one slide of Tyre startup wisdom. And bismakis litas. What does that mean? Free stuff. Does the audience like free stuff? Okay. Everybody likes free stuff. All right, easy or hard to sell in 2025? Hard. Anybody think it's easier? Or it used to be kind of a trick question. Today, it's not a trick question. It is hard. And coziest pordos. What is sales anyway? It used to be salespeople trying to convince customers by whatever means necessary to try to buy a product. And in 2025, it has morphed quite considerably. So today, selling is exposing customers to be aware of things of value and then negotiating a beneficial exchange. It is much different. The traditional sales pipeline looks like this. And when I wrote the Inbound Organization, I talked to a lot of CEOs. I'm like, do you like being in a sales funnel? They're like, I like my sales funnel. I'm like, no. Do you like being in somebody else's sales funnel? And the response was, not really, right? And this sales funnel starts with a salesperson in control, prospecting potential clients, right? No differentiation, no ideal customer profile, and then moving through a very linear process where they go through qualification, they go through a product demo, they go through a decision, and ends up with a closing sequence. Right? And this is the way we sold for the last 30 years, right? And the problem with this is, number one, it's controlled by sales. Number two, it's not the way people buy today. Number three, it doesn't lend itself to going back and forth of today's buyer persona, right? And so the solution and evolution is the new inbound sales process. Right? And this was invented in 2012 and refined over the last 13 years and has 4 stages that all founders really need to focus on, map, and review the ratios. It starts with identify, moves to connect, explore, and advise. Identify, and this is a huge change from the traditional sales funnel where we essentially prospected everybody. Today, you identify your ideal customer profile. You're looking for between 100 and 200 very good fit customers with the right revenue number, with the right number of employees, in the right vertical where you do your best work. If you're just getting started, right, you could still be opportunistic, but you want to target where you'll do your best work. That identification takes a little bit of time and is myopically focused on attracting the best customers, right, that you can possibly get. The hardest part of the modern sales process is this connection, right? Only 4% of people pick up their phone globally, right? So it requires a connection process that goes at least 8 attempts. Right? You call and email, or email first. There's a LinkedIn connection somewhere along the way. And the goal in the connect process is to talk with a prospect or a customer for 15 minutes. Right? If you ask for more than 15 minutes in the connect phase, right, you're going to greatly reduce the potential for you to get that quick meeting. In that quick meeting, there's 3 things you do. Number 1, do your research so you understand who you're talking to. Number 2, you ask what's called a problem statement so that the prospect understands that you know their ideal customer profile, their persona, and that you have an understanding of the pain or problem they're going to go through. And then you ask a series of questions to determine if they'd like to move to the next stage, right? That next stage is a discovery call or explore call. A lot of people have asked me, do you want to see my product? Do we want to see a demo? And in 2025, I'm just going to expect that your product works. I don't really need to see a demo because if it doesn't work, doesn't download, isn't easy to use, I'm out of there, right? And that level of understanding user interface and expectation is built into both B2B and B2C apps. At the explore stage, we're going to ask a series of questions where the customer is going to see our research. The prospect is going to see our research. They're going to understand that we understand their problem. They're going to understand that we solved it either once or multiple times. And the explore call is the new close call. The explore call is where people see that we understand the problem, have a reasonable solution, and we can get between 3 and 10x the value. right? For any product that's been shown on the stage all day today, if you're not extracting at least 3x the value, in other words, if I don't return $3 worth of value for every dollar that you give me, that it's unlikely going to be a successful business model. And in the old days, you saw at the bottom of the funnel, it was close. Today, we don't close customers. Today, we advise and we start a long-term relationship. The customer goes through 3 stages. Number 1, they can't buy from you unless they know who you are. That's the awareness stage. Number 2, consideration. Sooner or later, right, they're going to want to investigate how they can understand and solve a problem more quickly. And then they go to a decision-making process. In each one of those phases, you have to have content, videos, information on your website so that they understand, number 1, that you understand the core value proposition, number 2, that you understand their problem, and number 3, that it's perfectly tailored for the way that the segment that they're in. Another way to look at it is this type of modern funnel. Starts with awareness. The awareness stage is where you trick out your website with all of the content where people really understand that you understand the ideal customer profile and personas that you're going for. Then you go to consideration, right, where they're interested in a little bit more information. Now, the amazing thing in 2025 is that people will start, get very, very excited, and then they'll stop. And everybody in the audience has been in a situation where somebody has ghosted you, right? They get very, look at 43 pages on your website, and then nothing. And that's the new buyer behavior. People will come in, and because now all of the information is available online, they're more enabled than ever before. They have all the information that used to be captured just by salespeople. Number 2, they move at their own pace. Number 3, they're hypersensitive that you understand everything about them. Number 4, they want to make sure that you really understand how to apply it. And at the point in time in which they converge, right, that conversion usually starts with a freemium or a low-cost offering, and then we upsell. The goal of any kind of process, modern sales process, is now loyalty, where you have a long-term customer. This is the new funnel. As part of the funnel, we employ what's called the HubSpot or the Flywheel. Anybody who's familiar with cars understands that a traditional flywheel is what drives the pistons in a gas engine. Right? And there are 3 phases to the flywheel. Number 1, attracting people to your website. That's the inbound process. That's where you trick out your website with blogs, with links to YouTube, with all kinds of videos so that people understand that you're working in this profile and that you understand the problem. Once people are attracted, right, you want to get them engaged. And those engagements are a variety of different things like webinars and events where they're digging into a little bit more information about how you can actually solve the problem, whether it's worth it, what the return on investment is. And in the attract phase, you want to give them plenty of free stuff. They're not ready to move yet. You want to build that trust, right, typically online. The engage process may include a salesperson, may include more detailed information, maybe a webinar, and then once they actually become a customer, the goal is to run customer events so that they become a delighted customer. The growth in the middle of the flywheel, right, is actually your customers. And this allows you to move with speed and less friction, going from strangers to prospects to customers to promoters, right? This flywheel is an example of things like a corporate website or events, right? All of that is designed to attract people from all over the world. When we're talking about moving into new regions or areas, right, there may be difference in translations or language, but the common thoughts or the common ideal customer profile are relatively the same. New products or regional launches becomes part of the engagement. Education centers, HubSpot has a division called HubSpot Academy that has 400 courses and certifications, all for free, right? When we're trying to engage customers, right, the ability to teach them all of this information makes them better consumers, makes them better potential customers, and earns their trust. Evaluation and audit tools. There are over 40 free tools that HubSpot offers that helps prospective customers understand and audit the return on investment they're going to get. And then internal team training, starting with a purchase point, right, an onboarding process, and then onboard continue customer dashboard and information, specialized customer events so that customers feel like they're getting delighted. All the statistics are very interesting. Businesses feel like they're delighting the customers. Customers, not so sure, right? So really understanding an NPS, right? I've talked with a variety of entrepreneurs this week, and they say, yeah, we got happy customers. I'm like, where's the data? And NPS is a blind survey that shows a data point of exactly how happy your customers are. Customers are in the center of the flywheel, and the ability for you to highlight customers with use cases, with community groups, with focus groups is really the key, right? As representatives of companies, we come with a built-in bias. Our job is to try to explain why you should buy. Customers are different. They view it from a different perspective. They come in with the experience of understanding how the overall solution works for them, what the buying process, the onboarding process, and the continuing delight process really means for them, how easy or hard it is to do it. And customers with use cases, with reference calls early in the process, with dedicated webinars featuring customers is a superior way to generate new good fit prospects. When I talk to founders all over the world, I ask them, do you like referrals? And they always answer in the positive. We love referrals. I'm like, what's your strategy for generating more referrals? They're like, that's not the way it works. There is no strategy. Just we work with referrals when they come. The flywheel is the way that you put your referral on digital strategy. And there is a way to control it. And by using reference calls, webinars, and use cases, you can put customers in the center of their flywheel. All right, this is the second time I've been to TechChill, and it's always a great program. In the last 3 minutes, I'll give you the rules for modern entrepreneurial success. I talked a little bit about this morning, but number one, we can't forget, especially in the AI age, we need to remember to treat people like human beings. I wish I didn't have to remind people like that. I think people in the Baltic regions understand that and appreciate that. Number two, you want to start with your goals and work backwards. For all the people who are presenting on stage here today, you have to have a solid plan, both for the company as well as for the next 18 months. The ability for you to work towards a goal, right, has an extraordinary difference in the trajectory of how you get there, right? All of the companies here have to have a 12 and 18-month plan. It has to be achievable, and then they have to manage the plan. One of the benefits of HubSpot is it built into a unicorn is the first 24 months of our monthly plan, we never missed our revenue number, never missed our expense number. Therefore, we're able to tap into $100 million of venture capital, continue to have the company grow. Number four, we had a quick discussion of what's more important, customers or employees. The resolution that we came to is employees are more important. And that's a change from the first 30 years of my business career. The reason why employees are so important and more important than customers, if you don't have happy employees, you're never going to have happy customers. And that is the key to having a flywheel that works. And then through all of the growth of all of the companies that I've been involved in as an operator and or invested in, it's always important to remember it's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back. When you look at the trajectory of HubSpot, it looks so clean, and it looks so smooth, and it's just up and to the right. And being involved in the day-to-day, it was always a little bit of chaos. There was always challenges. There were always people who were leaving, always people who were trying to learn. There were new managers that were promoted. It was amazing and an incredible experience, right? But it's not for the faint of heart, and it's an important reminder. All right, how was that? All right, a book I wrote in 2018, The Inbound Organization, is available in a variety of different languages and has all of the foundations for everything that I've learned in scaling businesses. Nu vertige su sasiju. Okay, hold on. Before that, let's do the free stuff. The spasmodic leakus first. Number one, I run a mentor program for people who need strong mentorship for entrepreneurs and or just human beings. I'm actively looking for mentors as well as mentees. We have a mailing list of people who want to become and be part of this program, and we want to make sure that we are supporting it with regional mentors. So if you're interested in that, it's a relatively lightweight program. I fund it, but it's super important for the growth. Number two, there's tons of free tools that HubSpot offers. HubSpot is the most incredible company I've ever been associated with, and we offer a lot of the freemium offerings to help entrepreneurs grow across the world. If you're interested in potential funding, go to Tyre Angel and read all of the requirements. Boom! There we go. All right, you can get me at Dan Tyre at gmail.com, www.dantyre.com. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dan.
Well,
another round of applause. I get you got a lot of value from Dan. And you will be surprised if you write him, he is answering. Because when mostly we think about reaching someone who is being on stage and who's doing like key speeches like this, we think like, those people don't have time to answer. But actually he does. So if you think about taking some of his advices on the free stuff, you do that.
Okay, guys, the time is here. The final batch of the 50 Founders Battle is about to kick off shortly, and we cannot wait. Okay, so for those of you who've been here for the previous batches, you know the drill, but for everybody who's just tuning in, here's how it's going to work. Throughout TechChill, throughout today, there are 50 founders who will be taking the stage to pitch their idea to formidable investors in the room, hoping to be among the top 5 who will pitch tomorrow at the finals. So to clarify, it's just one founder from this batch that will get to pitch tomorrow. Just to be clear, all of these 10 founders are amazing. They come from a crop of over 150 Baltic founders that applied. So this is a very special group of 10. Tomorrow, they will be competing for a community prize, lots of partner prizes, and no fewer than 610,000 in investment. So the stakes are pretty high.
Indeed it is. So before we meet the judges, just look the person on the right or left to you and do like, hey, you're worthy $1 million.
Hey.
You can do that round. You can share some millions there, can you? Wow, so shy people we have here. Try again.
Hey.
You're worthy $1 million. You're $1 million. Oh, I like this crowd. All right, let's move on.
It's late in the day. Everybody's just keeping energy for the after party. So
yeah, so many pictures already behind us. All right, let's meet the first judge. It's Jānis, an investment associate from Change Ventures. Round of applause. Jānis, you have an opener?
One-liner as to what teams is Change Ventures looking for?
What do we need to know?
So we're looking for the ambitious Baltic founders that are going to build the next global success stories at pre-seed stage.
Amazing. Okay, next up we have Vuk Lau, partner at Silicon Gardens Funds. Hey.
Round of applause.
What does Silicon Gardens do? What's your thesis? What's your one-liner?
Early stage founders and startups. We're pan-European fund, so location is not important. We just need to be ambitious.
All right. Next judge is Viktoras, general partner in Iron Wolf Capital. Round of applause.
Hey everyone, great to be here. Thank you for inviting. Looking to work with great founders, building great companies, and hope to hear a lot of provocative pitches.
Awesome. You'll have a few of those for sure. Lauren, investment team at Earlybird.
Yeah, hey. Hi everyone. Earlybird has been backing founders before the breakthrough since forever, pretty much. We've been on the market since 28 years, which makes us one of the European VCs with the longest track record and also one of the largest ones with $2.5 billion in assets under management. So we're investing across all industries, pan-European, with tickets of up to 12 million. So yeah, we like to be early bold and invest into the bold founders in the early stages.
Awesome.
All right, and our fifth judge in this round is Reima, partner in Trint Ventures.
Hey, at Trint we invest in European software startups with a consumer or community component. Seed stage, tickets up to 1 million, typical cases, marketplaces, platforms, anything with PLG.
Awesome. Everybody in the audience, founders pitching and beyond, look for these faces later at the after party and tomorrow, because all of these investors here are looking for amazing
Especially
teams.
after drinks.
especially after drinks. You know, they may be more talkative, more checks to come. You know, just try out their luck. Okay, founders, you know the drill. 3-minute pitch, 2-minute Q&A. We'll be trying to really strict with time as we're slightly running behind. And first up, we have Orbit 8. Orbit 8 is a lifelong career assistant. Give it to Pauls. Oh,
Yeah, hi guys, very nice to be here. I'm Pauls from Orbit 8, and we are building a career guidance for the world where so many jobs will be replaced by AI, most probably your jobs as well. And this is not just a question of the future. Already now, millions of young children and their parents are struggling to take career decisions. Research data shows that existing career guidance tools fail young people, parents, schools, universities, companies, even governments on a massive, massive scale. And this is where Orbit 8 comes in. On the outside, it's just a regular web platform where you'll log in, you create your account, do some career assessment, or suggested some things. But actually behind it, it's a very complicated technology that detects more than 20 of your personality variables and can translate them into very specific, very personalized career suggestions, like where would you study best, what kind of industry you can align with, and what work environment would be best for you. The market for this is really huge. It's very segmented, but huge. In the US alone, the career pathing segment is expected to grow at least 6 times and challenge all the other smaller segments. We don't have a really clear business model right now, but we have a very aggressive go-to-market strategy. We give our tool for free to anyone, including all of you, with the hope that we can upsell this. And we are working hard with schools and universities and career counselors to get even bigger group of users joining. So it's like a triangle that feeds each other. We have a really big vision. We want to be this all-in-one talent management platform that many social networks or job platforms or universities use for matching people with courses, people with jobs, people with other people. And we have already some success in that. We launched only last year, and we have already some good traction. Not maybe amazing traction, but still we have good traction with paying customers and more users joining and more organizations joining our platform. This is my amazing team featuring head of methodology, Dr. Frank Dancis, a person who's been working for 30 years in European Space Agency and selecting actual astronauts that work now in space. We are fundraising. You're welcome, of course, to join, but most importantly, you are welcome to scan QR code and try Orbit 8 with your own team, or maybe with the teams where you have already invested to see if they have the right people there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have questions from investors?
Yeah, Paul, I'd love to shoot a first question, and it's the same question I'd give to any dating platform, for example. But how do you prevent natural churn? I mean, it seems like the goal of your platform is to place people into an interesting career, but how do you not lose them afterwards? How do you make the platform sticky?
Yeah, so we have thanks. It's a very good question. We are in a very long-term game. We start with just one-time sales to parents with an idea that we build trust with users and with customers. And then we can, once they grow, especially the users of the younger age, once they grow, they choose the good university that they are happy about, then we can sell them suggestions on internships. We can sell them suggestions, very personalized suggestions on what kind of master degree they could on. And once they move on, there are more and more where we can get them back. So it's really a long-term game.
Follow-up question, if I may, just to kind of like piggyback on that one, but still, like those are touch points every 4 or 2 years. Like, what's the vision in between? Like, what's the stickiness you're talking about?
Thank you, very good. Thank you for reminding. So between that, where we have already a good traction, we are working with universities and schools. it's a long lead time to get with them. We're also even talking now with the government of Vietnam to implement Orbitate in all of the schools. So this B2B model or B2B2C model is where when we approach and when we make deals with universities or companies, that's a annual recurring revenue.
Okay, Zana, a quick one.
Yes. So how are you planning to cancel out the bias that the students might have against themselves?
Yeah, very good, very technical question. I would love to go in how our methodology works in that, but in essence, we are the only ones who actually save the data of the user and they can see their answers and they can revisit them. It's not like just you take a test and that's it, you don't know what's behind it. So actually, it's there and we're the only ones where even if you're a not paying user, you can always come back to your questions, and that's also the way how we can avoid the biases.
Amazing. Thank you, Pauls. We're out of
That's
time
all.
on questions.
Thank you, guys. Keep in touch.
Yeah. Round of applause. All right, let's move on. We have business-to-business SaaS platform that mines global ad libraries to drive better ad performance. Christians from AdsMom. Round of applause.
Hey, I'm Christians from AdsMom. In high school, I started my first business. It was a small e-commerce store. In order to generate sales, I had to run paid ads. But I didn't have any money to pay for agency services, so I learned everything by myself. Every euro spent was a priceless lesson. Fast forward to today, I've been working with ad accounts spending several millions per month on ads, and the tool that we are building here would be super beneficial for Christians 10 years ago and for Christians today. So let's see what AdsMom is all about. The global ad platforms like Meta, TikTok are required to show all advertiser ads in their public ad libraries. In other words, anyone in this room can go and see what ads, for example, Nike is running. But the problem with that is that Nike alone has 10,000 ads on Meta. And if you want to see the insights, you need to manually click one by one. Not to mention ads on other ad libraries like LinkedIn, TikTok, and Google. Marketers and agencies spend more than 40 hours every month going through those ad libraries, and even then getting just a fraction of the data. That's why we build AdsMom. AdsMom aggregates all public ad library data, organizes it, and using AI generate real-time actionable insights. With AdsMom, you can access this data as simple as with just prompts. Ask questions about your competitors' top 5 ads in Germany, and get answers about reach, targeting, gender, and so on and so forth. Now, with AdsMom, you're able to basically see how should a nearly perfect ad look like in any industry, market, or niche, all in one place. It is a subscription business model where we charge starting from 100 euros per month per user. We launched our MVP in September, then we got our first customer, then we launched pretty exciting pilots with global brands and agencies. And after more than 40 calls with those agencies and brands, we realized there's one key common pain point. Marketers need on-demand data. That's why we are launching self-service platform. We are 3 co-founders that have met together before and worked together before. So I'm the one who has worked in a startup and has business experience, and Matis and Raimons are technical experts. And we are ready to take on the market. In EU alone, there are 230,000 companies that spend heavily on ads. Getting only 7% of those businesses would make us a 100 million revenue business. And why it's possible? Because the AI in marketing is growing by 31% annually. So we are ready to ride this way with AdsMom. You might say, hey, Chris, sounds incredible, but what about competitors? Well, there are some companies who does this, who organize the ads library data, but they do it at really small scale. Most of them just uses Google Chrome plugin for you to manually save each ad and generate limited insights. We take every single ad your competitor has, and using AI generate real-time actionable insights whenever you need it. We are currently raising our first round. If anyone of you is interested to join, please let me know. I'm Christian Slansmanis, CEO of AdsMom. Thank you.
All right, let's have some questions in the room.
Thank you for the presentation, Christian. So I'm wondering, so as you mentioned, there are a lot of competitors, so there's a lot of noise. How are you getting through that and actually getting to your customers?
Sorry, come again?
How are you getting to your customers, and how are you cutting through the noise?
Sure. Awesome question. So we launched our MVP in September. Then I launched automated LinkedIn sales outreach campaign saying that, hey, here's Christians from Latvia. I'm building this tool. Do you want to try it out? And I reached the CEOs and those brands who spend a lot on ads, right? Like e-commerce stores and so on and so forth. So we were signing free trial users every day, until we got all those calls when we realized that they actually need that data on demand. So we were sending just email notifications every month, and that's why we validated that, hey, we need to build self-service platform. And that's our goal with customer acquisition later on. Using cold outreach together with paid ads. I have expertise in that, right? So if we need paid ads, we can do that as well.
Cool, thank you.
There was one from Raymond.
Good presentation. Maybe let's talk a bit about exit. So why would somebody buy it? The company, I mean.
Yeah, so there are several options. I've been in the space for quite some time, and of course, agencies. The only thing for big agencies how to scale is to hire more people, right, or acquire some products. So in our case, it's also like if agencies are manually doing a lot of stuff, so AdsMom solves this with, you can hire less people. So
I ask why somebody would buy the company, the exit.
Sorry, once again?
The exit, why somebody would buy the company.
Why the company? Or clients?
Yeah. Your exit, how do I make money?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, it's a software as a service business. As I said, it's, 100 euros per user per month. And then, as with agencies, with brands, so we just SaaS platform.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're out of question time. Round of applause for Christian.
Okay, now to spice up the batch, we have an interesting startup from the health tech space. Welcome.
Good evening, I'm Laura. The biggest challenge in a healthcare that we are facing currently is nurse shortage. There are 5 million nurses missing right now. One of the biggest hospitals in Riga has one nurse taking care of 18 patients, when optimal number should be 3 times less. Can you imagine the risks? We did very deep research together with nurses on how we can minimize this risk by optimizing their workflows. And together, we developed a digital platform made for nurses by nurses, Hospili. We make more efficient routine tasks by leveraging AI and conventional technology. And we will make at least 30% time more efficient for nurses. We have validated that hospitals are ready to pay at least 25K per year, and we are focusing on the biggest hospitals with the biggest nurse shortage problem. So one day we showed our slides to one hospital, and immediately after our meeting, they signed a contract with us. And you know what? All across the globe, we are facing high nurse per capita ratio problem, and we are going to expand globally with our solution. We have clear understanding on what we have to do to make health tech product interesting for VC capital. So let me draw your focus here. If we don't do anything about this problem today, in 5 years, there maybe will be nobody to take care of us in the hospitals. And the market is also very promising, of course. So we are competing with old legacy systems and SaaS solutions that are focusing on a very narrow problem scope. At Hospili, we are tracking and optimizing all of the nurse daily tasks, and we are the first solution to actually put patient within the workflow with interactive communication. Since September, we developed patient web app, all product designs, AI integration platform, and we did massive testing with users and received completely positive feedback from them, and even got some money in our pocket. So, and I really love is our team. Elizabeth, a medical representative, PhD, professional nurse in the document, and a tech team already working in a regulated area. Today, we are looking for some warm intros to hospital management, as well as some angels and VCs who would be willing to follow our progress. So, guys, we are taking care of nurses today, so when you are in times of need, in a few years maybe, there are happier, less tired nurses to take care of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we have, yeah, go ahead, please.
So, do you plan to push out existing solutions like HRMs and similar, or to work together, like integrated with existing solutions in healthcare clinics?
At the moment, we want to integrate together with the existing EHR systems, and we are already in conversations with these companies that are EHR systems in our market.
Okay, Victoras?
So great challenge you're tackling, and a very important problem given the aging society. What is the kind of what's around structure, what's around size, and assuming that you have the money in the bank, how do you think how do you spend it?
So we are currently not raising any money. We are launching our pilots this month, and after successful data, we will start raising our round. And money is needed only for us to be able to fully commit to this development of the product and sales. Right now, we are bootstrapping and doing it in parallel to our daily jobs.
Okay. Any more questions? Yeah, please.
Yeah, Laura, I saw on the slides that you want to launch a V1 of the product in 2026. Why that long? What's the hurdle right now for you to ship faster?
The roadmap is currently laid down if we are doing everything only based on our force, like what resources we have. We are now launching pilots and doing pilots in many hospitals at the same time, so we get validation of our assumptions, and then we will start developing the right product that they exactly need, and we'll be shipping until the end of this year, once we have signed the contracts that they will be already signed starting from next year, for the year around.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next one, we're going to have Boop is an online marketplace app and community for pet setting services. Let's welcome Arvydas from Boop. Round of applause.
Hello. I left my dream job at Vinted in order to follow my own passion for animals. 1 out of 3 pet owners choose not to travel just because how stressful it is to leave your pet behind. Other 67% rely on family and friends, but what if this is not an option for you? Pet hotels are always overbooked and stressful for your pet. So what is the solution? Boop solves this with a marketplace with pet sitters, and we had already thousands of pet sitting experiences. Nearby, trusted pet sitters who are taking care of your pet at their home for a very affordable price. Secure, trusted, insured matches makes simple experience for our users. Boop is the most downloaded app with top reviews. We're making jokes that today, having and finding a pet sitter is more complicated and more needed than finding a date. That's why we're always ranked above Tinder. Our untapped gig economy of women made us have 100,000 downloads already in Baltics. So now, you can find the pet sitter in almost every 5th building. I know how to build this dream because I led Vinted's product for 4 years. And I found a person, a best developer in our country, with 20 years of experience building software for FIBA and NBA. And Gerda, our creative mastermind, worked with women-related brands all the time. A year ago, we raised 300K easily from Lidban Angels, and we made very good investment into our marketing. We are now having 1 out of 5 of our markets already profitable, and we paid out 200K to our pet sitters last year. Our business is strengthened right now with my ex-colleagues, directors of Vinted product, who joined as investors. Now we're tackling the Eastern Europe countries that are making 8 billion available addressable market for us. And our main goal as a business model is to offer the service for more people, for more affordable and better prices than competitors. We're looking for a lead investor to fill 600K remaining in our 1 million round. So I hope you enjoyed this pitch. I hope you have a family waiting for you, including pets at home, and I hope they are safe. Thank you.
All right. I might join your army of clients as well with my cats. But do we have questions? Yeah.
Yeah, Arvydas, first question from me would be, why not raise significantly more? This is clearly just a land grab play. It's all about execution. So where will 1 million even get you?
Well, for those markets, since we're targeting cities only, mostly capitals that are above 500K population, for that we have very clear performance marketing strategy with very clear pricing per acquired customer. So targeting Tallinn, Riga, Vilnius, Bucharest, Budapest, those countries is enough to have us a run rate for 2 years and then plan a Series A round for next countries.
Yeah.
Can you tell a bit about your estimate on the size of the market and bit to build on your answer, why you have chosen to, instead of conquer every relevant city, to go to 4 different countries at the same time so early?
Yeah, so mainly our focus is we have visibility that Europe market is between 30 to 40 billion addressable market. Only those 8 billion is enough for us today to go even through the Series A round. When we launch a country, majority of those Eastern European countries have only one biggest city. The second and third biggest city is not reaching 500,000 population. So we are focusing on, like, Budapest is almost 2 million population. This is enough for us to stay in Budapest and focus only there.
Any more questions? No? All right.
I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Flashka. Flashka improves college students' study performance through a combination of AI and learning sciences. Give it to David.
Hello, my name is David, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Flashka, a learning platform that speeds up and improves college students' exam preparation with artificial intelligence. Our main pillar are flashcards, a study method already used by more than 50% of college students in the USA, with rapid growth in adoption in the European market, where it doubled only in 2024. What is a flashcard? Simply a Q&A card for self-testing. But college students write hundreds or thousands of flashcards, putting in all the concepts they need to know for an exam. And this is a nightmare, and it was my nightmare just 1 year ago, when I decided to join forces with 2 friends of mine and combine our expertise in educational sciences and capabilities of building effective product to speed up exam preparation with flashcards for college students specifically. And you might be thinking, a flashcard app in 2025? Well, considering we already received an acquisition offer from the unicorn in our industry, we are taking things right, because we are focusing on the 3 main pillars that students really care about. They want an effective, efficient, and transparent platform. Effective managing the resources, their notes, but also images, tables. And they want to interact with them. Efficient, because we've implemented the best space repetition algorithm, minimizing their efforts, planning their studies, and with fast generation, of course. But the real change maker here is the transparency. Students are always able to see the exact source where the flashcard is generated from, because they care about their grades, and they don't trust that much AI when they're learning specific knowledge. This also laser-focused approach is differentiating us from the market that is chasing a lot AI hype, trying to add additional features just to grow viral on social medias, while we are just focusing on flashcards and doing it right. And this is seen from our traction, because we organically reached 150,000 students, 100,000 of which only in the past 4 months, all organically. And we've been growing the last quarter of 2024 by 12% in MRR every single week. All of this in a huge market of 3 billion just for university students in Western wealthier countries. With me in this amazing journey, there are other 2 co-founders. We are very close to the market because we are 24 years old on average, but we have the right experience. I've worked in venture capital during my studies and B2C startups. My tech co-founder has worked in Quora.com, one of the biggest social platforms in the world, as a software engineer. And Simone is a second-time founder with expertise in user analytics and UX UI. We are about to open our pre-seed round, so I'm happy to chat.
Okay, thank you. Sana, you go first.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you please tell us more about what's the big vision and what are you planning to build onto this next?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I have a few slides here, just how the platform works now. Students interact with PDF, generate flashcards, study them. This is an algorithm that minimizes their efforts. And then we have quizzes. Now here, the big thing is that we collect a lot of data on the users. We are able then to kind of trace their knowledge from point A to point B in micro steps. And basically, in this way, we are mapping all kind of students' journey. And we will be able to adapt the learning to students specifically in the future and kind of collect this massive data, very well curated already. It's going to be the next big step for actually building a tutoring sort of experience.
Look, there was one for me.
So I saw 5+ pitches in the last 6 months pitching exactly the same. Why do you think you have edge compared to others?
Yeah, sure. The way we are differentiating is working a lot into transparency. And what it gives us is that having this traceback engine is allowing us, here are another slides actually, to collect a lot of quality data that speeds up a lot our testing framework for LLMs, OCR technologies to identify like how it's working. And in the future, since we are developing so faster, we will also be able to implement network effects and actually tailor better the platform to each of the universities.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Yeah, please.
Amazing traction. So great, well done. Stupid question. Isn't the part of the flashcards effectiveness the fact that you're actually building it on your own, writing it down?
There are plenty of studies from Andy Matushak, Professor Bloom, that show that they've used like flashcards for languages, for example, and it's enough to review the flashcards to actually memorize it. But of course, you need to study in advance. So you need to study and then do the flashcards. So you need to understand the concept first. And actually, we also gave some guidance there, but it's like a side feature, I would say. But it's effective anyway, and the time you save writing, you can already start learning, which is much better. And interactive experience also for students that have ADHD, they find it very, very, very effective.
Okay, time's up. And kudos for using appendix slides like that and for seeing all the questions. That's some good foresight there.
All right, thank you. Round of applause. And let's move on with very trendy thing. Makes food information truly accessible to the user. Let's welcome Ernest with Food Filter. Round of applause.
Go.
Hello, we are Nuto, and we are making food information accessible. More than half of restaurant visitors ask waiters additional questions about their food, and they usually don't get answers for that. These are people having allergies, ethical, religious, or calorie-restrictive diets. There is a common paper menu. It is limited to the name of the food, short description, price, 1 or 2 languages. And our solution is very simple. You just scan a barcode on the menu. No additional software is needed, and it gives you all of the information, nutrition facts, ingredients in your language, in plenty of languages. And the information is filled by the restaurant itself, so it's a trustworthy source of information. Why us? We are dramatically improving the communication between restaurants and their visitors. We are attracting additional customers, and it is a global trend. I truly believe that we are the ones that are going to change all of this industry. And actually, this global trend is massively supported by EU and USA regulations stated here. Our business revenue streams are a monthly subscription from food establishments and premium users, and we want to sell APIs for e-commerce. We can also be used as a digital tool for medical establishments to track food. And there are three restaurants that are our current clients right now. According to our conservative assumptions, we need about 100K in order to reach Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland, and we are going to be profitable in 2 years. This is the slide I'm especially proud of. Our friendly and competent team, Jānis, backend developer, Marit, business and marketing, me, a nutritionist, and front-end developer Trine, Helen, graphic designer. You can try out our QR code, and thank you very much. Waiting for your questions.
All right, round of applause. Already someone? Yeah, Remo.
Thanks for the presentation, and important problem you're solving. It's actually this close that I would not be here today. Yesterday in the Investors Day, I managed to get fish, and I'm fish allergic. So at least sell this next year to TechChill to avoid that problem. But then to the question, like, technically you just have a QR code and a website. So what is your defensibility? I mean, everybody can build it.
We have some specific know-hows. We want to build a dedicated app that can be used with these QR codes that users can add their preferences to and scan any QR code and check it without reading, just having red or green flag. And concerning this technology, it is not unique, that's true. We just want to build a thing that can be used by most of the restaurants and most of the apps. So it's built universal.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What is the typical feedback from the restaurant who doesn't want to use your service?
We have talked to about 20 restaurants by now, and not all of them are happy with this idea because it is additional work, additional resources. But these 3 restaurants, they said that we would be happy to have it because when we are tired of constantly communicating with clients. So feedback is different, but I really think that after good marketing, most of the clients will influence restaurants and make them get this app.
All right, thank you. We're out of time for questions.
Yeah,
thank you. Round of applause.
Okay, next up we have Praxeda from Innocensus that are creating a personal gluten biosensor, food tech theme here, which quickly detects the presence of gluten in the food and helps to prevent unpleasant symptoms for gluten-intolerant people and those with celiac disease. Give it to Praxeda.
Hello, everyone. I'm Prakseda from Lithuania. And this is my co-founder, Žydrūnas. What do Miley Cyrus, Victoria Beckham, or Bill Clinton have connected with my co-founder? They are all affected by celiac disease or gluten intolerance. And there are no drugs available to treat celiac disease. And the only way to protect from the unpleasant symptoms is to have a gluten-free diet. And in the stores, we have different gluten-free labeled products. So it should be simple, right? Unfortunately, when people were trying to follow a gluten-free diet, up to 50% of patients were consuming gluten unintentionally. So today, there is no rapid and effective way to detect the presence of gluten in the food. Why? Because according to the data, gluten can be found even in gluten-free labeled products. So people causes physical and psychological problems. We help people to get the power back. We are creating personal gluten biosensor, which rapidly detects the presence of gluten in the food and helps to prevent unpleasant symptoms. So how it works? You take a representative amount of the meal, you put inside the disposable test capsule, connect it to the census device, wait 1-2 minutes, and get the answer about gluten, yes or no. Our target customers are people who know that they are gluten intolerant or with celiac disease. And it is estimated that 1 in 7 Europeans are gluten intolerant. The same in USA. Moreover, it is expected that the global celiac disease treatment market will be doubled by 2030. We are creating the first gluten detection with electrochemical technology, while others using chromatography. And our main goal is to decrease the price of one testing of the meal. We are planning to sell the device as well as disposable test capsules and suggest additional things such as wipes and accessory sets. In the past 2 years, we have successfully secured 300,000 euros from grants to develop technology. And right now, we are looking more 500,000 euros. Our team consists of our co-founders and our scientists and engineering team who have experience in building and bringing device to the market. We believe that our solution can fundamentally change the eating culture, the lifestyle for people who are gluten intolerant and who have other allergies such as lactose, nuts, seafood, eggs, as we are planning to create such indicators in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, book.
Just a quick question. I didn't hear well. How long do you need to wait to get a test result?
1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
So the goal is 90 seconds.
Thank you.
Reima?
What would you expect to be the price of the final consumer product and the capsules?
First of all, like 2 years before we analyzed a lot of electronic device, including a Oura ring, including our competitor device, and we decided that it should be like 390 euros, something like that, according to the data. But later on, as we changed the business model, so our main goal is to earn money and profit from the disposable test capsule. So now we are thinking it should be cost around 100 euros, including 30 test capsules, so people can learn and get involved in this.
Thanks.
Zana?
Then a quick one would be, how are you planning to sell this product? Through what channels?
So we are planning to send the device as well as disposable test capsules to Miley Cyrus, Bill Clinton, and Justin Bieber. And going to the serious answer. So firstly, we are going to sell for B2C, so digital marketing and using digital marketing materials and influencers who have a lot of followers who are who has gluten problems, and later on to scale with B2B2C, because we interviewed the biggest Baltics pharmacies, and we have the response that they are very interesting, but we need to prove of the demand of this product. So yeah, to sell later on pharmacy stores and gas stations.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Time's up.
thank you. Round of applause. We are stepping closer to the final pitches. We have 3 left. And next one is matching students with teachers based on their characters, motivation, and knowledge, whilst being financially rewarded. Welcome on stage, Thomas with Matos. Applause.
Thanks. I think I'm good to go. Here's a list of top 15 countries in the EU based on various educational metrics. Outside of Estonia, who's leading the rankings, the other 2 Baltic sisters, Lithuania and Latvia, are not on the list. In fact, both of the countries barely make the top 20 in the EU based on these various educational metrics. Globally, it's even worse. Both of the countries are very average at very best. So my question to all of you is, how long are we going to be okay with it? For how long are we going to pretend that the current EdTech solutions are really working? My name is Thomas, and I'm here to tell you that the wait is over. Born from 2 years of academic research, together with top Lithuanian universities, we have created our Mathos algorithm. It matches school students with teachers based on personal character, motivation, and knowledge levels. Sounds complex, right? Well, it's not. You just answer 25 questions, and we tell you which teacher is the best fit for you, whether it's a 40, 60, 80% match, whether the teacher is going to increase your marks by 5, 10, 20%, and etc. And the best part is, we track their students' progress in schools, and we reward them at around 100 to 150 euros per month. Within our system, students can learn one-on-one, join groups of up to 6, or purchase personalized webinars. Currently, we're only operating in a B2C private tutoring market, where our average commission ranges at around 30% mark. So far, without any investment, we have achieved 165K in revenue and a 10% student improvement rate. By the end of 2026, we aim to expand globally, achieve 1 million in revenue, and a 22 student improvement rate. The global edtech market is poised to surpass 900 billion by 2030, so with our target revenue goal of 1 million, we're just barely scratching the surface. So far, we had a head start in our global aspirations. We were selected to represent Lithuania in a global entrepreneurship program in California that was organized by the State Department. Through this, now we have partnerships with, this has granted access to public American schools and universities. With some, we are already in official partnerships. This has attracted interest from the global edtech VCs, also the biggest market players such as Khan Academy and Stanford University. Here in Europe, we joined the biggest edtech consortiums and alliances through which we are partnering right now with schools in Portugal and Italy. These new partnerships provide us new data, new leads, new contacts, enabling us to easily scale within the EU. These new partnerships also provide us with financial opportunities, such as additional revenue streams or equity-free funding. To continue our growth, we're looking for 250K in order to scale our sales, improve our algorithm. Thank you.
Woo! Let's save our students. So, questions? Yeah.
I didn't understand best. What did you mean by rewarding students? You said students can get like up to 150 euros if they have good grades or something.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
It's basically the question that your colleague was asking before that. It's to keep the students within the platform and to monetize it. We track their progress, so in order to keep the students so that they don't go to the teacher and start like working with them, we track their progress and we tell them, here's the rewards you're available for. Logically, you need to continue using the platform. So yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Zana?
So in the very beginning, you mentioned that you can estimate by how much the students can improve their grades. Like, what kind of methods are you using to do that? It might be a secret, but...
So the algorithm focuses on the three factors: the personal characteristics. We use the Big Five model that we, through 2 years of research, we improved, and we found out the variables that have the biggest influence in terms of learning. We started with 400 variables. Right now it's 25. Then there's the motivational levels. We created our own theoretical model, external, internal, and mixed motivational theories. And then we measure all the schools. Different schools have different rankings and etc. Your A or 100% in one school is not equal to another mark. So we sort of measure it. And we track the progress at school. And yeah, this is in a way, in a nutshell.
Do we have a 10-second question? Yeah.
What's the revenue split between one-to-one tutoring groups and webinars right now?
What do you mean in terms of revenue split?
Well, like you have some revenue.
80, the majority of our research is on the group tutoring, because if it's a group of up to 6, the learning curve drops a bit, but if the group is matched with our algorithm, it surpasses one-on-one learning. So we sort of push 80% of our revenue is in group tutoring.
All right, thank you. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 more pitches left, guys. Keep up the energy. Now we have Okoya. That is an AI-driven social media marketing platform automating posts and scheduling for SMBs. Give it to Arvydas.
Hi, I'm Arvydas from pixie.art and okoya.com. So the famous social media influencer Gary Vee posted, if you want to grow your business in today's economy, you have 2 choices. 1, old school way, call up your grandma to help you do sales and knock on doors. Option 2, new school, go hard on organic social media content. But the choice you don't have is to continue what you're doing. And what you're doing is posting once a week or once a month, which is not enough. You're not posting enough. Will you go viral after posting once? Probably no. If you post twice, definitely no. You need to post 100 times until you may finally hit that sweet yes. So this is essentially what Okoya helps you do. It automates your content creation, scheduling, AI-driven analytics, suggestions on when's the best time to post, best days to post, AI-driven suggestions, and also helps you schedule your content. So in a matter of seconds, you can create thousands of posts and schedule on social media networks such as Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and so on. And maybe one day you may hit that viral post. So our current market channel we focus on is social media, and the customer segment we're focusing on is SMBs. Our pricing varies from $20 a month to $200 a month. We want to become the go-to tool for social media, the same way that Julija has become for phone calling, MailChimp has become for email marketing, SEMrush for SEO, and AdRoll for paid ads. Our current traction is we have 20K MRR with $1.5 million in lifetime revenue. We get 800 signups a day, and people schedule 50,000 posts a month through our platform. We have over 180, we have customers from more than 180 countries, which is 99% of the world, but we want to grow bigger. This is why we want to grow to 100K MRR within a year, and to do that, we're going a bit more horizontal and launching Pixie.art, which is a perfect combination of Canva and Airtable in one simple platform. So instead of making ugly-looking marketing graphics like this, you can create beautiful carousels and marketing visuals in a matter of seconds with the help of our AI agents, which are text agents, image agents, brand kit agents, logos, and so on. So we're building an agentic editor with the API and white labeling feature, and on top of that, we want to build an agentic marketplace, and for that, we're raising a seed round in the future with automatic payouts similar to what Shopify has built. So our funding ask is 1.5 million euros as pre-seed money to grow PixieR to $1 million in MRR within 5 years and exit to a tech giant such as Canva, and grow a koi at the same time. So if you're interested and want to discuss, you know where to find me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lauren?
Yeah, I think key question to me boils down to how to build a moat, because in the end, content generation is pretty commoditized by now, right? Image generation, you can build on great existing models such as Black Forest Labs. So how do you plan to build defensibility over the long run?
Yeah, so I guess the problem with those AI-driven models that I think you spoke about is they don't follow your brand kits and your brand structure. So this is why I want to differentiate a bit, because we haven't found a platform like this. We're currently spending $10,000 a year to automate content creation, and that does just half of the job. So we couldn't find a solution for that. That's why we're building it. And we're building a solution that you can basically create placeholders within images, and then you can feed data in those placeholders to create those images. So you build once and you generate infinite amount of times. So we haven't found a solution for that. Canva is too manual. Canva does not automate anything. It doesn't have backend automations. With those other solutions, such as AdCreative.ai, they're kind of similar. Yes, there are competitors. They reached 40 million in ARR last year, and they started like 3-4 years ago. So we see the potential, and this is why I want to build this kind of in a unique way that allows you to create basically images that follow your brand kits and brand structure.
Victoris?
So Ivory, we see a lot of marketing technology solutions even today. We already saw one. Do you not think that it's perhaps easier to do, the current AI trend, easier to do like a service as software and say, hey, we are an agency. We're going to take your budget and do some magic, and doesn't matter how it's called, but it will give me images, scheduling, and whatever else it takes to deliver on the result I want on my budget. What's your thought on that?
You're talking about whether we should become an agency and suggest agency
Correct.
Solutions?
Agency from the outside, AI from the inside.
Agencies are unscalable, first of all. If you want to get acquired also by big tech, it's impossible. It's very hard. So I think building tech is very scalable, and you can distribute all over the world instantaneously, and also you can drive traffic without any effort if you put the right structure in place. So I think it grows automatically. You don't need to chase clients. You don't need to, if you put the right SEO and ad structure in place. So it grows automatically. It's much easier to grow and scale and sell at the end.
All right.
Okay, time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. And now, very generous round of applause for the last pitch of today.
Woo.
Woo.
Come on, guys.
Woo. So exciting. All right, it's a Shopify for sports management. Launch your own platform to manage, grow, and monetize your sports organization. Let's welcome Nikita with Turnated. Round of applause.
Hey everyone, my name is Nikita Rybakovs. I'm national champion in 7 racket sports, international level sports developer, and founder and CEO of Turnated, Shopify for sports management. I've been working past decade with dozens of national federations and identified primary issues, which are data fragmentation, customization, and monetization. So this is how works and looks the current traditional sports market. International federations have their own systems with using lots of different third-party solutions, having their expensive IT team. They're the national federation and clubs living their own life, and in some cases they're limited or non-data exchange. And this is what we built. With our solution, any sports organization can launch their own sports platform or mobile app, and we have built pure hierarchy, meaning international federation can launch their own platform, grant access to national federations, monetize all processes, and the same way can do national federation, giving access to the clubs and other individuals. And all of that is put into a user-friendly interface. So our features include basically all-in-one. So sports organizations can manage their leagues, tournaments, clubs with online booking, events, and more. So talking about the market, it's whole sports, but we're primarily focused on individual and pair sports, where there's lots of volume, lots of data, lots of things to monetize, and there's a big lack of, in general, digitalization. Our business model focuses on a few different things. First is a SaaS bit. So every organization pays a monthly subscription, and then there are service fees. Every time athlete books a court, buys a license, registers for an event, he pays us a service fee. So we work in a top-down approach, meaning like we are trying to sell to higher level organization. Let's say if we sell to sports ministry, we're getting all national federations in the region. If we sign international federations, we're getting all national federations under it. But primarily, we're so far selling to national federation and becoming the primary solution in the sports in the region. In regards to competition, most of our competition in individual and parent sports are in-platform management tools, meaning you as a sports organizer, manager, or association, you can be part of their software, and whenever you use them, you basically promote their platform, not yours. So we launched in September 24. Since then, we're operating in 24 countries, and we're expanding to more than 40 by the spring. We already onboarded more than 30K athletes who transacted 100K entries. We even sold 3 franchises to USA, China, and Puerto Rico. So this is our team. All of us are world-class athletes with experience in IT, business development, and marketing. I myself was working in Players Council of ITF. I've been mentor at Texter from Web3 space. Mikhail, European champion in beach volleyball. Julija Čebarova is WTA player, organizer of ATPW events, and leading Latvian blogger. And Robert's bringing his experience from esports. Thank you.
All right, round of applause.
Thank you.
Questions? Yeah.
Are you monetizing the traction so far? And if yes, like what's the revenue?
Yeah, so we enabled our monetization in December. So we're now at 12K MRR and 3K in service fees.
Thanks.
Next question. Yeah, Raimo.
You already probably know what I'm going to ask, but like federations, tough to sell, they don't have money, and if they do, then they know their power. So what's your secret sauce on getting to the market?
So first of all, is our business model. So we are positioning ourselves that we're helping to grow the sport. So when we're coming to the federation, we're telling we're not going to get money from you. We're actually going to help you to monetize it, because for federations, the biggest issue now is data. Let's say you're Federation A, and normally you have data only on events under the federation, like national events. But what's happening on recreational level, what's happening on the junior kids level, you don't know, because you don't have data normally. And we're coming and telling, now you can control whole data in the sport in your region, and you can monetize it, because with other tools, basically you as a federation can put your own service fees on top. Every time there's transaction under your club in the country, you're making money.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Well, if nobody else, I take a follow. Can you elaborate as a club or as a federation how I make money on the data? Because I mean, in the end of the day, players only go to a certain amount of tournaments per year. I'm already taking my cut on that.
Yeah. So first there are licenses. So there are annual licenses players have to pay. And normally with our software, you can increase those fees. Then, if we're talking about non-federation events like clubs, so what you can sell your license to the clubs, so they pay you as a club the membership, and then every transaction under the club, you can put the fee. Let's say we as Tornado want to make €1 per entry, then you as a federation could put your euro, and then player will need to pay €2 entry service fee on. And then there is an automated, like basically distribution of those fees.
All right, thank you. And thank you as well. Have a round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah. And guys, this is a wrap. 50 amazing founders have just taken the stage and pitched to be among the top 5 he'll get to pitch again tomorrow at finals. So look out for our LinkedIn post. I'm sure as soon as judges round up, you'll see and you'll hear first as to who's the 5 lucky founders. Yeah, thank you so much, investors. I know it's been a long day. You probably have a bunch of meetings still to squeeze before something else is happening later in the evening. And thank you to friends and partners without whom this would have not been possible at all. But this is not it for the day.
Yeah, so some of you probably will take a break, some lunch, and at 9 in the evening, who's up for a party? Whoop, whoop. Do I hear a party?
That's what everybody needs
That's
to recharge.
real good hype, real good hype. I like it. And after the party, if you're really into something interesting, tomorrow at 10, we're going to have some interesting mindfulness practice here. So today, you go have fun. Try to get some investors talking into secrets they shouldn't be talking. Maybe you share some secrets. And enjoy the party and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Ciao.